it needs anyway now, particularly when in overtake mode active, and you're allowed to go faster to 209 miles an hour it is before you have to start ramping down your editing. That from the electric motor. So what you'll sometimes see as is tracks like Shanghai or Silverstone or Spa, corners that are very close to the start line. When you start deploying that amenity, you will arrive at those corners faster than you've ever arrived before, and by a huge amount, yeah. So Silverstone, for example, Abbey, turn 1, you might arrive at that corner at 330 kilometers an hour now, which is unheard of in old money. So, maybe the key. There'll be some corners like Spa, turn why is gonna be maybe one of those corners you wouldn't need a 200 meter boost, because you're riding so much faster than you've ever done before, and therefore your references change. It's not the 100 meter or braking zone anymore. And maybe that's something they're trying out here. So that's new for this year. What has been used for many, many years is Flow-viz paint in Formula 1. Ruth Boscombe is watching something sprayed at the McLaren garage. Yep, down here with Oscar Piastri taking the helm of this McLaren alloy, getting in line. It's just engineering. So about diffusers, now we've got power, and so like this. For those of you that don't know, I reckon it become this time we might get a nicer short bit. What they're doing is they're pumping up that spray, parked it in some neons, right? I think they're likely to put it onto that lovely new leading floor edge, which has got some extra new details as far as my eyes, which aren't 2020 vision. So don't quote me on that. It looks like it got a bit of a kind of a tweak on the action, lots of needing detail on that floor edge. They've also refined that front suspension geometry even further, even more aggressive than it was last year. So if you're a McLaren fan, that NCO penalty, it looks like it's kind of being further refined, pushed to million. That another rear wishbone is paying most attached to the floor in that. So it's real details here. What I would expect McLaren to do is do a couple of baseline setup runs, and then either on day 1 or day 2, we're going to start to see things like race simulations and qualifying simulations, where the whole team comes into practice. Why are they doing the afternoon? Well, because everyone runs a day shift and a night shift, and you tend to do those simulations in the afternoon when you're both crews. And then today, just like we'll have in every single one of the days, with about 15 minutes to go, everybody's going to start to do some testing procedures. We do this every year at testing. And today is a standing start procedure where all 10 cars, or sorry, all 11 cars, got to get that right nowadays, are going to do a stance practice with a grid position in between them. So we'll have front row, third row, fifth row. We do this every year, but it's a good opportunity for teams like McLaren that have voiced that they'd like to practice some of their starts out of Night Italian Open to have a crack at it. Well, it's all about testing, so these things do have to be tested out, and that's why they run it, as Bruce was saying. More Flow-viz paint, this time at Ferrari, as Lewis Hamilton makes his way onto the track for the first time this afternoon. There you go. There's all that mixture of paint and paraffin. Yeah, so they spray it on, you send the car out there, then you get the streams of the flow of the airflow, and it streams the paint, and then that shows you if you've got any surface area that's stalling. You usually get big splodges where that happens from the stalling air. Can be wanted in some regions, some regions unwanted, and that's all sent back to the factory and analyzed, and just to double check the wind tunnel, call it your irritation side of things. Oh, you've been making the right predictions. There's no better test bed than the Regal car on the rear way. So what are we looking for here? What are the engineers looking for? Why Ferrari concentrated with the Flow-viz paint at the rear of the car? Well, the two thing about the diffuser bearing is mirror diffuser on the back of the Solari car, which she got very excited about, and I could see why. It is a thing of beauty. Is that, as has maybe been reported today, is that a diffuser that's helping to convert exhaust airflow into downsims, shallow it from the airflow from the exhaust, and creating more downforce as a result of it. Well, they could. I mean, from my understanding, the exhaust pipes are above. They're not through the floor, or not the floor anymore, like they were during the plug and forward days. But it could be doing some tricky things with the airflow in general. The rear of the Ferrari actually looks quite low. It doesn't run much rate. If you compare that to the Aston Martin, for example, look, it's kind of flat or not quite like last year's iteration of F1 cars, but it's one of the lowest that we see. And then that's a great shot. Because when it comes to auto's speed increases, you get to see the floor touch the ground, yeah. And as this slows down, it warms back halfway towards the margin. Where the Aston Martin, much more aggressive rates, and more than most I've seen actually. So yeah, maybe they're trying, rear ride height. They want to test out the diffuser rates at that kind of ride height. Do you get more downforce? Usually, and you get a bit more downforce, lowering the rear of the car at those slower speeds, and so yeah, this is all part of that understanding, like I was saying, properly about new car, new innovation. Trying some new car, settle out of there, they want very different setup and path perhaps. Just watch you with his house and then see it's 10, which was a proper corner last year. It's become even more a proper corner, I think, this year. This is one of those tracks where it gets snow through the rest of the season, and there's one the oldest tarmac of the calendar. Still the original tarmac since 2004. So the tarmacs reduced and the stone is consumed, and that's not your grid throws. It's just contact. They get from contact match to the tire. This surface of the track doesn't yield much grip, so you're running around under stones, and that then damages the tire. Yeah, overheats them as well. And the drivers don't like. They want more grit. They don't want less spirit. So it's an annoyance to them, but it's too much demand of it stuff. At Lewis Hamilton refreshes the line with a time of a 1:39.8. Lewis Hamilton to me has always been a driver who it is very comfortable not having the ultimate grit. If the car goes a bit, he's happy to catch it. The carrier is one off. This is great traits as a driver. He could dance around on the edges of a thing quite happily, and still, perform to the highest extent. And if that is definitely the case, please take lots of pictures and send it to Aerodynamic and tell me exactly what that photo is meant to showing that the user is doing there. Then these cars might suit him a lot better than the ground effect cars, which didn't necessarily, I think, suit Lewis Hamilton's driving style or the best of his talents. I completely agree with that property. I know he's a driver that has innate ability to feel the car under him when it's moving around in a predicted way. I think the thing that he didn't like about last year's generation of cars is that unpredictability, that the switch like there, yeah, where you had the grid and he suddenly is all on in front of your feet, and he's a driver that likes to push over the edge, or likes to get to the point where the car moves around to feel where that it is, and he's got, like say, that incredible ability to do just that. But he couldn't do that in the last year's cars. He couldn't throw them around. You had to drive by your own rails, and you see a guy like Oscar Piastri, you watch on screen now, around the 5-speed circuits, particularly. He was one of the masters of that. And you saw that he maybe didn't have to say understanding on the car when it came to lower conditions like Baku and other circuits where you really had to throw it around, and where you could do that. Singapore as well, another one where you're traveling the car around a lot, and that's how you achieve it that time. But you give Oscar Piastri a second like Qatar or Spa or Silverstone, and those kind of tracks, it's all fingertip stuff on rail, do there and slide a millimeter. But the tar is on a knife edge. It's fantastic, and that's why I think Lewis struggled with right up until the end of their days in 2025. So Oscar Piastri, in terms of driver analysis, if he were trying to help them out this year, how hell would you advise or go back to those circuits that were low grit, where you seemingly struggled more than other circuits, and let's find a driving style where you can go without low grit, because you're going to get more of that. They're doing like that still. I think a stuck more is going to be a strong word. It definitely, you compare us, yeah, it's all relative of course, but I think in those kind of moments, Norris probably was more in his comfort zone. He's a very aggressive driver. He likes to smash the bar tubs. He's good in the rain. He's aggressive. He's aggressive with the car. He does throw it around. I think in those higher speed tracks, possibly sometimes they're against the Lando. They've actually had it in Jeddah, for example. If I downforce circuit, high speed street track is going to bite you if you do start to throw it around too much. That's exactly what happened that day. I'm qualifying with him, but I think both drivers did have a choice of worse last year, but like always, any sports person will have their strengths or weaknesses are different, and nobody's perfect. And it must have been really interesting for both of them to look at each other's data through the season and go, "Oh, are you doing it like that? Are you? I'm not sure I knew. Why is I want to know that? How are you doing that?" And now I think I might need to go out of your comfort zone. And it's so hard to do that as a driver. It's all a shame. To change your inherent style. You can boil going, but it may never feel. So, Isaac Hadjar making his way to turn 12. Lewis Hamilton making his way to turn 8. They are the two cars on track at the moment. Nico Hulkenberg's with his dub for the day. And Bernie Trollians is standing trackside for us. Hi, Bernie. Hello, Crofty. Hello, everyone at home. So we're just down here at turn 12, like you say, and actually, Bahrain, although it looks very flat on TV, from this position you can see quite a lot of the track. What all phases I can down here, this is for the high speed border. Mom's Jerry put up where they were doing 270 kph through this corner. And I wanted to see this year how fast the cars were going and how much they were not using electric of energy through this corner. But actually, now it's going a little bit prep, but hopefully Hamilton is coming. I heard it right here. But just where we were steady here, there's been a big difference in cars and how much they're deviating. So as this car goes by, just look at the rear lights on the car. If you can see any rear lights of the car, that means it's deviating slightly. This is a very slow car coming, but as we see the Hamilton coming, you can see no rear lights in that. So he's actually not deviating there. He is actually using electrical energy, although he's at very no throttle over, so you can see by the speed. Now the next car is coming up much quicker. Hopefully this is going to be a better read on it. So the McLaren, you can see deviating slightly, although at a much higher speed. There's been big differences in the cars coming through this corner, what they're doing. The McLaren in one of their earlier laps wasn't deviating than it was, so much closer profile to what we'd have seen in previous years. And it's been quite interesting to watch the differences of when they deviate, how much they deviate. And this quarter is one where deviating will allow them to keep a little bit of speed, but not risk any track position, and then have the energy for the following three straights. So we're continuing to watch the event here, Crafty, but it's nice to see these cars going quickly through this corner, quite similar to what they would have done in previous years, depending on how much deviating they're doing. Thank you very much, Bernie. D-rates. You hear a lot about D-rates in Seville. Yes, I did. Oh, well, the terminology has changed this in that regard. So, what you could call the D-rate now is the ramp down of energy. So, full deployment, seeing the details after a certain amount of time, by regulation, you have to start ramping down your deployment from your engine motor before you get to zero deployment. And when you're at zero deployment, you then to do a super flip. So what you used to call D-rating is now called super flip, right? And right, what Max Verstappen came on the radio a lot of times, and this clipping's really annoying, with maybe a few exclusives in there as well. Clipping was Red Bull's terminology for D-rating. So say you would put a D-rate, Red Bull calling clipping. This amount, it's one. But to jump with the FIA thought ways, super say everyone should be calling it super clipping. So that's when the drivers full throttle at the end of the straight, after they've finished all ramp down, energy deployment, alright, the ramp down goes to zero, then you're allowed to super tip. That's a shame Lewis Hamilton came into the pits then, so there's a just hold this shot and see the lights splashing. And down the straight, but suddenly, they were to take a super tipping. He hasn't been pushing this whole time to be better. Still up, rear and turn 8. Again, these days he was learning before he says then the drivers would have done first thing this morning compared to that of last week. And there was a headwind going into turn 8 last week. And now it seems to be a tailwind on the run up towards turn 4. So more of a headwind coming in towards turn 9 and 10. Braking that shared in the afternoon helped now a bit more. And in a tailwind is exiting turn 11 and through turn 12 where Boning was just standing. But what's going on in turn 12? It's a 0 kilowatt zone, so you don't, by regulation, have to deploy any energy through there. Most of the rest of the lap, you have to deploy at a minimum 200 kilowatts from the motor when you then is to stop traction control, essentially. Right, is to stop someone like Lewis Hamilton saying to the team, I've got way too much deployment out of turn 4 he's coming into now. I only want about 50 kilowatts of energy from the electric motor. Well, yeah, it's in turn 4. It's way too much. It's too hard for me to not spin up the rear wheels. Well, that's an aid. That's traction control. So if I have said, no, you can't do that. You have to have as a minimum 200 kilowatts when you drive a push that pull down. And you start using it's more out testing or drill startup. That's some user preference step. And you could just say, well, let's bring in traction control. And that's that would this much what would it? No. I've driven both. Driven a lot of my time in Formula 1 with traction control. It was good. It was fun. It allowed you to get close to perfection, I'd say. Well, just the system was better at it than you were. It always, a bit like anti-lock brakes as well, will do a better job than any human because it can detect with a very high gain and sensitivity of when the wheel is starting to under-rotate and potentially lock up. So, and it to do it on wheels. So is this incredible? But it's not already driver skill. So any fool can just whack their brake pedal as hard as they want to and full stop at the same speed. If the system doesn't know what we want to see, the best drivers in the world out there, then you can get as close to that system as possible. So I found always without the driver aids, it was more of a challenge. I didn't necessarily like it. Yeah, shall I go? You know what I mean? So yeah, just if it makes it like harder, well, actually, I like it. That's a simple car track at the moment. This is testing. This sort of thing does happen. Sponsored director at Ferrari, Diego Vernon. Now, what's he got for the pit more? Here's a question. It says Simon Tenney, that coffee F1. If you have questions from us, vivid commentary pops. Does this mean cars or the model be fast to baggage of buckets? As they find that will they be recharging their batteries basically going through baggage of buckets? Two of the greatest corners on the Formula 1 calendar. We marvel year after year on the speeds of cars doing through baggage of buckets. Will they be a bit slower if that is a 0 kilowatt zone? Magnus and Becker's probably won't be a 0 kilowatt zone. The S's at Austin probably will be. So it's an area of the track where you don't want to be deploying energy basically. You want to carry it somewhere else. But in Silverstone, you're already going such high speed. You're almost at Z max by the time you get to Magnus and Becker's because cops can potentially still be sat out. So you're going to be sitting right at the top of your speed range by the time you get to Maggers and Beckett's. So you might see some extra lift and coast there. It's a track where you're energy poor, not energy rich. So you're hardly on the brake pedal with Silverstone. So it's not why not to give battery as much as you need. So that's why you might need to do a little bit of extra lift and toast, particularly in the race. But yeah, it's not going to be one of those tracks probably where you have a 0 kilowatt zone. Getcha. But the S is at Jeddah. Yes. S is at potentially at the end of the S's in Suzuka maybe. But yeah, definitely in Austin. But yeah, there'll be different tracks around the world that we go to. Every track poses a different challenge. Well, that's what I'm saying, to decide different areas potentially as well. No, the inquiry decide where it's at. Yeah. And there aren't many of them. On many zones. But what you will see as well is that you can't have any 0 kilowatt zone before the start line. So say this track's a perfect example here. Start line is quite a way down out of the last corner. Where you just flying past. Actually, yeah, just there it is on the right hand side. So it's quite opposite race control. There's your race control tower. Yeah, so what are we looking at? 300 meters, 200 meters from the exit to the final corner. So what you don't want to do in qualifying is spend too much of your electrical energy before you get to that line. So you're going to have to drive around half throttle to hang on to your energy. So effectively a 0 kilowatt zone in quali before you open your lap button. Once does you want to open your lap button, but that's some sensors, but you should go there. There's no point starting a lap at 50%. Actually, you want to start at 100 first. And so we were doing this trip as well back in small start days, and we were through onto your state of charge or you would then spend all of that energy through that and end at 0. Let's start at 100 and you go up and down the path a few times the lap. Yeah, you always end there at 0. And so you will see drivers are being mighty quick towards the final top. Wonders them with it trying to get out to are they just gonna just their way out? Hope it the crowd. Exactly that. It'll be more about and you'll be able to tell actually in commentary and qualifying this year when a car is about to do there's something to look out for here is you'll see a car limping around the final corner and onto the straight they'll be moving quite slowly, and then suddenly around the lane entry they'll floor it, and the thing will rock it down the main straight. It accelerates super fast and deploy and a lot more energy than they use and you would do on a race where you need to hang on to it. I should say a charge for somewhere else on that. So that's the telltale signs when they're about to open it up today, because the drive will be half throttle at this very moment here. We watch the Alpine and have it maybe half throttle doing then 1 foot down here and accelerating quickly all the way. Which Franco Colapinto was never going to do, because there's a lot of scam wriggle at around his car, and at those points I go to qualify that, but that is there. Right, watch Franco Colapinto. Let us head down to Ferrari again. Ruth Huscombe is outside the garage. Yes, but I'm back. My favorite diffuser of the day. That is Studio Ferrari diffuser. We spotted it this morning and then got to see it in action. Straight off to us. And he's super detail engineering and design of the camera is going to try and get you a shot a bit. But you can't take my word for it. The Wolverine he's been really pushed that working body with the diffuser without bridges and regulatory writ. So the outer wall is effectively kind of blended into the FIA to black the stack. So a paper, the jaw tulips compliant aerodynamically, they've been a pinch slowly. That natural expansion, so what that basically does is it gives them a bigger working area without they getting the scrutiny on. So that curved extension, they stretched it forward, kept it in the leading straight. And what it's really going to do, it's effectively kind of preconditioning that flow before it fully expands. So it's not just about peak downforce, it's also about usable downforce. So, effectively that does work very well. It'll give you kind of a load that survives in traffic. And also in Tennessee, I love it. I'm not a big of an engineering geek, but I like that as upgrades go. I'm a cynic for their phrase might say they only put it on the car this late. So nobody else could copy it ahead of the crash race. Well done. I liked it. 70s of the day. They exactly what they needed to do. Like the competition, a head start on that one. And there is nothing wrong with being an engineering for frankly, the convenience more engineering geeks on this planet. If I don't even want to use the word geek, I want engineering answers. Who should be if Ford is not ridiculed. Great as set. Well, but I'd do without you. Oh, engineering sense of knowledge. It's more well. And see, there you are. You're using it again. See what? It's fun to be clever. Absolutely. Proud about that one there. Kids, if you're listening, you watch it. Absolutely believe in Uncle Crofty. See, that was really right. It's fun to be that. Right, Carlos Sainz, ladies and gentlemen, on the track. In the this is second lap of the day. Alex Albon on shooting this morning. The Nordic session for Williams. Now, how hard is Carlos Sainz pushing on this particular lap? He's one of these drivers, that's nice to see upwork this year. He is one of the smart drivers, isn't he? Speaking of rules, being an entertainment people, he's one of the drivers. He found the trick for the DRS mine for fighting Sergio Perez in A1 ring, in Red Bull ring. Yeah, he is. Remember, he kept getting him back all the time, and And using Lando Norris as a defense mechanism, yes. That's why with Singapore, he's so small. You see what I'm bored with two adversary now. I sense I some very slow speed boost modes. It's in the self feelings, I hope so, anyway. Bridges. He's very sensitive to steering weight and by his changes. We also hear that it's sets permitting on steering steel, and he obviously gets some lot of feedback in terms of the balance of the power through the steering wheel, maybe more than other drivers do. And that's something that intrigues me. There's different drivers will feel the car in a different way. Some will rely more on the gyro, say, than any fluid, meaning in the area to get them a sense of balance and therefore balance of the car. Some, like George, might use the steering feel of a tank that comes back through that, through his hands and his arms. I'll have to tell him whether the car's about to snap with oversteer or break into a bit of understeer. I think it's lighter. And that's, generally what tends to happen. So turn it on, I turn 10. If it starts to go a bit light in your hands, you're setting on, and you sort of rally down and make a correction there. Yeah, maybe he felt, oh no, I've gone over to the shifting at the time, starts to become light in your hands, and you bring it back from there, and you get the weight back in the steering. And maybe George is just one of those drivers then. We often hear him complaining or commenting on the steering feel of the car. More than other drivers, I'd say. So, and this just, maybe he picks up those cues from that. Is there something he has to live with, or can they solve that issue quite quickly? And if he does have to live with it, how much of a difference does that make to whatever student already? And so it's one of these drivers has incredible amount of capacity in position riding, and he might just feel like it's necessary to relay that information back to the design team that designing the front suspension componentry or the steering geometry. And it's all interesting information. Whether or not they can act on that right now, here, today, I don't know. But it's all, for him, he feels like that's interesting information. It might not be a complaint. He's literally just passing that information to the team. Okay, engine cover is coming off. Aston Martin, yeah. How many laps today so far, Rafty? Right, so today, Fernando Alonso for them, 28 so far today. And Stroll, same time as I've done, and 10. Yeah, 20, so yeah, but Leclerc has 72 out to the board, Norris 54, and now there's 69, and Al's on. That's good day for Williams, so got 55. And Alpine have had to get that as well, with Dasley's 61. So most of them are, about the 50 mark. And then you've got, there's that to be expected. They're up the rims. They've got to start pushing that engine. So is it to be expected that they've done a little less? I mean, you don't want to see Honda engineers kneeling by the side of a car and the engine covered something else. No, it's not a good sign. But I don't know, right? I haven't got that kind of information whether they're actually running more aggressively here this week. It would make sense if they were. They can't do it at some stage, super. Yeah, that's right. So whether that has brought on these problems, I don't know. But they missed most of the Barcelona shakedown in it. But
Inside, they're playing catch up still. But so you would, if any team, you'd expect them and Williams to be playing catch up. You'd expect them to be out there. I just said that, and I thought that George Russell powers down the straight and completes yet another lap. Or for him, or
all that on fight. All for the afternoon session came out today to 69 laps this morning. Obviously last year
we see a driver complete a push lap.
What showed quite frankly about Tristan in conversation. And that's how I chat on there as he looks at things. Chief engineer, trackside, senior race engineer. Having the chat there. Last year we'd see a driver complete a lap and then they would have to have a slow lap to recharge the battery. They don't have to do that this year, and But so they needed tune lap, tune the tire this down. And so whatever issue was, they able to keep it down the garage for a long time. And out there comes about Stroll. And it's just seen the chunk deals conclusions from team and stuff. Again, are we going to need the tires to have a full down or save again to that crucial time in qualifying where a driver might have made a bit of a mistake on his lap? Yeah, we say last year, well, that's it, they're out of qualifying. Is it on each other's batching now? Can they just go for it again? And will the tires all be up to allow them to do them? Yeah, basically, the battery's not the problem anymore. It'd be more the tires that need that tune down or the double tune down or which we would often see with a double full lap. And you didn't need the double full lap in the battery. You needed it for the tire setup. I think you'll still see the cool down laps for the tires and then maybe even double tour as well. So this is George Russell on it looks like war of a race. And he's on the hard tire. Carlos Sainz with a lock up by the way, just ahead of it. That did spark because I did think, is that? I saw the dark lines of the tarmac and I wondered if they actually came from you. So my saying actually is that a lock up? Is that too? So yeah, there was an intern one, but definitely an intern four. I think this is more on a race run for Russell at this stage. There are 5:37s, low 1:38s. Would suggest it's that kind of pace that I thought I can do with mine. It does. Words to race rounds. You hear it, and then it down into second, maybe even first here for turn 10. It's hard for the drivers to do because it can cause more lockups. As I was listening to this. And there it is here. And just maybe combined with a bit of the turbulence in the car in front. I hope not, because I like to think these cars can follow each other closer than that without causing mistakes. But it's just one of those things. It was so hard for these drivers to must be just trying to forget what these cars were like last year. Approaching the same corner as last year. All those references. This is besides the memory that you and the experience that you have for them is unwanted. Actually, it might be more damaging than good. Says that preview at a rate of Aston Martin and slow speed real is the near-genius having Arvid Libber then as your favourite for the title this year. He comes in it with the least noise, doesn't he? Yeah, in his head, his own head, he hasn't got the only reference he's got with this chat in his and it too calm. And so this time it's feeling incredible compared to that. So the him happy days, this is the most grit he's ever had. This is hell of a subject this year. I was minding my own business a couple of weeks ago where my phone went. You never know. I know what I did now. That's what like rarity. It was a complete rarity. I was at the quiet part. I was actually a silver silver. I just popped up the silver silver for a couple of hours. I have a phone word and it was correct Jerry in this remember because we'll break for shit. I'll just be on that turn lane move. This is where tying somehow. I get to it. Yeah, I crossed it up with all the bear, but he said he's what again. And they were in the studio and having a chat out there, and they phoned me up. First question was, "Are you standing or sitting?" I thought I was standing at the moment, until he got wrong. Anyway, we started having a chat. I said to Tricks, have you got a question for Ollie? I said, "Who's doing win this year?" I thought that'd be the best question I could ask at that moment. "I am," he said. So well, what you know about your card? But he told me there's read a bit of a lot. The confidence of me on man Noel. Absolutely fantastic answer. Very strong answer. And I thought, as he enters what will be his third year in Formula One, his second full season in Formula One, there's no doubt. I think things will last year, without question. He was one of the stars last year, wasn't he? Multiple performances. Mexico springs to mind. D4. What a drive that was. He really understood those stars and he understood more and more. So to expect performance over the course and weekend as well. Particularly spring weekend. He seems great to hit the ground running. I think he's one of these drivers that has a lot of natural ability to steer the car under him. And so yeah, I'm really excited to see what he can do this year. Whether he'll win the championship or not, I don't know. But maybe one day. You heard it here, it is first. If he does. Back to the Aston Martin. That looks like a lot of trawling This below for the other side of that Aston Martin. It's one of this, it's the car just different to everything else. Yeah, do you know what I mean? That does most rake the way the people Mexico did the RS. I did the RS, I did, and I didn't say it. I did the way the rear wing everything's very different, and you hardly see a soft gap between. It doesn't collapse down like the Alpine or the Audi, but it's almost like it goes completely reverse on itself. It's very, very bizarre. So comparing to the Mercedes its gap isn't as big as the Mercedes. It's nowhere near, but the Audi has no gap. It's got this falling back on itself. It's more very unsedative. And then the rear bodywork seems to just sunny tightly packaged. That makes the whole car look incredibly thin. And yeah, the nose looks different as well. It's got a bit of a bulge in the middle, then nose more narrow towards the end. But just if you look at the side of every other car, that takeaway is completely different as we watch. I'll stroll in to see the sound of more lock up. That front right is so cold that there's feel like some kind of sticker on the right front, and it's so shiny on the outside. It hasn't been working much at all, and therefore cold. And then it's grab the inside front and turn them. But the worry for me there, and I'm no expert, was sort of side of it. They lock up and Lewis Hamilton, and that's been the theme of today. Cars locking up into that first corner. And look, it's this little bit of tooling, but not a lot, and the Ferrari barely any tooling on the side of the Mercedes. The Audi there's got it. Juicins there, yeah. But the Aston Martin has a lot, which filtered with your it's so tightly packaged. Has Adrian Newey got a bit extreme for the engine? Does it needs just a little bit more respite from the temperatures that are going on? Who knows? Or maybe it was all parted. Maybe it was intended for the car to be like that. But it certainly looks tighter than most cars around that area. So yeah, it's the one. Whenever you see it doesn't. If they were all painted black, you'd still definitely recognize that car as the Aston Martin. It's green for a start. No, but I said if they were all or something. If you had no reference or different colours, you'd spot it from quite a long way away. Yeah. There's the Aston Martin. Just for me, the proportions are very different to other cars. Whether or not that is an Adrian Newey masterclass once again. Well, people as hell. The brake is very Adrian. That's very Newey. Yeah. For the commentating on the fashion show cap. Oh, look, here comes the brake. Pretty Adrian. It is spring season. It's so Adrian matters. Yeah, more of a winter design, summer design. I need to open that up a little bit. There's the hotter temperatures go. I have to do a couple of buttons for the soccer, but it's such a ring. It's so Adrian. Is there somebody use it as around the season? It's so Adrian. I mean, please don't. Well, right. What is Portoletto up to again? To having a Formula 1 car, that's to be honest. And 50 minutes into this session, this is Gabriel Portoletto's second hour hole out of this session. Hence the two curtain bisectors then. Feeds it into the final couple of corners. Well done. Turn 14, and there's 15. And once again, another car complaining a lot, getting on power onto that main straight. And Portoletto again running the race prep, I would say, with those kind of lap times in the mid 39s. So Russell 37s, 38s, Portoletto 39 in this days, but yeah, very early on. Right, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars on the track. So we're getting a bit more action else on the track, which is a blessed relief, I'm sure. Just Bernie comments, so as on wonderful way to turn 12. So what's turn 5? Come on in, Bunny. Thunder crawled there from and day wandered over here and this did see these cars icon for us. And hopefully ought to stay on track because driving will help on sweaty throw towards me. Everyone darting the Peppian. Or at this turn 5 section, very high speed section of the track. It's what not to what end up chasing data from last year. You could see big differences across the 2 seasons. But the course, they've gone tougher that this year, as Ollie Behrman, I think, is going to come through it. Particularly through this section. Ferrari, reason both of everybody's seen, never very race from. See, Ollie Behrman 9, mission 5 hard through that quarter, teething on the love crime, covering that on frame, and then breaking into that final turn 7. No light flash from that rear wing at all. Since they're taking a lot more speed through this section than they were last week. Because the McLaren here coming to me, but the recent bones are fairly put together here. Ships the be stable through that quarters every lap, but I've seen him come through from the Cogas and the Snowest. So far, I would say is actually the Aston Martin. But one thing we noticed through this profile in front in particular is how much in reef the Aston Martin's car, and it's fairly tight at the front compared to the rear. I think Ferrari coming not. This car is very strong through this section as well. Hamilton able to really mean on that left quarter projected before that breaking into the right. They'll look very strong. That's the first time we've seen them come through there, pushing properly on that car. Now looks much stronger than the laps previously had done, where they were going particularly slowly through this section. But this section is one that gives me a lot of hope actually. These cars do look particularly strong. They made a big improvement for last year. We see the Mercedes Circle actually push them a little bit too hard, taking a little bit too long to exit curve there. Drivers start the first section, pushing that exit curve as we see with Mercedes, pushing the braking for the entry to that turn 7. And this is one that the cars are starting to come to life in the second test Grand Prix, so I'm going to stay here for a little bit longer. I don't blame you. It's a fascinating, fabulous place. I had seen orcs and flamingos if you get the chance. Thank you very much, Benny. We are 54 minutes into this afternoon session. Race simulations. How the order of the afternoon so far. His lap Stroll. See like to beat another lap. Moves up to 15 fastest, but not pushing in terms of length, I would imagine. Cherby in that Aston Martin. Yeah, 38.1 for Stroll. Fastest time that his teammate Alonso achieved earlier on. What was it? So bad the well. So his fastest time was 1:36.5 and 36.5. Yeah. So yeah, I would imagine that was still a little bit more fuel on board, older tyres at this stage. Yeah, with only 6 laps on the board. So a long way to go on the track, albeit it's slowest right now as well. Things will speed up once again as the sun starts to set. You know, we were talking race starts when we were on a little bit earlier, and that, if you will, brothers. I'm very sorry about that. Trotters against sorry and disappointed. Yeah, well, you know, I don't want to say there's room for improvement if you're up for another 2 days. Don't worry. Yeah. And we talk about race styles and turbo lag and whether it's dangerous or not. Valtteri Bottas was asked about this in a press conference. Yeah, the starting procedure. It's definitely not more dangerous than before, said Valtteri Bottas. Lewis Hamilton said it's definitely not dangerous. Should probably take that connotation away. And Max Verstappen sitting the start for the pit lane if you feel that. So I felt last third Max, I think very much. Typical safe for Verstappen. Oh, it's so Max. Oh no, it's from so Adrian's like back. But it's a fair point. We were having a little chat about this. But yeah, if there is a slight risk, what could you do to the starting procedure? And I don't know what you think about this, Ed, or not. But if you, if a green light, a green flag was waved, when all the cars are in place, and then one light comes on, which is a signal to the drivers that everyone's in place and where it's going. And then you can start to build the reds, thingy things. And you wait 5 seconds, say, and then 2, 3, 4, 5 lights, and it's lights out of the way we go in the random time that it is turning. Would that alleviate the problem and at least allow all 22 drivers to get the revs running high enough? So long. It could be, there'll be solutions out there. I'm sure maybe that would help alleviate some of the issues. Just knowing when the start sequence was about to happen could be a good time for just as a barometer for the other teams, and something that will even up the fact that you're waiting for cars at the back of the grids to get going and start their start procedures as well. So it could be, but it wouldn't probably take away the fundamental problem of the batteries charge, being a random avenues as well. And that would be the problem. Keller Science completes another lap. George Russell, as I said, we think on a race simulation of this stage in the afternoon. Reese Buscombe can confirm that for us. Head back. In place. Actually, we'll see a replay of that because that is. I was expecting just a one single wheel lockup. Right, let's have a watch of this and of this. Out of 10 order. That's good. Oh, that's not a drive error at all. It sounded like he lost drive. If anything, before he's something wanted the gearbox for some downshifts. There was on the reattachment, was there, of the active error. The problem started instantaneously. Now whether it was coincidental or not, I don't know. But the minute the active error reattached itself, then the car gets thrown offline. I think it was, I don't know, but the noise, you're right, it doesn't make me think that it's active error. But then to get it, the active error is just a telltale sign that the driver's listed off. Yes, well, that right, braking. So that's just the byproducts of the hangover back on board again. If we could get in now I know what I'm listening out for. It definitely sounded like there was an oscillation when he pressed the brake. It's the first downshift or second or third downshift, and it seemed to go into like a neutral. The kickbacks through near the drivetrain. I would put money on drivetrain being the issue there, and that within the gearbox perhaps inside my engine. It sounded, yeah, definitely not tried it. It's the shift lights disappeared completely, pulled the way down to yellow. Took me off yellow. You got those flashing lights on the wing mirrors. That's the new safety procedure from the FIA. When a car comes to a standstill, those lights will go on. It is to help other drivers see cars in poor visibility. Sometimes if they're facing the wrong way, they see the rain light that's just flashing away. If the car is pointing in the direction of travel, if the car is spun round, then you've got no reference point for a driver coming onto the scene. So now you have where there's a blinking, what look like indication lights, but I promise you, they would pause there for the purposes of indication, just visibility. It's a perfect display actually as to why the FIA implemented that. You know, having drivers coming up towards turn 11, the high-speed corner, and the car way in the distance, but you see the yellow lights flashing. Looks like a yellow flag, and that's definitely going to catch your attention, and you'll therefore know that it's a car sideways and not pointing in the right direction, so you know there's a car in trouble basically in front. The 711 logo now will go on board again. Says I'm the first or sit it down shit. That's just now again. It's like, I know we slowed it down there, but this is not, it had no drive. It's like it went into neutral as soon as he requested the first downshift. Correct. And like I said, the lights with the shift lights just disappeared. Yeah, that's not driver error. It just sounded odd the way that the way the revs dipped down so much. You do get a little bit more rear locking with these cars. Is one other area where you missed the NGUH. Yeah, you had no drive. It went into neutral, and the revs just dropped right down. And literally the first shift he made, it just hit up the rears, and around it went. That's why it was such a high-speed spin. It's completely not target error. I read it then. That is not what Aston Martin could do with them. They need mileage on the clock. They need to be pushing that engine as much as they can. And it is lost drive there. That's a worrying diagnosis debrief coming from the Honda side of the garage, because they need to find out what happened. Oh, absolutely. There's karma. Any kind of high-speed moment like that, that puts the driver off the circuit. You must find the cause of the problem straight away, or it connect. I think now this is the McLaren. Yes. Just looking at the rake. Oh yeah, look, really clear. You're looking between the two of them. Let's see if something over face on the Aston Martin, then go back to the McLaren. That's always the best way to make a comparison. I mean, all the cars are running some brake. Looking at so much daylight underneath the Aston Martin. This is what we spotted earlier on, and you do need to do it when they're static, actually, like this. The Alonso at the end of the pit lane, and Norris. It's quite clear, isn't it? Oh, yeah, good undershot the car there. Crofty always reviews them. Yes, they never like these moments. Yeah, haha. They never like these moments where you guys just see the secret saw of the cars. I mean, we're not saying that the McLaren doesn't have a rake. It does, just not as extreme. And I think if you saw the Ferrari there as well, I think that's even lower than the McLaren. I'd say how they were running the car. We saw the Flow-viz paint on it with the wheel in the afternoon. That's where the Ferrari looked like it was the lowest one. So it's the walk back. Oh, well, listen, that Ferrari, but let you ask what you get. Amazing. I'll be for a power up here, look. Yeah, there's the wall back for Lance Stroll, back into the paddock once again. And no driver was to take that Stroll. How was he up near? It's actually, you have to trust the car and the braking. This is one of the most important parts of the corner croft is just knowing what you're going to get when you hit that letter on the brake pedal, and you hit it hard as well. Don't forget, sir, you need the car to be there for you the whole way through into the braking zone. Every downshift, they need to be slick, they need to be in good sequence and not to upset the balance in any way. That's an extreme example of what can go wrong when you have too much rear locking. But I mean, to some degree, teams and drivers are complaining of this. Is a new phenomenon in this set of regulations. Having got the MGUH, you would rely on that to do the blitting in between the downshifts, and they would speed up that or mitigate that inertia that you're battling with. And so that's another thing that the drivers and the team missing, or is that? I hope Lance hurt his hand as well in Manton did with such a dramatic lobby. Go back to in his hand conditions. He was just shaking his hand a little bit then as he was walking back. I'd see the sort of pattern. Obviously, this is the right you see almost makes back in the day when he had injured his hand. Was his snowboarding Mount LA? He was cycling, and he had a fresh and blood. Bunted both wrists, wasn't that nasty? Came back its brake, wasn't it? Drove through the pain barrier, and one of his best drives, if not his best drive, I think, given the circumstances. in Formula One. I still can't believe he did that. Okay, you see them. Your dad owns the team. Yeah, there's no pressure really to come back, and he forced himself back into the car. Those 4 rehab sessions he had to do. It was one of those moments where, for whatever people think of Lance Stroll, I think it made them think again that race weekend and how he brought himself back from such an injury. I think there is a public perception of Lance, and then there's a real Lance, yeah. And they are very different, and sometimes I've said this to him as well. That was time actually, because help itself by not being very open with the media, giving people shots. So to get to know him, I said, well, I don't know, the Piastri, so was it Smith slap on the boat? Oh, that's it. Yeah, it's tricky for it through turn 2 and 3. Bernier took a few bites at turn 1 as well, because it actually responded better than he was expecting. But beside the seats, there was a very different Strong. I mean, hey, there is, you can say into every driving afternoon, they're all different. Some you might think laugh and joke too much, and say something like Danny Ricciardo in the past would tell you, hey, Joe, you get him in his motorhome, and you're looking at the data and working with the engineers and the pressure that the guy feels, and the discussion that those guys work, we went to Barry's work with when his driver. It's not that in many ways that facade that you see on the outside, and there's sometimes or quite often a defense mechanism their driver or an athlete or he's quite a shy person. To be fair, and when you do take the topic episode, he's a very engaging person. But both have had many a conversation with Lance over the years, and Oscar Piastri riding on board with him now, he's a great example. If there was, he's as cool as ice. He doesn't break a sweat. He never shouts out of his mouth, and you never hear him angry. Of course, he gets angry. Of course, he gets upset. It's just he's learned. His defense mechanism is to come across as where with the galley, the coordination between the wind tunnel and the track is good, and we'll see about performance later on. I think before Melbourne it will be all set, and we'll see Melbourne we are compared to the others. It's so good, isn't it, to try and talk about testing and try and guess who's biggest, because like Fred said, it's all going to come down to Melbourne, isn't it, Ray? Yeah, I mean, that's just normal Fred, by the way, and that's like Fred on any normal day. Yeah, I like that, he's all fake. I mean, he kind of summed it up with that's great, isn't it? But the learning isn't fake. The learning is very real. Every minute, every lap on track out here counts, and often, within teams, rather than the kind of performance metrics, because 10 kilograms of fuel is 3/10. It's 2 minutes of track evolution in Q1 is a 10th, which is all that splits teams. It's about getting those laps in, about getting that data. Benny, let's turn our attention and talk about Aston Martin. Your former team had another struggle yesterday, didn't they? And Lance Stroll going into the gravel. Talk us through that from sort of your perspective. Yes, I think we've got the images of Lance Stroll country in the gravel and show you. Just watch through this. Yeah. So, you can clearly hear there is an error from Lance to mechanical failure of the car, sound like something from the braking side that really knocked up the rear end for him and then spun him off. And that's sort of been their story. They've not got enough wattage on the car. They've brought the Honda engine is view. They've missed some development time on that new gearbox for Aston. It's the first time in several years that they've defined their own gearbox. And January, obviously, we're all dying to see that car and to see how much they can really bring to the track, see how good it is. But you need the whole package to work together, and at the moment, particularly from a power unit side, something isn't working. They don't seem to be having the power. They don't seem to be deploying as well as others. When you watch them on track, they seem to be several snow laps and then one sort of pushing lap, and then that was a lap before that went off. So that car and system as together is not working at the moment. They will find reliability gains hopefully quite quickly. But I don't see that being at the start of the season. I see that being into the season, that car is going to come together. So, we were all living in the hope of this promise of the new Aston Martin with the Honda and Adrian and dream. But I think that dream is going to be denied. So expectations, Aston fans a little bit further down. Just very quickly from you, Ethan, and Alonso is out on track all day today. That, he can hopefully catch up with the mileage on that from place Fernando, isn't it? He loves this place. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can make a step forward and see where big teams like Haas look like they had a strong season stack up next to them. Okay, thank you both, guys. Thank you so much. Let's head over to commentary now. Julian Palmer and Alex Jakes, and I've heard that they've had their Puddick coffee this morning, so they should be raring to go. Thank you very much, Betsy. Yes, it is nearly time to put a green light at the end of the tick lane and begin our first 4-hour session of the day. Welcome back to Bahrain International Circuit, where I am happily caffeinated, having Hazes the Nan alongside me, Charlie and Pump. Lovely paddock coffees, great paddock here, isn't it? It is nice. It's also quite a busy paddock for pre-season testing as well. I guess there's been plenty of behind closed doors testing this year. So when we have fully all bells and whistles testing, then yeah, never wants to turn up and see when these new cars arrive. So nice paddock, nice coffees, and we're ready for a bit of the day too then. Okay, out onto the circuit, you're looking at Max Verstappen. He's headed out there with Gabriel Bortoleto and all other pairmen. As they get their morning up and running, we'll welcome you to the commentary box, where it's great to have your company once again. We're on the early ship this morning. Julian, literally nothing has happened since we were last on there, but plenty of mileage yesterday for Mercedes, for Ferrari, going very, very well for them so far in this instance. They are the two teams that people are talking about as maybe being a little bit ahead of the rest. Now, I know Mercedes have pointed to Red Bull as being another team in that mix, and Motors and McLaren had a good day yesterday as well. But Mercedes and Ferrari seem to be very good. And I was trackside yesterday, and the cars both look really good. Yeah, Charles Leclerc in the morning. Lewis had a slightly more trouble there. I can hear I know a Formula 1 car at the end of the end of the pace, but I can see which one that was. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Ferrari can do. Lewis back in the car today, so we will see if he can have a smoother run again. And of course, much was happened in the car to make a rightful thing get out. Otherwise, a Pradjar made some chummy running yesterday. He's got work to do tomorrow. It's all to play for still, and hopefully we're going to see that before it's just nutting up. Yeah, we go from test 1, where it's all about understanding what needs you and system checks, to the performance by the end of test 2. And as Trey, Lewis Hamilton is in the car for Ferrari. In day today, it will be Lando Norris for the morning, with McLaren. George Russell, who will open things up for Mercedes. Matt Verstappen all day for Red Bull. Alex Albon all day for Williams. Williams chasing performance right now. Liam Lawson all day in the Racing Bulls entry. Fernando Alonso are hoping to get some serious mileage. Completely pressed Aston Martin. That would if they could get a serious chunk. Look at this bit moment to this stage of the morning. Max Verstappen, how on it is he straight away? 9 cars went out of the pit lane, and the Marks have locked up the outside running towards turn 4. And this is a feature we haven't really talked about all year, particularly the start of the year, as drivers get used to the braking differences of this year. The main speed fade different. And that was Max Verstappen falling over the curb on the outside front up towards turn 4. So starting getting a bit greedier with the tick that's which actually adds his willingness. Starts to unsettle the car as well. And it got downforce of them, they can ride them empty. Car just smoked into the ground. And this year they got a reduced downforce overall. And so lockups are plenty. Matt's pointing that out. Yes, I'm saying, isn't he, on this bus? But this is like a qualifying that for Max to get in the guys. Been chomping in the bit all day yesterday, watching Hajar sit in the garage for Glenn to get out there. Now Max is getting his turn. Jenny Allwood did immediately the 4-time world champion in the car all day, so we'll be enjoying that. There'll be a variation or push laps and no runs as well. Like a very, very extended FT2. If you like, if you're new to fully distance, so the Stafford ending his lap. There was a brown Lando Norris who doesn't feel it. It's there, so I thought we're going to get a Red Bull into McLaren, and it's straight away. Max comes through, he's a mile off the pace from yesterday on a C3 tire straight away, but that is his first lap of the day. And he was giving it full commitment. Now slows down, gets the recharge back in. Probably gives the tires a little bit of a cool down as well. And he'll go again, GP, but in the ears of Max. This is going to be the lock. As he comes across the left-hand side, he's going to get, he actually locks up. It's quite proper, isn't it? I said to before the curb. because he's drifting to the left-hand side, he's unloading the nest front. It's unusual before you turn into a right-hand corner. He's twisting over, gets onto the slightly rubbered in outside of the circuit, and has the lock openers in. Otherwise, run away. Oh, well, big touching on the ground there for the racing bulls. That was Liam Lawson having a lockdown. Just cheek bottomed down. You see it. The front of the water isn't running them really low. Aston Martin is a perfect example there. We're also running loads of aero right to the back. The fronts are sitting low down, and they still are generating a lot of downforce from the other side of the car. It's not ground effect, it's not as dramatic as it has been, but it's still a significant area. And look at the rake, so the rear of the car sits higher. And so for Lawson there with the front that just struck out over a bump, and momentarily pulls out a big lockdown. There's making the car ground up too much, and Lawson then just lost a load of ride quality. It was always the Red Bull in the Adrian Newey years that had the most dramatic rate. And if there's the Aston Martin that has taken on that trait as well. It is the most envious car in terms of the rate. It's a key aerodynamic velocity, the rate of the car, so the angle of which the bit of attack, really, the front to the rear. The more you raise it up, you get a little bit more leading edge from your wings. You get a different effect from the rush of air underneath the car as well, and with controlling of that, the diffuser of the rear end as Hamilton peels in at the start of his days them through the pins. Already having done a fast lap there. Similar pace to Max Verstappen. But again, lots of sensitive areas. We've spoken at length about these need to be used, done. So we get these are from near the Formula 1 cars for everyone. The downforce, as ever in Formula 1, is still critical. And everyone is we've seen lots of Flow-viz as per usual, lots of aero rakes there on the back of the Aston Martin system, but the workout and having the aero rake on the back of Fernando team was coming off that diffuser was coming beyond the rear wheels as well now. So that he senses and just think the updated maps for those back in the garage. And they'll get a great profile of what the airflow's doing off the back of the car. They just tell you so far with Shakedown, Bahrain Test 1, and the Thursday of Bahrain Test 2, Aston Martin, she takes the fewest laps so far. 326, so we'll close the play yesterday. So late now, catching up to do to compare it to Ferrari, who have done the 971 so far. Mercedes over 927, Paso de 88 across the course of the testing mileage available at 300, but just since not a good number, is it? That's astonishingly low. So that is, very tricky for them. And you saw either are speaking to various teams in the paddock, and how happy they are. It's obviously a relation to performance that they're saying. That is, secondly, is getting the car on track, because getting the car on track this year more than ever is just, there's a direct correlation to performance. So you read out Ferrari, Mercedes. I said at the top of the show that they are probably maybe the two standouts at the moment, with Red Bull and the car being in amongst it. But then you also mentioned Haas, third. They're really happy as Ferrari power unit. So the sameness in the back of the Ferrari, of course, is also propelling Haas to some really good, consistent running. Yesterday they ran their own program. They did some long runs, correlation runs, getting the car dialed in, and they basically figured out early on how this PU works. Of course, there's the loads more development, loads more perfecting and fine-tuning of it, but they basically got the car on the ground, and they're not troubleshooting issues. They've got a grasp of it, so they can get very early into fine-tuning aero details, septum tweaks, and getting into that. And today I'm expecting to see a lot more with Haas in terms of performance as well. And you were telling them as we ordered to the paddock, but he told me yesterday, so now I want to say it from there. Okay, let's go upstairs and say very good morning to Anthony Davis at the day. Thanks, Alex. So I'm down here at Williams, and the cars just come in. They had a whole array of cameras set up in front of the car. All of them seem to be pointing at the front wing, and you can see the work goes on behind me around the front wing area. It had the digital equipment sitting on the top plane of the front wing there, and they've been adjusting on these little yellow teardrop shaped Allen key adjusters just to set the position correct. So they're definitely looking at how the front wing works out on track based on cameras that were sitting all around both sides of the nose of the car. Now the wheels are coming up. Some of the cameras were actually pointing at the inside of the wheel and the ducting around the brakes, recording on the brakes. So yeah, lots of investigation going on this very new car. Of course, missed out on the Barcelona test, and we've got that lovely digital screen as well, the front of the car with the sponsorship logo on it. It's such a clever idea. Haven't seen the eyes pop up this test so far, but yeah, Alex Albon sits in the car waiting to go back out. They didn't do any pit stop practice at all, no high revs as the car poured in front of me. But yeah, early hours of this test, they seem to have taken up all the cameras now, and the car, yeah, to see getting ready to take back out there. I'm going to wander down to Alpine, and there's a bit of news going on down there as well. So yeah, you can come back to me in a few minutes' time. Actually, you guys, look forward to it. Thank you, Essie, for the update down there at Williams. Nick Reddy was going to have some fun with this. That stream, the two-way stream, they can change for the sponsors across the course of the year. Let's check in with Sam Collins. Sam Collins with us today once again. So I was caught your eye from the early minutes today and the running yesterday in the test. Fascinating up at footage of the cars and was just showing us, pointing us the link to the tyres. Something that's interval, but just look at is not just the front brake setup, but also how the new tyres, because they are new tyres. They're in 50 shape that is sized to the tyres used up to the end of last season. They also perform differently, so as the car goes through a corner and basically stays on the track, the tyre shape will change, and the teams need to understand exactly how that change happens in order to replicate it flawlessly is CFD computation fluid dynamics. And that's the virtual wind tunnel. They also need to see how accurate the wind tunnel tyres that they got from Pirelli are in relation to every other single bit of the car. And another thing that's jumped out to me is the car we're looking at on the screen right now, the Mercedes. It's a bit setting, but Mercedes actually introduced a really big upgrade package to the car yesterday. And you can see that just ahead of the rear wheel most clearly as George Russell come through the corner here. Where it says the Petronas sponsor logo, that rear of this with Petronas is where that sideboard stops back into the main bodywork has been completely changed since test 1. And that's a massive difference on that car, and I think we need to study what Mercedes are up to a little bit more closely. The check-in for the non-build camera attached to George Russell at the corner, and it is not enjoyed too much, but it's not the only one. Need to turn 10. And early lockdown. They had a big one yesterday just before he did the day's topping time. That one you could actually hear the car derated and decelerating before it onto the braking zone, so he's harvesting energy through turn 9, which in theory should help you stop the car. But then as a driver, naturally you think, okay, I'm getting slower in, so I'm going to brake later to make sure I don't just go really slow into the apex. And you try and adapt. It's a bit like we've seen lifting coast for years and years in Formula 1. When you do that, you know, say your braking reference is 100 meters, but to save fuel, to save tire life in 8 days of Formula 1, you'd maybe do some lifting coast, so you'd lift off, rather brake harder, 100 meters, you'd lift off at 120, and then you'd brake harder, 80 or 90, to try and make the same difference. And that's what the drivers have got to compute. There's such a quick one, then they've got to react to that. And George is obviously trying to do the same. So a car starts just harvesting energy, coming up towards turn 9, there's limited gain by deploying all the way there to heading to the braking zone. And then he's thinking, okay, let's break through it a bit later to make the most of this, and then he's overtook on that occasion. Would you say that's the one of the greatest challenges for the drivers this year? Is recalibrating the braking? I think there are two major struggles for them in terms of getting that time out of a car. One is exactly that. It's getting the braking consistent. And again, speaking to drivers and the fact they are none of them loving the challenge of the cars. But they all say, especially in race trim, minimizing mistakes is going to be the key to success. And again, this is Bahrain. We see loft ups, especially this corner from time to time. You can get away with it, but we're not heading with these cars to Monaco. this year added not too long. We're also adding to Velden as the first race to punish him second. There's no one with big asphalt runoffs. So if you have these brake muffling issues still, your inconsistencies of brake, your inconsistencies of entry speed, it's pretty difficult for the drivers to recalibrate. Here, Abu Dhabi, lots of circuits you get away with it in the mixed stops. No, then you won't. So that is the one thing that they're really wary of. We have seen time and time again, cars are fast outside video films. The other thing, this power delivery. So again, you go around speaking to the drivers and they are saying like, wow, these cars can't believe it, pass. Picking up food at theirs. It's a love car. It's another big one on the left front. Is improved his lap time, but really struggling with the braking. But yeah, you go right as a flat spot on that left front. As soon as he releases the brake, just waiting to see that. Just keeps spinning around the slow-mo replay there, doing us a lot of good seeing that guy around. You could see that, see that the smoke coming off. That part has just been scraping on the ground as he's been locked up. It just rubbing that deformation of tires. Lockups will do that. Flat spots will be that, and a bit of a vibration through the wheel as well. So yeah, braking, but power delivery is really tricky because they're getting, when we speak about 40, 50 from the combustion engine and from the battery, and it's even the battery. But when they get on the throttle initially, Lewis partially portal that, and then he's actually on a slow up there. For partial throttling, it's okay, it's manageable, and in fact you can use that to recharge the battery. When you then get to about 60 to 65%, you get the NGUK tomatoes. Suddenly, you get a load of torque from the energy in the battery, and means that this is the main government in the tunnels is managing that, not spinning up the wheels too much. You do that, your voice fractured. So it's a real fine margin of keeping that time, not having a big lurid slides on into the corners, but also instinct fatigue and holding that to being too cautious. This was Formula 1 with the limited grip. That balance is going to be fascinating this year. It's also great for us watching the teachers and watch trackside, because it's one thing to say 1,000 is about. Wonderful to see them trying to hang on to it when it comes in as well. And they've been rooting around a lot at that stage of the tournament. Esteban Ocon spoke over there, the first Barcelona tensman yet. Energy deployment, Barcelona. Bear in mind, they take it out last UK now, so you are feeling the final turn as it ends. Good speed, and he said he had full deployment fella all the way down the straight, and he was like, the things felt like a rotic ship, the speed that he was going at that point. So, these goals do take on. The other thing is, corners like that, so we just let it come through 2 and 3. Traction corners, where you're below speed, combining in a lot of T-force. 2 and 3 was almost flat. Maybe it was flat if he could really open it up, or just all the really on the edge off with the ground effect cars. Now it's not even flux. Some corners that weren't corners will become corners with this. I don't find anyone else has been quite low. I'm turned 12, and if I made it easier because sit on the map pad, it's a faster corner and it needs into low strength. So naturally the drivers will have its energy, and maybe a challenge there is taken away. But one you take away in sub corners. How the call this to become a bit of sip chatted this was like a rouge. Over yet it become a terrifying corner once again, because it cannot be going too slow there. It needs on the chemistry, and you gotta grab a massive speed to make through in, man. At the time these guys get to the bit of a over these, they're gonna be throwing. It'd be brilliant to see how these things change. It's also worth bearing in mind. They've lost a lot of downforce. They will reclaim it as we did through the regulations, so just like we saw in 2022. Massive reduction. And then last year, they tore a lot of it back. But Zeeving wins the loss of downforce, potentially having to show a different type of skill. Circular-wise, circular-like such. We find that we've been so used to cars being pinned in so many corners that the element of having to maybe feather the throttle through there, that would be phenomenal to see. But bring like it to play, at size speed formulas like that. And the turn 12 example to this circuit is a very unique one as well. So, well, yes, it's easy flat out, especially if you're harvesting images, it's flat out. If you're not, it would be already on the limit, probably not with these cars. But in any other circuit, when you're not flat out, it's not harder to just harvest the energy. It's not easy for the drivers still. So there's going to be plenty of corners that you get to all those, and they're going to build a negative for it because it's still to took a little bit on dark here. So it's a pretty unique example. There, there's going to be a lot of cool research, just way more challenging with these cars that lose around the mud law. Spoken already about the rates of difficulties and then that it'll being was not easy because they're all first maintained in a way, and they're big places. They are promoted. They all want to have a better tone and have a good front end, and that entry phase is the cars look a lot more aligned. Gabriel B to that thing. Behind the wheel of the Audi, it's Arthur's second season in Formula 1. So great performances, especially at Budapest. Outstanding stuff when he was at tracks where it's a strange difference between sport letter Mr. Antonelli. I suddenly seemed to go to a track where he had never been with Phil and did brilliant. He put himself in a bit of trouble in the year it did. For sport letter went to the tracks that he had excelled at in the Formula 2 and did brilliantly in Formula 1. So it was a different pattern. Number 2 of the rookies. Another driver looking forward to another second full season is Franco Colapinto. He's heading towards RT Davidson, down and out to. He is indeed Alex. Here comes into the pit box. Let's see what they do in here. They're not going to do a fire rev start. A bit of a front wing adjustment though, actually a big front wing adjustment. And looks like he's been a away starting. Got the hero rates on, so that's probably what's going on in here. Taking those tiny air pitot sensors all around that array, that cluster of the aero rakes. And I saw that front wing come down by a huge step. So they're taking, obviously, the data from the high setting of the front wing and maybe its lowest setting of the front wing. Fascinating stuff. You did see so much more when you're down here at ground level by the pits. And just clear up what happened earlier on as well. There was just a tiny, not glitch in the data, but they saw some tiny anomaly apparently in the data from the PU side of things. Nothing to worry about. This is a belt and braces approach, is to bring the car back in and give it a once over. That's a technical term for it. And then they've sent it back out there doing the aero rake run. So I'll see what else I can sniff out of my head to Cadillac mitts. Thank you, Ern. Aero rake run from a driver point of view. Sure of the job? Yeah, not a particularly fun time, but you gotta do it. You gotta do it. The groundwork, it's a pretty good job. If you don't have news, not the biting. I'm at Smoth again. You just saw the big metal grills on the car. We saw Alonso have it earlier on. You're not out there to try and go fast. You're out there to do a certain speed through certain corners. And I think we just doing it along yesterday morning when I was outside, and Alex Albon was in the car and he was constantly just holding a constant speed through turn 4, through the apex. So he might get certain range of speeds, and now he's set on the steering wheel. There'll be buttons you can when you can all press, and it'll latch you up 160 tape the edge, 200 tape the edge, 250 tape the edge. And you just get a series of other data down on those sensors on the aero rate. And what on just sort of described for us there was them doing a front wing sweep, which will then change the angle of airflow off the front wing, and it'll get the different set of numbers. So Alpine obviously having a methodically start today, try to get that range of information on that front wing. I remember they are working with Mercedes car units. Yeah, returning to that. First time, traditionally, they make their own. Now, yes. I was speaking to them yesterday, and they said, remember, there's loads of complexities of switching a Renault PU to a Mercedes TU, and that comes with a lot of learning. They were describing the relationship of the engineers at Enstone, like a near try the engine race engineer relationship, because they've got to now work with Mercedes engineers sitting in house now in Enstone with the three. And there's a whole new bunch of engineers with different ideas, different terminology, and looking after the power unit. So as I've described there, and they're coming in with what looked like it might be a glitch on the U side of the Mercedes engineers from the U side. So they're not Mercedes F1 engineers, a Mercedes power unit engineers out to another Mercedes engine in the back. They'll be there saying this is what we're doing. It might be different. Well, arms up and wide. Pressing on again. It might be different to what the Renault EU engineers might be a different attitude, different approach. And they're saying is it's not bad, but they are just then having to adapt to each other a little bit like a new drive net adapts to a race engineer as well. I did remind them that I was actually there at Enstone. We went from Lotus with a Mercedes power unit to a Renault with a Renault power unit, so I've done the reverse. And I know what it's like when you have a whole new different way of working coming in. It takes a little bit of time to get used to. They're off to a good start. I think the Enstone-based team, tradition me, Renault powered throughout their history. They did have that switch to Mercedes power, then switch back when Renault bought and works TV once again. G2. Alright. And Mercedes now choose to believe that Mercedes would have a twice the field engine for this new set of brakes. Max Verstappen heading to turn 11, heading left. It's on that photo. There's a lot interesting. Just the way I hate the rearward shots because you don't get too much. But first of all, the active aero popped open and shut. Second of all, you could hear the car stopping accelerating with the electrical motor with the active aero still open. So that's not lifting coast. That is a super clip. It's basically harvesting energy at the end of straight. So Max is foot on the throttle. It keeps the rear wing open as it used to do with the RS. And the front wing open, of course, as well. And he's harvesting energy for about 100 meters before that braking saddle. Finally, that car was in okay to turn 11, and it was in kind of that well that Max was hunting to the throttle pretty early on there as well. Right, it was just a limit too much privacy to take him up to the curb, and you turn on right that exit curb, 10-11, so off he went. But nothing too sinister in the car. I would say that was in the car looking actually brutally one okay. Max hunting the throttle and it just being a little bit too much. But we sort of locked up this in that iron and it goes in there at turn 11. I don't think any of which had a massive head scratches for Red Bull in terms of nasty handling characteristics. Sam Collins, you remarking upon the Red Bull's updates as they get closer to race run spec in this test. Yeah, absolutely. Red Bull, it's one of these things, when you look at the car, it's got that familiar old paint job on it. It was a new paint job this year, but I've been looking at it for 3 days. It's now free familiar. The car was actually dramatically different when it rolled out of the garage yesterday. You may remember thinking back when you saw the car in the pictures from Barcelona, and then last week's testing here in Bahrain. They've got that rather slab-sided sort of sideboard. Well, the undercuts have appeared. They've got a completely new sideboard, new engine cover, new front wing, new floor, and a huge amount with other details. Come on, it's more interesting than that, Liam. It's worth watching, this Red Bull. Get off of Liam a bit late. Liam, come on, man. You're live on TV. I have it as says he's saying that as well. What's going to say? Sorry, Sam. On you go. Well, exactly. So it's the package on the Red Bull is absolutely huge, and that's why I think, well, at least the aerodynamic data that the team got in the test last week is kind of moot. It's not really being that important to Red Bull because the car is drastically different this week to what they ran last week. So now they're really starting to learn what the Red Bull could do, and it's a really big kitchen. The thing about that that's really got my attention is that's the team that was second in the Constructors' Championship last year, yet they're building a major upgrade package this early in the season. That shows you just how much technical development we're going to see on these cars as the year goes on, because it's really aggressive already. And Red Bull have the smallest allocation of wind tunnel time of any team up and down the grid, and McLaren, of course, have the smallest. So what the smaller teams down the grid and more teams like this one, Aston Martin, are going to bring? Well, we'll hope Aston Martin going to bring a car that works properly, but when the rest of the teams up and down the grid start developing their cars, I think we're going to see some dramatic changes out on track. If that's, I know for a fact, we're going to see a dramatic change out on track today from one team, but we'll have to come back to that shortly. Sam Collins, leaving the dramatic cliffhanger. Always enjoy it. Always enjoys the tease, doesn't he? In testing poetry, Sam Collins always leading you guessing. George Russell back in the car there. A bit of a sharp exit. as we complete the opening half hour of the day. Williams receiving Alexander Albon, third fastest. Topping the times yesterday, George Russell, who did later on in Julian Farmer's designated tower hour, which was slightly underpowered yesterday. Not as many push-ups as perhaps we were, but we got a session topping time. We did. So just need one moment to make the power hour. 133 U459, 76 laps to George Russell yesterday. Exactly 100th of a second quicker than Oscar Piastri, who had done his qualifying sin earlier. He was sending like mechanical balance changes in the front of the Mercedes going on as Russell was getting back into it. So whilst Alpine would head a front wing sweep, Mercedes worked ill now and mechanical balance, roll balance inside and things down there. Oh, George, I'll be mad at him, so he should better get some more lunks on the board. I'm just busy getting omitted. Just two cars out of the circuit, man. Verstappen and Norris, so Norris is long, Joe laps. Most of anyone in the first half now. Talked through the championship last year. A bit of a throwback question. Something I felt at the time, but obviously when you get a new champion, you're going to talk about the new champion. You're surprised with the way that Max Verstappen didn't back my plaque out in Abu Dhabi last year. Yeah. Real throwback question. No, I said I was in it to breathe Abu Dhabi. No, I was just thinking. And things didn't make it to air, but I was always curious about. The fun thing about testing is that you get to ask all the questions you're curious about and ask the experts. But were you surprised with the way he approached that touch of the sudden? I was sure he was about to make the races hideous as necessary. So that was by mine. There was a lot going into it. Different strategies. McLaren used Oscar with a different tyre strategy. I still thought Red Bull would throw something more at it than they did. So I hadn't got so close. Honestly, I felt like they didn't throw all the everything in their armory winning the title in the end. They were happy to win the race in Abu Dhabi. It was, you know what we saw? We saw it, a really different Max through last year. Yeah. Max, the ruthless, was the guy that won all the titles. And we still saw the driving precision throughout last year. I think it was his best driving season. He says that there's been many, 2023, where he blitzed the whole field, was incredible. We didn't see him really back to the wall very much. 2021 was an unbelievable name as well, really. But last year, to get so close to the title, I thought was amazing. But he always seemed content to not win it, which I never thought I'd hear the same. So Max Verstappen, but he was actually amazed though, but he was happy to have got as close as he did. He'd love to have won it, but was he about to do everything he possibly did? I got the impression that he sort of never had it a better. It's a very intriguing detail, and to took you in the paddock on the Saturday night, but plenty of people in Abu Dhabi who expected that race to be a go slow, back the pack out. Multiple teams were basing their strategy around that being the case, and it just didn't materialize, and hence why I asked the question. Will he be a few days late? Yeah, I'm sure you know, about 60 days late. You know what? I gave it such a rocking build-up as well on F1 TV. And then it was just a drive away from the front race. Well, most wins of anyone's last year, incredible. To bring it back to this year, if I may, because if I do that, I could talk about last year all the time. It was a great season. The McLaren doesn't even hang on, didn't even want 24 years to the 2001 Arrows. Doesn't it? Did any of you guys think that the McLaren looks like the Arrows of old? Now that they've got a little bit more papaya on the car. Loads of new viewers. Let's give them a chat. They want Arrows merch over the ones. Yeah, disappeared. Was 2002. Hey, and Match's dad was driving for them. Very zero. Your Verstappen success, brilliant. She was alright. And it's going well. Yeah, and of course, there's not forgetting Enrique Bernaldi. Dead lad, don't mention that about DC season, Alex. You can do it now. It's my words. That's what I'm doing at the Arrows child right now. The MFP is a faraway look at design. What Sam Charlotte, have you got more to chime in on this? Oh, absolutely. You just talked about one of my D-Twine favorite Group 3 cars, the Arrows 823. That was the orange one that Jogan's referring to. But also, that was hit about half the season, but it's really quite competitive. But then it returned for another 2 seasons of Formula 1 with a Fonda engine in the back of Mosquito Super Fury. And there's somebody in the pit lane, I think, who knows all about that car. Brilliant television again, Sam Troll. You do this mad at Bahrain test, and it's swinging for the fences. Yeah, Ashley Davidson behind the wheel of the Super Fury. It was a great looking car. A fantastic looking car, very distinctive as well. 40 work underneath the car as well. Arrows ran out of money, 2002, that was the end of them. Super Fury ran it in the mid-2000s. And then they ran out of money, and then ran out of money. But then, Sam, that team had a big impact on the Brutal effort, part of the team that got to the double diffuser. And when there was a massive regulation change, we're in another massive regulation change as part of their success story in 2009. But what that team did is Honda basically closed down the Fury teams that had run out of money. So they took the Aerodynamic department, they tasked them to go and muck about with the new regulations and just spend the year playing with that new car concept and sort of fielded that into the wider Honda development programs. So I think 5 separate wind tunnel programs at one point. And so it was a hugely advanced step before Honda decided to leave the school at the end of 2008 and sold the car to Ross Brawn for a quid. And that car went on to win the championship in a dominant fashion in the first half of the year. But what that did, the team really did that was clever there. It wasn't just a double diffuser and the flood area bits around the car. It was the fact that in 2008, Ross Brawn looked at the car and went, and that's a big ask, but yeah, I think you're right. We've not seen that giant step forward, so maybe strategically it isn't the best option, but on paper it does seem to work. That's almost like the professional racing driver in the seat, didn't they? So 2022, but K-Mac came back. It was a tough year with the rookies. No, I mean, Mick Schumacher, Formula 2 champ, and then Nikita Mazepin as well, struggling so badly in his one and only year. Mick did alright in 2022, held his own. But I do think having an established driver in the team is such a such a must-have, for especially a new set of regulations. It'll be interesting with racing bulls this year. I mean, Oven and Black, to be an experience. Being Lawson is going to have to lead the team, but he open it's huge amount of experience himself, does he? Lots for Ricky to do. Let's send it downstairs to Cadillac now, where we can join a driving his starty 21 glorious Grand Prix for Super Aduri, as they don't. Yeah, thanks for the memories, guys, up there. It's, yeah, they were good memories, actually, Super Aduri team. And, you know, this team we're looking at here, Cadillac, it reminds me a lot of that plucky little team that I drove for back in the early 2000s, you know, starting a team from the scratch with a lot of experienced faces here in the garage at Cadillac, many that I remember from my time at Brackley and more recently in the Mercedes on the sim program. So, you know, a team full of experience, but obviously starting something from brand new is never easy. You can see all the aero rates in front of us on the car. That's going on. And then they're going to be doing a few laps of that, and then they're going to be concentrated on a race from the full race program today, I believe. So keep right up with that, and keep an eye on their lap times as well as those long runs continue towards the midday point. And the car's fired up, obviously, but it's not very good anymore. You've got Valtteri Bottas just to the right hand side, who will be no doubt stepping in very soon, and Graham Loudon chatting away with him there. So, yeah, now Felix, as always, from Collected, he's had his coffee, don't worry. I see him put the espresso cup down. So, and he's had his head buried in the data after that as well. And you can see you just come around this way, and you can see all the screen was to right inside, and the engineers just looked at all the telemetry, and he had his face buried in those streams earlier, just getting an idea of what was picked up from yesterday and last week as well, and how he can carry these very complex cars through the race pace, through the race simulation later on. So yeah, aero rates right underneath the car. I don't even see that underneath the nose section. And these things are incredibly intricate. I've spoken to a few people that actually build these at Mercedes. And it's always a tense time for the people that build them, because they're not designed to last an entire race. You know, these things will come up when they go do their race sim later on, but it's tense times for the people that manufacture them, because they're already built to do 2 or 3 laps at relatively slow speeds, and the drivers are always asked by the team not to go over the curbs and take liberties out there, because you can easily damage them. Quite often they come back in, I see the error rates with some parts quoted on them, but as to be expected, because they're an absolute bespoke fitted kit. So yeah, let's keep an eye on Cadillac. They haven't been out there yet today, but yeah, they're taking their time, probably waited for track conditions to be a little bit more representative of the hotter temperatures you might see for race runs. Behind us, that noise was made by Lando Norris. We just spin around to the left. He's just about to do a start here there. So, brand new set of tyres. Fast white void test going on. And then you're going to hear inevitably those reds build out. Try and point my microphone in that direction when he does, as it pick anything up. Waiting there a long time. Here we go. Picnic. I don't know if you hear that, but that was, yeah, quite a while. Singer high res, but then I heard it dip down dangerously low. Actually, it's a little bit uphill here. I don't know if the camera quite picks that up, but it's a bit more uphill than the actual start straight, where it would be doing the real start in a few months' time when we come here. And so yeah, that was a sort of extra challenge for them to start from the side incline, and I heard the reps drop dangerously low. So it's a going lower, obviously the anti-stall kicks in, and you're going nowhere. Worst case scenario, the car absolutely stores, and if you're not lucky enough to be one of those teams that can restart the power unit from inside the cockpit, that could be a race-ending moment. So yeah, lots of intrigue down here in the pit lane. On the right down to the other end, you can see what's there on the left, Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferrari area. Back to you guys. Top retorter. Very handy racing driver, and sound off. really enjoyed that. Toy them looking at the ad in the direction of the McLaren. Thank you. I'd appreciate it. Done there for us, a Cadillac. And he's spuffed up with that, the revs sounding like they drop. I thought it was going to be an anti-stoke with the way that it died. Interestingly, so I was timing and Mike Pippo now. Lando picking up the revs, and it was about 5-6 seconds. There was not a sort of 10-second hold to get that turbo spooled up. But they sort of were told that it might be by some teams after last week, isn't it? That was long. And of course, McLaren, I would say, sitting at the end of the fifth set, I think that to be banking on the fact that they might not be starting longest in races this year, so they're going to have a bit of a hold as the rest of the grid forms up. So you don't necessarily want to have your tires too hot every time you do a practice launch, because that's not going to be the case. Just starting at the front quarter of the grid. And I actually think in this era, having a general slight fault as you release the clutch is going to be a decent thing. I've raced this turbo cars a lot on my way up through the ranks, and avoiding wheel spin was always the tricky thing. I didn't have the massive spooling delays. But if he drunk it fast, we saw that a little bit yesterday, cars immediately go into wheel spin. There's something oil the reparation. It's really difficult to get it back. You have a slight, almost like a slight fall, is the revs just dip down. The cars have then got a lot of power to bring that through, and you can then just use your right third to bring that back in. What is going to be crucial, as I have to say now, is to avoid the anti-steer, and that's what we saw, and that's where you start flirting with this. The revs drop. It's okay, you can power it and just apply more throttle without having the wheel spin and needing to do anything with the clutch. You release the clutch, and then it's just the job of getting the right foot down. But if you have an anti-steer, that is worst case scenario. Wheel spin bad, anti-steer terrible. Anything else is an accident. Start, I think, for Melbourne. Nanda Norris turning on to the fastest time of the day. Early running at this stage. Benchmark is 1:34.6. Norris on the C4 time. Fat Arthur tipped it to the final corner around the racetrack. Active aero in one of 4 straight zones around the circuit. Comes across the line. He does a 1:33.4. Frossel 9. Ding, ding, ding. And it's slightly faster than what George did yesterday. 6 thousandths quicker than Russell from yesterday. We had the fastest time of the test. Which makes him 16 thousandths quicker than Piastri did yesterday as well. So he's just a bit self-scanning. Also, McLaren getting over this C4 tire, some air damage. Running through some local simulations. Red Bull with a load of Flow-viz. So again, another different method I just talked you through. The aero rigs, the big metal grill was on the car. And this is in other month that the effort. You could see it nicely as Max sweeps through turn 12. Look at so I was there, and the rest that is getting the paint, as the paint is sort of faded and no existed in some places. Well, coming to the end of the lap for Max Verstappen, gathering that important data, which is why they tainted the luminous livery on top, and he comes across the line. And Egypt cleans his lap. George Russell is just starting one as he heads into turn number 1, and as he climbs the hill, we can send it trackside to Bernie Collins, who's watching on for us. Yes, hello, I'm joining here at turn 4. It's been a really beautiful corner to watch these cars coming, as George Russell just comes along. Now, you could see coming from going along, and I really it's creeping into this turn 4, and accelerating that out of it. Right, the Mercedes that we're seeing Hazmat quite calm, quite self coming into that corner and braking. Some others have looked in the grey Malloy late on braking with the entry, as you see Verstappen was very on a snow of that. And hopefully we can see another car come through here now, again pushing, super pushing. And you can see it much slower than the McLaren come through that corner and did a little bit of deviating there on the battery as well. But this corner has been really interesting to watch. Some cars just on the entry, on that apex on the other side of the track, have looked quite loose, so that can't get all the steps in little bit. And I'll think we're going to be seeing several lockups in this quarter as well. We've seen all lockups all through yesterday and some earlier today as well. But having a good balance through this corner from that other side. For 290 kph on braking, so I think this might be an LOs coming slowly. Caught up into coming slowly through this quarter as well. This road, I mean, these cars have an actually it's a pretty good track position to be so close to the side of the track here. It will also Nickel Street as far as well as the very race from the ability there. And it will also be big covers like 3.25, so quite reasonable. Like they have actually one to watch as well. Friend will not cover the slight imbalances from then, and on it's actually not naked as grinded as some of those other cars, and that's all from turn 4 from North South for a back off Coventry back. As you see George Russell get past one last time, we'll go on board with Lando Norris. Alright. And he did make through turn 7. Headwind has not assumption to be up there now, and then into the break, so still a couple of lovers the rest of earlier on. He put up there on the rear. That was a little bit of oversteer. The power came in there, and I know should be such a daring habit that you kill the gas on the outset. And this just this. But as they came in, and he suddenly had a bit of power. There's a fairly nicely balanced car. In towards 11 and into 13, he's been on the mid of oversteer as he's throwing down the gears and getting the car turned in. Thing into the final corner. Chasing my thoughts on he's steering today, so the track's pretty sense being considering all of that but he's on the C4 time, which helps. But there he goes. We then saw him come in, massive downshift as soon as he crosses the line, get that recharge going straight away. We then saw him come in as Buddy was talking, and I liked the front wing flap change. There's now on the top of the nose to the McLaren team where the actuator is, and he's going against. I wonder if they've just taken out a degree of front wing or something, because that looked like it had things some stability on good traction, but on the way in there was just a couple of times there for 11 and 13 where he just had to check the steering on the limit of that oversteer. It was nicely controlled. But if I was a driver, that meant you come in and say, I think just trims so likely the front end in the higher speed, which largely what the front wing will control. Then, maybe I didn't just release the brakes because they're in fit on the entry. Just a couple of times he had to hold on to it because he's struggling with the rear stepping round. So he's made that change, and he's done that out, and he's doing it again. But it was the same set of tyres, so I'm not expecting any further than. Frank kind of been taking to the end of a lap, and yeah, we've been so used to seeing the front wing angle adjusted to the side for years. Now central due to the active error. Some and some. There is. I like the novelty of it. I like the active arrow. There's novelty in how they're designed. So plenty of them are still changes on the side. The McLaren is one of the more unique ones where it's from central and above the on top of the nose. There's several of this other to be pushed again. Yeah, you know what? The last time we saw Arthur was about 40 meters of derating. That's something that was about 20 meters of derating as he started his lap. So it's a little bit pumpy after the rate. I think he's arriving at a higher speed. And you can see he's absolutely nowhere near making that corner. This is again, we've spoken already a while ago now about the two challenges, getting on the throttle, but even more of the consistency of braking the entry speed. I don't think the lap before that he did, there was actually a bigger energy harvest before he hit the brakes. That time it looked like being very lower and a little bit long there, so I wonder if he's opened the lap slightly later. Deployed energy slightly later to open his lap, and the drivers are saying how sensitive it is. But you basically need to go through beans on the straight, right up the line, or you move your points slightly earlier to go through the bench. You get have different moments of harvesting, you're on with different entry speed. And I think that second time where it's a big lockdown man, tires are at another lap older. It's never been an easy braking zone, but I think he's arrived a little bit quicker and that's caught him out. George Russell continuing out there. Lap count so far on the left-hand side. Lando Norris through 69 matches that with 15 and 13 for Alex Albon. Franco Pinto has done 8. George Russell has done 16. Gabriel Neto has done 8. Nursen has done 6 so far. 1-0 there. And then we're seeing Fernando Alonso do 7 laps. Lewis Hamilton has done 5. Eddie Van has done 8. We're yet to see They have to be better behind the wheel. Oh, the Cadillac, it's a 33 fair, but fastest time with test so far, but not the Norris. So you know the old classic cliche comes out all the time in Formula 1, especially moving into a street circuit. You go beat to balance of risk versus reward. We started this too much. It could get against a little bit boring, but I'm going to say it again in pre-season testing because I think there's going to be some times in the season, especially in these early races, when time is a fit thing, how aggressively they push braking. Because, as I said earlier, if you find the Norris moment now at all the circuits that are punishing with weeds or gravel or even grass on the outside, you're going to be especially the car road. So there's going to be a level with the way that the cars are now, and so and a little bit more consistent one, and the rate of evolution already is very high, the rate of development. But as they are right now, drivers are going to have to be thinking, and punishing some of this right. Planted spill need to big courses as I hit the brakes. Melbourne Toe 3. I have to err on the side of caution because if I go full beams, braking as late and hard as I possibly can, if I'm the wrong and then a little bit quicker. Oh, because BV Energy's just been deploying on them and later the straight. You don't necessarily see it, obviously, and trying to calibrate that in your mind so late in the day, I'll be straighting when the tipping's coming wrong. That's tricky. So I think the drivers are getting nurturing and to take a little bit of a cautious approach, especially in race trim and August is a little bit more. Just more than one issue. I mean, these laptops can go a lot. Is to be at the end of the race. With how much do you risk it? And what is the reward? Yeah, I was going to say risk versus reward. Multiple ways, but tightrope toward it seemed with one, but fascinating balance that they will have to strike. We have Lewis Hamilton down in 9th at the moment, but it's been a very, very handy testing pre-season so far for Ferrari, and Sam Collins can take us through a few images of that Ferrari. Yeah, thanks, Alex. The Ferrari who's got some inspiration, I think, and I'm going to be obscure with the reference to the inspiration because it's all about the 3000, but in most that was the predecessor to 3-Florona, the GP2, and now Formula 2. But if you get Lewis Hamilton coming down at the start-finish straight, now I want you to pay attention to the rear wing on the Ferrari SF26. Oh, that's a bit funny, it makes sure, doesn't it? We'll play it forward, see if you can recognize what's happening here. Comes past the camera, get another view of it. Now, what we're talking about is the upper element of the rear wing. Just here, well, film that badly. The upper element of the rear wing, and you can see it very clearly, just sitting on top there. Now, what's going on with that? Why did it look so strange? Well, watch it go back into corner mode. This is pretty dramatic. There you go. The wing has fully rotated around. Now, I thought at first that was a technical failure. It wasn't. Ferrari have discovered something quite clever in the regulations, I feel. It doesn't specify that the wing has to be mounted the right way out when you have arrows deployed. Let's watch that again. And that means that they can run the wing upside down as the car goes down the straight. An upside down wing better upland configuration suit reduced aerodynamic drag, even generating a bit of lift. And then they've come up with a mechanism to allow it to rotate all the way around. And that is something nobody else in F1 has tried yet. And I think Ferrari just tried it very briefly right at the start of the day, and hoped nobody else would notice. But we did. And I think that's something that a lot of teams will be paying attention to. So there, yeah, maybe a bit of inspirations and back in the old 3000 days, but one of the teams mounted one of their rear wing planes upside down at Monza to try to reduce aerodynamic drag. They raced it that way, didn't win the race, but it worked out quite nicely for them before the practice was banned. But in these regulations, that's completely acceptable from Ferrari as far as I can see in the rules. So they're running their wing fully upside down to try to get the drag off when teams like Alpine are hinging their wings distantly to try to drop the wing down altogether. This is the sort of innovation I'd love to see in pre-season testing. And small Sam Collins. That is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. I was not, when you were saying what was about to happen there, I still wasn't expecting that. The palmer face of doubt was real, Sam. I never doubt that. I never spun the wing. How do you say, it's gape show stuff? Let's spin the wing in. But if that is like a DAS level of innovation, that you're watching something and you are boggled as to what's happening. And yeah, well, let's see. Let's keep our eyes peeled then on I mean, Ferrari, and Hamilton has been in the garage now for quite a long time, so that has been on. He's come past it once so far this morning, right at the start of the day, and then he's got back out, come back in, and then he's been in the carriage now for quite a while, so we'll keep an eye. According to the regs this year, there is a 0.4 second transition that me and Divero can take. What it was, I know you slowed down that kit, but it looked like it was taking, it obviously will take longer to shut from that position of your attempt to rotate the wing. So that is going to be something. Speaking to Pierre Gasly yesterday, he was talking about having to actually press the button on to manually deactivate the active aero, because sometimes it was when your driver's hitting the brakes, it's not fully loaded up and you need all the outdoors you can get. It wasn't as seamless as the DRS of old. And obviously for Ferrari there, if Hamilton's approaching the corner and the wing is active and upside down, he's going to have absolutely no load on the tar as he is spread. So he's going to have to manually deactivate that quadder to make sure he's there. And then he's whether it deploys with the regs at the speed in which that's happening. If I submit him to, to go back to the instant that Sam was referencing, Sting with 3000. So with the Formula 2 today, that one was a team race on. So I don't mean stipulated, Wells had to run specific wings. He did say they had to be mounted the right way out. But F1 Academy brings fascinating battles. I'll report with good racing they go. Shanghai, international circuit. We want to back to London. Kyle, don't help that. Welcome to the pit streets. Jeddah, fantastic racing from these right near the F1 Academy. And annoyed, can't both win. In basketball, it's better to go. Statistically better to go underarm. Beat Dogle to do it because it looks a bit ridiculous. So I'm sure I read some of this. Statistically better to try that. But the players don't want to do it. Yeah, ridiculous. So if you've rolled another garage, even though it's an advantage, and you got the wing the wrong way around, suddenly you're like, in the women near the era of Moneyball now, though, only the Arsenal gains. Yeah. To get one looks ridiculous to be what works. Yeah, and so the other team to me, you mean like, what on earth is going on? I think they had a little to lose when they did it. I think they were towards the back to the field as well. And chased it around. And they were like, it was like driving a different formula. It was like driving these cars against last year's, or 2022's cars, the first end of the regs. They beat with a ridiculous track line speed against cars with a load of downforce. And see what happens. Now, I think it was relative chaos, but obviously a good drive from pits earlier. A future Formula 1 driver. I tell you, into the second hour bar stint, final 2 hours and both sessions today in the company of David Frost and Anthony Davidson. We've had a word from the FIA. They're going to repeat the start procedure at the end of the day again. So you did to enjoy that. He'll do the coverage. Sam lumps through a tease. That's a tease all the way to the end of the day, under the lights. And we'll see, likely did at the end of yesterday's run in another start procedure. Was that the tease, Sam? Was we teeing up Ferrari when you gave us that? I absolutely he was, but there's always more to talk about. And hit these cars every time I'm looking at these cars, I'm seeing new things. And well, is I've got a big old beer storm in the lake bank. Look, note that here to day free, and we'll get through it. It's the day he gets on, but there's a lot to talk about. But that's brilliant. I wasn't sure if we should still be waiting for on Tenta notes. There's something more to come up. Yeah, we will. We're gonna come to another team, and the front wing is just gonna rotate. It's gonna spin like a sand. Nothing believe. Honestly, the front wing testing. I don't know what I was expecting, but I was expecting the rear wing out of it to rotate in time. The choice of the four over that now. Feel all over social readings, and you look like the event concave, didn't you? So many sure on earth they managed to do that. This because the wing's upside down, so the bend in it is the natural bend. So go to the McLaren's wing here, it's trying to bend in the middle. Do you think they're upside down? That's why it takes that funny shape. But some of the old rear wing movements, and I mentioned in before because he drove the car at Le Mans with a very, should we say, genius rear wing movement on his toe. It was Anthony Davidson in the Toyota a few years ago. It was like this Richigamme, I mean, it was about in this slightly dubious rear wings, and I'm sure the lesson we put on that as well. We're really putting him on the speed now. There. I realize in hindsight, I just sort of expected that the wing to flick like that. Then you just never see that before in my life. Once he's going to flat out on a strength, I mean, I've heard the old story to Brass. I have never seen that happen. That's sci-fi stuff. Worth pressing play, switching on its TV. Maybe I had to say worth rewinding and once it had again. And yeah, do we see it again? I'd love to see it again. It's the most surprising limited testing so far. Lockups at Sad 1 and turn 10, we absolutely expect. Yeah, not much has happened since, so go back, watch it again, and then catch up and we're around live. That makes Abington to you, with a personal best. It's me, Wilson, going white. Taylor. Wow, so nice have snapped that arm, isn't it? I mean, it's nearly losing the car. But that's one of the strangest moments. Again, things I don't think. Man, I just didn't know it's mine. It just sticks. This. Yeah, that is openest at the time. And then he just more shit than it was been like mid and win because the 18 must leave. I mean, and they need it, so like this did, but. It's strange to see him just sit there on a log stump. It's a child stump, and you listen to the message. And you'd see him just string it up and go offline. I wonder if they were under strict orders not to go over the curb or something. And he's had a desperation thinking somehow as in front grip. And so don't send me over that. I'm in time. There was always stabbed and startled. Yashi, Ray edge to the seat. They told me the now and he had his talent. Maybe there was something more in looks. It's an odd one. I think it's bizarre. So he's happy overstin. So Shnazi. England up stuff in Dirabida. In the 17, then the Ricardo broke his Methodical. Big sound by Horilot's the wheel. The barrier at turn 3 and Fasiki. Charters are told to let go of the wheel and do mounted barrier, but the same way when you love subterraneous bosses, crossing the Nanzo is a very odd angle. And then if you identify the curve, you're going to find vibration. You can need more likely to have this in that way than having your hand in a it wouldn't regular spoon. Interesting. It's a kind of strange thing that the difference made. That my mode then lost and there is this and back to the garage now. There's no other sense. Must be you need to be throwing a methodical around this. They are pretty guys out. New sports day to really go. We started rugby, they were due to an arrogant statement. What happened to the nose of this happy today? And another one, even a while. As he gets out of the car and begins to have a conversation with his engineers. We check you on that to Stefan, down to Stefan now to 18 too early day now. That's the best sector. So 110 from Norris in the first sector, bring a lot of speed there through 9, slowing it down maybe to 10. So in this one, this is a most lap near the bounce. Again, the W take on the Estivero. To the replicas, but earlier on, wearing it goes, then it comes off again, then it goes. Now, if he lifts his foot off the throttle because he's managing traction, that would happen. He has to press the button twice. Almost like the explanation, I would say, but that's interesting. It's a difficult traction zone. The rugby, especially yesterday in the of Hajjar, loses a little bit more in the middle sector than the McLaren, which is very competitive in that middle sector. And then we'll see if Buxton can hold something in it for the final centre. The thing was, his new certain tires, and he's using the cheers to the max out of the final corner, but it's not paying dividends. He manages to bring that gap down slightly to only until what it was, but still just a little bit of drift. Difference in time. Norris was C4, Verstappen C3. Somebody ringing the net with the Red Bull. And earlier on, when he went a 10.5 down, that was just a tiny bit in all three sectors. 2 hours, 15 minutes to go at the opening session on day 2 of the final pre-season test before the season opener in Australia. 1 of 20. I'll be there and falling out that way. So by the way, let me say it out, but I said not much had happened. Of course, I apologize to Williams because they had just done their best lap of the test. Albon on a C4 tire. So he is running through qualifying simulations here as well for Williams. 1.6 seconds down on Norris. They are on a similar program. The Verstappen's on the same belt, one step harder tire there on the C3. With some Flow-viz on the car. Everyone's still trying to load with every run. So let's have a look at that. Slicks up clip. Here is so you know what he's doing? I think. No? No, let's come down something. I was going to say, does he somehow activate it before the SM straight load on the sand? But I don't think he'd first. And I think he'd been wanting me to press the first, but it's not doing that made. Then he's unloaded the car, he's done a slight lift. Oh, there's something else here over the rep. Chase answers down in the tip main. Tight Y, it's open, closed, and open. Yeah, well, it would only need to be sort of at 5% of throttles. You'd barely feel that in the car to shock you. It's a little bit like the DRS. In previous years, I was really more than that will shunt, and it is the same with this active aero now as well. So it doesn't have to be a boot thing. So in doing this bit and so on, it's a taste on the throttle. I mean, don't see. You should press the button and then come off it again. So I haven't seen it more than once. Could be something, could be nothing. Norris, Verstappen, Albon. I did 3 of them night. I call it Tinto. 15 laps for the Alpine tried. Then Russell's done 21 as Mercedes continued good mileage of the forwards. Bortoletto on 8. Well, for that, Alonso Norson has done 8. Weidman 10. Levitt so process Lewis Hamilton has provided the most dramatic moment of the day. With Sam's best patch, Bernie, the mid-analysis, and then all them has done tell him yet to see the pattern of Venturi and buttons. And I can promise you now that with Ollie Behrman, he's out there with a bit of Flow-viz as well. Yeah, we'll see what, boys, there's no time on the board, so if he makes it across the line, that's, there'll be something to Behrman. He's leading on them, so I wonder if he's just simply doing Flow-viz runs with nothing else, and he's going to go out, do a hard outlap, and turn back in once again here for Evan. Because if you're preparing anything, you don't lean on it quite like that, especially around this circuit. So Mercedes doesn't tear it in or not. I want to see the rear facing camera. So that Charlotte Saint Ray Wade. And he stated them Dainsners. And yeah, Behrman does pits again, so they are just mucking around. Make them a bit slow, but in nothing around. Doing fine detail of the Flow-viz, but no tons at the moment. So the Behrman, yeah, there's a rear facing camera. There's that top from the road to this would have. I said big foreign legend requests to the gallery. The joy of F1 testing. But as you can see that. Sam tried to find it in his screen, but I told you I'm still to track back through. It's only likely to balloon fall the footage. So Albon continues on. it is when they get for lost time after so 3 days of running that they could have had, only Quebec and Aston Martin with fewer laps completed at the, I have slightly more. So Williams only more laps than Aston Martin due to that. They had 3 days of missing the shakedown for the most laps the Lord in pre-season. Testing test 1 last week in Bahrain. Likes to hit the track to the time to man and in 10, but he has at least done 10 laps of out back in. Bottas, we saw with that, was took it to Grand Mountain at the start of the garage. The car with aero race ready to go, but it must have. I was thinking, how do you not get out for a single lap? Even you'd think it's your sign an issue is they're on track. They must have done a siren first thing this morning and some level of gremlin that needs fixing. And this is on the back of yesterday not having an easy day. This is more bad news for Cadillac. Bottas needing to get some lap to make up his drivers as well. Man, if they're not out there, then they can't give you one. Okay, I believe we can now go down to Reese in the pit lane. Who's a race indoors? Yeah, sidekick news. We've got there, like his band, you can get in the garage, your rewards in the and with that might be an L1 tracking. But Mercedes, Spacer, the Techman, checked them out along with the wonderful medical teams that we have down here in Ferrari. And inferring, because obviously we haven't had a chance to talk to him because I thought he'd be busy doing their extra jobs. But he doesn't it like he is ready to go and not with this car. So what we got here, classic F1 Mini B. He's a wall of humans. Why is that? Because by regulation, they are not allowed to bring that garage door down to hide anything from us, unless they have the floor off. Okay, big problems. There's not a big problem. What they're doing here is basically checking everything is okay on the car. Just had a fire up. They doesn't about they're trying to work on something on the front lefts, or front rights. Not so many front lefts on the car itself. Before it heads out, Liam is now interacting with his engineers before he gets out to understand what caused that moment and what they might need to adjust before they head off. Actually, right, this is quite a cool thing. So that is not a front dog that they're going to go here. This is a front pit stop. Wheel cover, which are slightly heavier and slightly more robust, which we use in pit stop practice in Formula 1, which means that car's probably not heading out anytime soon. I've said that, now I'm sure it will go out just to annoy me. Like the McLaren boys did, said they were going to Flow-viz the wing for 3 minutes after I said they were just about to yesterday. Commentators curse, engineers curse and all that good stuff. It takes the Toe mentioned commentators curse is this early. People see rested pre-season. Thank you for the update out there. The wall of mechanics. Always I did welcome Ferrari reports out there. In the pit lane, if you joined in the commentary box. Thank you to other Bessie Hill. Hello, Alex James. I'm very well, thank you. It's a lot more up to the commentary box from the TADEC than I anticipated. That is get my steps in, Galpen. Yeah, they don't give us a special tip sides. This is the real thing. Back row of the grandstands. It's a bit of a trap. It's a pretty good view though. It's a pretty good view. It's an excellent gym. You can see pretty much everything. It's all going on up here. Are you enjoying day 2 of test 2, Alex? Always enjoying testing because you get bizarre happening. It's like we've seen with the Ferrari with a rear wing. You get mad references like Enrique Benaldi. He killed 1001. Teammate DC didn't get off the line. Pole position, Monaco. Just get off the line. The side, isn't it? It's the big thing for Enrique Benaldi. Then you can't mention his name without mentioning DC. They're intertwined from one safety race, aren't they? DC did fairly well to get through as much of the field as he did around Monaco, to be fair, because he got a long way before. He's actually overtaken, but it's tough. Taking the pole position up. This is at the top of the tower, top off the line on Still Nation lap, sent to the back of the grid. And then he faced him like it was the last lap in the World Championship. That's 3 laps. And that's his reference. He's been a driver steward in years, but it's followed as well. And just to follow up on that. So I love the ride of references that get in testing. Yeah, the guesswork is glorious. Oh, there's so much guesswork, isn't there? Shout out to Ted Kravitz, who did an order. He did a predicted order for Formula 1 teams after the shakedown. Yeah, winner. That was a closed test. And he had not been on site, so Joe, they didn't predict it. He had good sport the tentative. Maybe I come up with that. So I love the predictions. I love the randomness, the crazy references, the innovations that you see. And then the fact that we always have to caveat with, it's testing. Yeah, so don't worry about the times. Where's Land again? Get it, takes Land. Now he's doing it. He just had a massive lockup again on this lap. So, a scruffy one on a C2. Why are we seeing a lot of lockups, Jalen? I think there's a few reasons. Firstly, there are tours on this circuit where it's very easy to lock up anyway. This is one of them. 9 into 10, and you're braking and turning. It is in any series an easy corner to lock up on. Turn 1 as well, high speed, bit of a bumpy on approach, easy to lock up then. You've also got less downforce this here, so the drivers, they are used for years to having loads of downforce. That'll help you on peak braking, and it will help you in high speed corners predominantly. And that's the biggest takeaway from this year, where the corners is done, is in that braking and high speed corners. The other thing there's figured out all about is LED deployment. So it's put approach speed into the corners. There's sometimes they just protein and quicker they're expanding it, combined with everything else. It means that they will be missing loads of lockups. Down in the pit lane, we're having a look down at Red Bull. Max Verstappen in the car today. So Paul Monahan there. Yeah, with the camera. That's not just a normal camera, guys. That also that was a thermal imaging camera. You can tell from that very reflective silver lens. I was mucking about with one of those back in the A1 Grand Prix days. I don't even know what year it was. And also got that Reith Bustum burst into prominence after trying to spot. Come and actually look at something on the car. So yeah, clearly Red Bull UT or something. So I guess we'll have to get one of those thermal images down in the pit lane now. And I'd read some badginess to use on. Also showing a couple of mechanics immediately. That's not something that you'd often see. Normally you collect all this and you go to the back office and then you go through it. Yeah, that's unusual. So exactly that. So clearly there's something conversation that we're not party to. That they better chat about something. He's gone, look, that's what it is, but you need to think about that. So I'm not sure what it is, but I think we might hear some more about that in a moment. Right, there's some fairly spicy accusations flying around on the broadcast. Hello, finance. What did you make me about what the chief engineer at Red Bull was doing there? First off, you're allowed to take as many thermal pictures as you want. And I was personally traumatized by some rather nasty accusations. So when they've been me doing something that's illegal, which is you're allowed to take as many thermal photos of you want about your own car and your competitor's car as a Ferrari at time, taking some nice and thermal photographs. The Jean Seg video photographs you're allowed to take to see the temperatures. Actually, well, exclusive, we just did it to annoy them because it was in Abu Dhabi where the only thing we could actually take a picture of was the temperature of the class. And so actually we just stopped them running for about 30 minutes. Sorry, Mark, Begani, it's 2014, so I'm sure we're over it. They asked us, we'd quite like it if you stopped taking photos. And I said to a lucky Richigamme at the time, I said, we'd quite like it if you stopped waiting all the races, and we don't always get what we want. So but anyway, well, I think Red Bull, when looking at there, it's a temperature, because obviously we've got slightly different regulations here now, haven't we, in terms of the kind of the cooling down around the floats. And then obviously everybody likes like this, right? So especially all your competitors, which is why they're always so good and so secretive about taking photos, because you can actually really get to see the flow patterns, and you guys are experts. But you can need to the lovely world of Flow-viz in his paint that dries on track, that allows you to see if we get any separation in areas where we don't want separation to be. So we simulate everything either in CFD or in wind tunnels where everything is perfect and lovely, and we get flow that is behaving really nicely. We go out to a real racetrack, and one of the many things that our talented engineers are looking at in terms of correlation is whether or not the flow stays attached, i.e. is creating the downforce there as we want to do, or if we get unturbulent flow, which is pretty much whether the paint dries all nice and it irons or if it looks a bit messy. So what happens is your aero engineer, track aero, will go out, take them out of 5 days, send them back to the factory for a bit of coronation, and then you ask your mechanics to clean it off as quickly as possible, because it is a really horrible boy, these sticky paints. And actually, if you get out of you or get out of your clothing, it won't come out and you'll have to get a new tinkin. There's another, probably less dramatic reveal down in the midst of wood testing. Thank you, Ruth. Appreciate the update. Sam, nothing away. Having laid down postal toss up the Ruth's busted there, dealt with rather nicely down. The aim looked it laid, and the stable with between that camera with full Monahan. They were still known by mathematics pedals, because that was his original job. When he started, he's the chief engineer for Red Bull, has been for years, hugely influential member of their success. Always likes a friendly word or two with the RS camera ops down there in the pit one, and work with his own camera this time. And he's often seen before the races or various times before qualifying, marching up and down the pit lane to see what anyone else is doing as well. He's briefly talking about keeping an eye on your opposition. It's one thing getting the data on your time, but if you can look and see what anyone else is doing, then to need that is beneficial. And back to Ferrari, I'm sure then they were hoping if they were to sneak that in. Just think, well, we'll just throw one lap. First run of the day, let's just try this, let's see if anyone spots it. And I'll talk to you to them, let's be played up to the world, so I don't know what they were up to. Let's go trackside and check everybody. Collins once again. Hello, yes, Dorn. Here at turn 12, where the face meets section track cars doing. Right, 260 kph through this corner, and this is one through one of the data that we've seen yesterday. Big differences in how they're using their energy through this oil. Oh, see the Alpine not pushing too hard through that. Also coming much quicker, so you can see a little blink of the lights towards the end of the corner, but very much pushing through this quarter, getting up 200, 260 kph, like I say. And this is a lovely one to see the balance in the car, how the car could cling that apex corner the entire way around through about high speed. And we've not seen too many instances here. It's not as windy as it normally is in this section of Bahrain, for example. This weekend it's very, very low wind, although much hotter than we would have over a race weekend. Not a lot of action happening on track now. I do hear a car coming towards me, Alex Albon out near, and so hopefully he's on a fresh lap and we can see him through this corner. I see two cars. Albon maybe not pushing, just give us like pushing, and then the Haas coming very, very slowly behind. But this corner is a really nice one to see the high speed section, seeing how those cars are handling through the corner. No instance here so far, so I'll hand it back up to you in Coventry. Thank you, Danny. Watching on Taurus at 10-12. Back of the circuit. And I often see trackside at 10-12 the Sunday and slightly different corner for a different viewpoint there. I've never been there. I've done turn 12 though. Always had to go to this on the inside of it. And then you're at the apex of 13 as well, which is not a bad spot in a tricky corner. But like, a couple of people are finding new spots around Bahrain this year. Nice look of the outside of it there with 30. Alpin on a C4, so he's running through the tires, isn't he? Running through his body centers. Russell's is going up to third on a C3. Joe, where would you say Williams are at main end? What are your sort of first impressions? I am not entirely confident at the moment on their behalf. I won't, mainly because they're not entirely confident, to be honest. The big things with Williams, remember they started late. They didn't turn up to Barcelona. When you on a new set of regs, you're in trouble because you have to get exploring, you have to get figuring out what is going to be issues that everyone's dealing with. What is going to be the areas to find time? What are going to be the areas to troubleshoot? And they're just on the backs of things. Added to that, they're overweight with the car, and there are going to be various parts of it we haven't even spoken about. You spend so much time talking about driving details, power units, but sustainable fuels is going to be one. And there's going to be a level of performance in that really we're not going to see, but it's going to look like that's all right, but the weight is going to be a massive one. And this sort of 2022 is exactly the same. New regs, everyone's struggling to find that weight. At Red Bull were around 10 kilos overweight for the first part of the season, still fighting for wins. As soon as they took that weight out, it was the quickest take. And then we saw them selling up directed Asians and being overweight at the start of the year. It's gonna really hard to see, I think, because the numbers that I'm hearing are pretty drastic. Something I've struggled with after Christmas myself. Really, I use anyway. Really, I guess. By the way, it's at the start of the election, where shit. Have any parties? And get to something you start working on. Get this something, and it is a lorry from Williams, there, isn't it? Because James Vowles a lot of last season was saying how 2026 was his priority. Even in 2024, he was talking about 2026. So it's really disappointing, isn't it? If they are starting the season on the back foot. So with everyone that excel, there's going to be disappointments on it. Because everyone has been hitting them. Like you say, James Vowles is between years, but so I've still more to on the infrastructure he's got in there along the Polish. I mean, there's so much that's got into it. And having a last graphic, both the last set of regulation changes, which was 2022, which we held on to for last year, was a nice shot. And I did visual display of how the cars are shrunk. When you see it very quickly, as a bursting trackside, you notice how the cars just look different. The wheelbase to me is the biggest one. It's significantly shorter wheelbase. You see where then the two cars are lined up on the front axle. Look at where the rear axle comes to then in the 2026 car. They are the narrower. The wheels are narrower as well. The tires are narrower. So that's a big difference in the drivers to get their head around as well. And then with that, and with decisiveness, again, the weight difference. So 32 kilos, the reduction. And now measured without the tires on the vein. Now, if they can miss 32 kilo reduction in weight. It's all nowhere near that for the smaller car, no MTUH. You're supposed to be giving away performance. As Badman shows us another great display of the lockdown and then turn 10. The George Russell race, back to the truck. Pioneered yesterday. I think we also got the Collar Pinto having a massive overstates now on the braking of more in turn 9 sweeping in there as well. So, but loads of issues. It's difficult to know when you get it. It is snapshot. And what's the cause of that motor? Is it just rather pushing hard on a difficult braking zone? Is it a random 8 speed difference? Another replay is fighting a tire quite early on there as well. But this was always a corner where you have loads of lockouts. Turn wide new pieces and tests. Remember last year watching and thinking, wow, the tires are bottoming out. But the ride is something that's been recorded to the drivers has been much better this year with that. The end of the ground effect was 4%. There's going to be a word of the past and probably the future in 30 years when we get it ground effect back again. We will put that back into the archive for now. We had that out for a few years, but that's not the case now. Everyone's reporting the ride is better, and so that's not the cause of lockups, which was in previous years. Yeah, practicing disappearing, and even the drivers say thank goodness for that, because they were not enjoying running those cars tight to the ground in that way. F1's a little bit like fashion though, isn't it? It comes around every 30 years and then some more saying, let's bring back refueling. And you're like, well, was it good? I don't think it was. At some point it'll probably come back. It'll go a niche reference. Turning forward talking about fashion was not on my thing though. No, I probably said my absolute left given only to it. Maybe there's a specific way that it goes through the cycles, but yeah, we did. The regs changing. This is a brand new era, to be fair. This is nothing this time around. This is like, what's a fashion trend that we've never seen before? So, I feel you're the spark. Turning on the best person to talk about wash editing. I'm absolutely you the best person. And like, so bringing back, it's like the low-cut jeans. Skinny G or G, don't do many. Say, no, let's see it. Let's see if he can dig himself out of this hole. What you talking? Let's see how he can get out. I have seen something that says Skinny G did not hit anymore. That's true. That is true. Alex Jakes is wearing Skinny G. Yeah, and I'm very fan of the ghetto thing. My shitty perimeter of this team. You know his name. Laura's Barretto. He's got the baggy jeans out. That's the way the wind is blowing. He comes with 2 suitcases, one to the trainers, but he knows, unbelievable cheap lecture them, indeed, the fashionista. So electric jeans is your turbo-powered F1 car, isn't it? We had them in the 80s, everyone loved them. Then we went away to the turbo, where normally aspirated with skinny jeans, sure. But at some point you just plan for those baggy jeans again, and we're back to turbos, with that nice addition of a hybrid power unit. Heavy turbo's faction of Formula 1, this season's wine. You just love them to see those flared jeans again, like them. Well, I'm gonna go buy new jeans now that you highlighted that I've got the ancient skinny jeans on. Well played, Tom. He did well to rule out there up in over yeah. See, I've got like the tin spitting them. If we ever win the first country of the year, I am in trouble. Actually, all right. So I was back on track. How is there a lockdown? It's usually when DC said something slightly. So it's like curveball from DC. When he does a song, Eric, I usually do a lap count every day. Norris has done 22. Verstappen's done 22. George Russell has done 28. Melbourne's done 25. Is it your picture right now? Oliver Bevan, 15 for him. 24 for Frank Hagel at the Fernando Alonso, just the 8. And 15 for Fernando Alonso, 8 for Gabriel Dorter. That's open. Newison finding himself not putting many on the board. Just a couple of installation laps for Valtteri Bottas. Those numbers is done 5 laps for Ferrari. So I'll show us a preview of the spinning rear wing. So this is now becoming concerning to Ferrari. From coming by 5 of this morning and seeing the spinning rear wing, it's now kept losing the character a long time, and I can see over the screen room, so that will see it's used a lot of frantic work going on as well. So I'm not quite sure what is going on at Ferrari. But I mean, replacing a rear wing, well, whatever tweak to a rear wing, they would be able to do that by now. So I think there's something a little bit more serious going on. Sam Collins is waving at me. Got 2 things to say to Joey. Firstly, don't tell them you can see, because then they'll cover it up. So keep on that one secret, teacher. Secondly, there is a rumor on social media, and it's something I did hear yesterday as well, that Ferrari are making a power unit change to the back of that car. It seems a strange time to do it, though. He'd have probably done that overnight because there's no curfew restrictions in testing, so I'd be surprised if they actually were doing the Ferrari plans to introduce a new power unit in this test. The right information was that was introduced yesterday, so he not quite certainly. Why on earth would you do that? After one flying lap at the warning, and I was already 9 an hour reduced time in it. No, yesterday afternoon. So this is in for the full day, and this is it for Lewis. So this is gonna be hurting now. Because the drivers, as much as anyone, need to figure out how to best get on top of these cars. So look, give me no oil now. Again, obviously, right? You know, like can't see clearly the back of the cars. You know, the screen's doing their job. If we could see it, I'd say that there's very little activity going on. The Ferrari garage would have forced the screen to doing their job perfectly. So Verstappen continue on to the best sentiment. So there's a 3 shift and a 9 shift. Exactly, we pass the exit of the night shift on the way into the circuit, don't we? They never looked as nefted as I expect the 9 shift. They would have went cheap them and it in shit. Little fresh. They think, of course, that's 3 feet of the day, so it is really the equivalent of a day shift for them on different hours. But nonetheless, everything sort of past them as we turn up to the circuit about 8 o'clock in the morning if they're netting out. Just preparing a Formula 1 car and working things overnight. They turn up at the end of the day as well. Had a little crossover with the mechanics of the day. Make sure that everything's okay, and then look after the car. One car, of course, as everyone I'm sure tuning in, they too will know. So both crews working on one tower. So I got a tank and at night, stamping through on another fast up, no in free than that. And that was it then on a C3, a brand new C3. There is the site. See, Street's doing a perfect job. Tall seat. It's all only glasses are in. But pretty informed guest mode from the corner trigger. So tell you, no automatic activity. 4 doors Hamilton. Down. Atlas around. Don't she's bracket for the Did picture. 6 fastest at the moment. Set on the C3 tire. 2.3 seconds off the pace. And with a lap count of 25 to these names. I'm intrigued to know what's going on with Valtteri. It'd be nice to see him out on track, wouldn't it? It'd be nice for Cadillac to get out there. started to get a little worried. Must say, what about Cadillac? New team. Everyone talking about the professionalism, and it is true. You look at that team, and they are not sort of newbies. They are sort of experienced people in Formula One. In the drivers, we know, but the mechanics, the engineering stuff, the design team, they are all very technically designing for one kind of thing. They've seen that so far with the way they've hit the track and done a good job. But no, it doesn't. And then spending a second day in it, troubleshooting issues. And we're nearly 2 hours in, and they haven't hit the track for a couple of minutes to a test. And they say versus running. Compared to everyone else, 31 laps. If I'd really tuned into your lap time, I probably would have heard that shaky old headache. But I was too busy thinking about making jeans at the time. But Russell, this man is the guy that's done the most so far. Yeah, 69 laps kind of like yesterday. Pros. That was kind of a couple of minutes laps at 8 and no more. Bruce, do you have an update for us on Cadillac? Well, yeah, it's fine. And we are down here. Give me a like knowledge. Many is a big and rainy season. Down here, we have not just an error rate on Valtteri Bottas's cars, but probably the largest error rate I think I've ever witnessed. I know first of all is an error rate. His engine frame is got a covered in pressure probes that sits in the airflows, and each of those tiny LGs, which I think we've got nearly 100 of them, is basically measuring liquid air pressure. From that, your air engineers are gonna reconstruct one direction, speed and structure. So it's basically turning the car into a broken wind tunnel. So you're not talking about going fast there. It's when it's this large in its tensor, basically mapping the entire body of their head, not just a single spicy. This is spanning the entire width and height of the front end. To attack, they're studying everything with the tire weight, front wing, rain, outwash, and how that flow is actually being flooded. Well, what the input is that is going to take hours to have tested. Basically, every single one of those pressure brakes got been individually tested. When the car does go out, expect it to go out rather slowly. So you do want to be doing constant speed runs. You can see lots of mechanics back on there, make their cheap mechanic there as well. They all that collecting data. And it's all right sensors, make sure we've got a lot of information. It doesn't look too far away. It's up on high stands, but you can see it's come back up again. With them quite something they're not 100% correct on. These brakes are expensive. They're custom designed, they're machined, and obviously you don't run them at full speed. So I'd expect a little bit more time in the garage. Valtteri's not made an appearance yet. Probably said having one of his wonderful coffees. He does make a phenomenal coffee. At that point. But yeah, no make. It's just the kind of what they're doing to correlate things, which they're obviously doing for the first time, whereas others are doing it for one in many times. Didn't Valtteri gift you a coffee machine? Or had I been moles and all something? I just trying to hate mess with that one. And gin. Coldplay had you see it? And score you 5% of the points for 5 championships. If I wasn't his agent, I would easily take him on as a great sell. So hire Valtteri Bottas. Oh, Cadillac that was good. Unbiased testing commentary featuring the lie to hire Valtteri Bottas. Healthy and gin, what a combination. They're pretty good. I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy with that. That rig was buzzing. Well, he's an honorary Aussie now as well, isn't he? And I'm looking forward to going to Melbourne for some coffee. Has some Melbourne paddock. I think everyone's loving coffee now, aren't they? F1. You looked around and it's all about who could do the coffees at the paddock. Well, when you've got testing that goes on for 8 hours straight, and that's you need the coffee taking. Sure did. That's easy guy. I need to serve it right now because he's not out on circuit. And hopefully there's more track time. For that, just let them get up and running in Formula One. Ferrari Tower saw them spread across 3 different locations, and under Alonso's spread across the runoffs. Heading to turn number 10. He does bangs the track. Alonso finding himself on 17 laps now today. Fernando Alonso is out on day today, isn't he? Do you think that's going to be a sort of benefit for Aston Martin? Do you think, he just get out there and get that mileage in? Maybe too. He's on 17 laps so far. They both drivers. They look a little bit despondent. The whole team is in despondency right at the moment. They are playing down expectations. which was really high. It is a bit the marquee siding of 80 Newey, but they are very clean. That everyone knows that this is now a long day, and so we're saying, he was now a 2031 10-year. Yeah, that is the long game that they're now looking at, which is huge, right? They have loads of the key cards. They're assembling the Galacticos at Aston Martin. They're just not jetting right now, and they're behind the curve. And so, yeah, they need Fernando. He's obviously the lead driver. Still got in so much experience, so much can distill some in as well to get on top of things. And let's have a look at his moment down at turn 10. Honestly, nothing funky going on. He's approaching with a modest speed, braking with plenty of steering angle, that's always going to induce you. Let's unlock up. Russell proving that even the title favourites can do it at the moment. All the Mercedes will be keen to play that down. Russell having a quiet day actually so far. He's run the C3 and is substantial away from Lando Norris. He said his time out here on Mr. Flows. But Russell is, as I said, the driver has picked up the most miles in a few lookups down there, but so many driver stats had no attempt. Russell Mattel this morning, Jimmy Antonelli in a car this evening, and at the end of the day we'll get a practice start for Ablani to enjoy. And that's the update from the FIA this morning. You can see that records yesterday from the FIA. They're going to have an e-vote on the compression ratios. The outcome of that could result in a rule change for August. And there were no immediate changes to the technical regulations as a result of a F1 commission meeting. That was the update in the FIA for the last 24 hours. As we come into the final 14 minutes in Austin, pretty busy out there. Valtteri Bottas unfortunately only getting the two installation laps. Lewis Hamilton and Aerodynamic 5 laps. And no any to thought it's running it 2 or 8 laps of Lawson and 8 laps of Gabriel Bortoletto. Everyone else 18 or more. George Russell has done 35 laps, most of anyone so far. Only Bevan at this time the wheel Esteban Ocon is in the car later on. We're hoping to talk to Oni Bevan on the broadcast as well. So I hope to bring that to you later on. All things are going to plan. And Betty, this is your first time at F1 testing, so I always like to get a new approach. We think we've been doing testing broadcasts for years. What have you made of the difference between a testing run of days and a Finklone Grand Prix weekend, or say the same thing at Silverstone when you've done interviews in the post? It is so different, isn't it? Because it's so quiet. You meet around the paddock and it's so barely anybody there. Really, you've got obviously the drivers walking in. I was 7 having a tad cough, as Jane likes to call it, this morning. And I just saw Oscar, that the session had already started. I saw Oscar Piastri just sort of laying in with all of his titles, and just it's all very tuned, isn't it? And why, nothing said I just love the favorite. They didn't tad cough on air. So until I'm Jerry, if I don't know who's that guy, don't worry. But he is that guy. It's his skinny teenage and his tight cough. It's just what it's about, isn't it? Yeah, it's a lovely paddock here in Bahrain. It is very odd to see the place as empty. There is a good point. We do actually have fans in the grandstand today. Unlike day one, we do have fans in the grandstand. I was on Alex wearing an incredible hat. It was indeed. And I'm trying to see if we can spot them run outside the commentary box window. If you got the good hat on, you didn't hear this, maybe give us a wave. Guys, you got it. Was it the Silver there? Yeah, I said, this is Israel records. I got a good hat on it. This was extra. It was sort of like a witch's hat they'd wear for Halloween. But they did my towing. Them didn't allow them. I thought it was a Chito crash out. I might have been. I think it was a while ago. All right, locked out. Move it up. It's only embarrassing. You used to already see Japan. Now you see it all over at the walls. And so just if you are attending a Grand Prix this year and you would like to get the attention of the director, a funky nap, very good way to do it. So I made effort to get yourself, and they're definitely in practice. You're attending on a Friday, bring a funky hat, and might make it to the Dracos. I'll try and find out and we can get no better discern. You know, that was you two. You little boys. You know what is tough for when we get to Suzuka? All of those guys that made those exquisite DRS hats. No. Ferrari hats. We need a front wing on that as well. They will call it active. They will do that, man. Well, they will find a way. You know, and those they are linked the DRS maps. Unless you can make it active aero. And thankfully, many teams have kept the stopgap. Rather than just go to the Alpine temp flat. But someone's going to make the Ferrari rear wing is not spec anymore. The second on Lando Norris. He's heading to the final two quarters of the racetrack, basically declared to one. The front end looks good until he was tearing too much. The end except positive on the dongs. That was too much. We saw the run that he did as his best lap, where he was on the edge of oversteer. So that's where the McLaren's been on that. They had the pro clean chase, trying to find some balance. He's on a new set of C2s, so harder tires, and still trying to press on with it, learning about the different compounds at the different compounds that he had for tires. So whilst that has been probably the least significant aspect of testing rule, the new things, that is still something that everyone's going to learn as well. So pressing on with that tire, which will be a race tire when we get in it. I believe we're going to ask you about rake at some point. You're going to talk us Ray, how so? Let's talk. I've got the McLaren here, but let's start with the Aston Martin Rain. This is something that's come in, and look at that. What an example of the front of the floor. So behind the front axle, you've got the floor really low to the ground. As the car goes back, it looks like the rear of the car is sitting much higher, and that is the angle of the floor, which is what we call the rake. So we spoke third from that at 18 euro and the red philosophy at Bahrain. That is carried straight in to Aston Martin. But if we stick through them, you got the Aston Martin bed with that's the highest rate car that it got. The McLaren, you could still see that the rate in there, quite a high angle. Funneling towards the new Aston Martin design. I mean, putting us in the Aston Martin in sort of select mode at the moment. But as you can see, there are different philosophies going on. So the Red Bull, which traditionally was a very high rate car, is much flatter than the Aston Martin, which has that high rate philosophy. And if finally, on the lower end of the spectrum, you've got Red Bull and then Ferrari. And you see the difference between the front and the rear there. So the rake angle is probably the least significant there on the Ferrari. A car that's going really well, as is the Red Bull. But so is the McLaren, and they've all got different design ideas here. But that's a really nice illustration of the Aston Martin once again there, with that really high rate angle. Everyone was looking to see when the Aston Martin would break cover to see more HNUE as Calabrian. It turns out no one's expecting it to be competitive at the moment. That is not necessarily because this is the wrong way to go. It's a way to go, but there is so much more going on with the Aston Martin and that underpower unit that they need to get on top and first before we see which direction the traveling teams will end up in on the make. And I love the illustration there of and it's in a crucial design area. That floor getting wing angle, but also getting the rush of air underneath it, and getting that diffuser working, which is another key area of the detail that we've seen so many times. Not East Ferrari once again. What's the benefit there? That's having a higher rate per lower rate. It's to do with getting your airflow underneath the car, but also to try and get your if you go for a higher rate, you're going to change how much air can come underneath the sort of tire and how well the diffuser is going to work. You have to set the tire up to that. You also get a slight benefit of having a little bit more sort of leading edge wing angle on that as well, so you can create a little bit more downforce with that. But then there's so many setup parameters that are linked to it, so it's not necessarily like one is the best way to go or the other. It's your whole, either the bodywork flips and fins and diffuser angles are going to be working with in conjunction with the rig setup that you've got. Sam Collins? Yeah, I think it's exactly as he explained there, Jodium. But one of the things I think a lot of teams are still looking at, you see the Williams nice illustration there of the Williams tray handle. And it's the difference between the front, the stock, the floor, and the basket of things. And you want to find rake it, check up the rear floor. You like rake it, lower the rear floor. That's quite a high rake car there on the Williams. But I did notice last week in testing that the Audi in particular was working through a whole lung of different rear ride height angles. So they were running different rate angles. They ran a very wide rate angle and almost none at all all on the same day. And that could be part of the normal F1 team testing procedure, just to go through a whole suite of different rear ride heights, just to see where the sweet spot of these very new cars are. And of course, Audi had just introduced that massive new package last week, so they just needed to understand it. And so Williams are doing quite well at the moment on track as well. Yeah, they do look more akin to the Aston Martin, doesn't it? We saw that straight away with the Williams. Traditionally for the same car, you raise the rear ride height, you create more instability as well. So, you can. What the hell? I'm slut, but it did, mate. Oh, I knew I made the car again. How does that work? So we can get election into 8 and then all over the ramps. I was wondering if he's on one of that. Yes, I think trying to turn out safe battery and still carry speed into the corners. But it's a big old snap. Yeah, the ride height is going to be something that's going to be interesting to look at. For the last few years, it's all been about speak to any of the team. They're all doing the same thing. Get the car plonked on the ground. Make sure you're not going to wear the skids too much to be illegal. And that is basically your setup. The lower you get it, for every mill you drop down, front and rear together, you find a tenth of a second, by and large. Whereas now, it's different. And it's you've got to make sure that the front as the floor is not going to be scraping the ground. We're going to see that with Fernando here in a nice slow mo through 10 and 12. Because that's going to be the leading edge that's going to catch it when we do see a little bit of spark. Because then you packed up the rear coming up. Well, it's going to be a setup tool as well for the team to use. So you can see design philosophies there. And again, we don't know which way is going to be the better. And maybe somewhere in the middle, and maybe loads of different ways to work in conjunction with the other aero cars. But the teams can also tweak within a range of what they want to do to find balance and to find downforce more. Alex Albers has been pushed back into the pit lane. There is a team of mechanics down at Racing Doors. There's a couple of staffers down there. There's no a TV crew. Plenty of TV crews down in the pit lane in the testing. But they are feeling the need to block the view, leading the photographers down there at this stage. So just giving you the overall goings on as we approach the end of the second hour. When you block up to turn 10, we've seen that couple of wide moments at turn 1 as well. You would expect that. You would not expect a rotating Ferrari rear wing. But Sam Collins, eagle-eyed, and spotted that and brought us to it. We're also seeing the comparison from 2022 to this year. The shorter wheelbase of the cars, slightly thinner cars as well, so thinner tyres, a reduction or downforce. You've got the overtake mode replacing DRS. You've got active aero with 4 seconds around the racetrack as well. In terms of on-track action, plenty using the runoff there at and 10 block-ups as well. George Russell had a couple dirty on. Lando Norris with the best time of the test so far, set on the C4 tyre. I found it so a sec to click it. Then we saw George Russell yesterday under the floodlights, and then the floodlights later on. Safety getting his first lights out of the 2026 season underway. Friendly number. He's not in the combox at the moment, so paying royalties. I can say as much as I like. And there's Norris, Verstappen, Russell, Albon, and then this man, only Behrman, who I reckon Behrman would have liked another year with the kind of regulation set because he got up to speed really nicely in the second half of his rookie season. Harrison, he was so on top of Esteban Ocon to the point that actually Io to Mansur got a bit of a public hurry out, didn't he, over the winter? I enjoyed that pretty unusual. There you go. And there you go. Well, there it is. Which is hat was quite good. Checker flag, which is hat. I think that is an old checker hat. Yes. I thought I saw orange on there for some reason. I basically call that an immaculate description from this side of the box. Yeah. Jensen's naughty. Well, he's naughty. I mean, I'm not angry. The facial expression tells a different story. My session chat of this to Alison is almost over, but from now, it's an interesting look, isn't it? Still full credit to the Ant-Man. Full credit to the actor. Somewhat saunting hat, say the gatherer. Yeah, you're fine. You gotta say in my ear, it might go on the broadcast. There's a good soundbite. I reckon that come from our director, funny enough. I had that animals done. I'm Jason. Heard about them from our director. Oliver, I mean, it's told about it, which has never been something to worry about, but it is a thing that remains. But full credit to the actor. Yeah, sure. See, be my signature, dude. You can look at its memory. You still gonna happen no matter how much on air fresh than on the forever. We'll find out later on. I'm another 2 hours behind the microphone. And so that about got us was not added to these installation laps, just the two for him. There continues to be very little activity down at Ferrari. There's some just 5 laps in the day, so it's 8 for Liam Lawson, 8 for Gabriel Dorfett. Everyone else getting some decent running in. Yeah. Will Behrman coming in, having not run yet. C3 tire. I'm in this. Doing straight through, stemming on a speed. So that it two is straight through and back out the other side. A start time for Ollie Behrman. Sam Jollins, what have you got for us? Well, just watching Ollie Behrman coming into the pit lane there. He wasn't just practicing coming in, he was also practicing what he's going to do in pit stops. And did you notice he's had his active aero deployed all the way down to the speedy limiter line? And that's quite aggressive. But it's probably what he's going to need to do to find those extra tenths of a second as he'll locked in flowing spatty during the Grand Prix. So how you deploy that active aero out on track isn't just about, let's go into straight mode, but using straight mode all the way up to the very final moment and then transitioning into pit lane mode. And that's the first time that I've seen do that. I think you can see a lot more drivers do it. And I suspect some drivers may get it a little bit wrong and it could lead to penalties, either or threes. Thank you, son. Appreciate that. With the Kimi Antonelli. I'm waiting for his turn. Then I know we'll have a very tipped contender for the title this is. So many people talking about Mercedes, despite what we've seen. Having moderation issues, saying the suspension and going at first tennis, but very good running for them in the second so far. The car looks good, doesn't it? But just I feel like there's a mystical air about the paddock at the moment. The default is Mercedes is going to be ahead. I haven't seen anything obvious. They're up the road at this stage. They're either keeping that power to try, or it is at the very least close. The car looks good. It looks hooked up. We've seen George struggle a few times with the braking. It's been an issue for everyone. Balance looks nice. But some of them's dead. The McLaren, looks started to tip the front end so far with Norris this morning. The standards down to a pace, and these are certainly in the conversation. Maybe are still favourites, but they don't look like we've seen Mercedes in eras gone by where you think, well, they are going to be the team to beat. But you see them on track, and they do. But they don't look infallible at this stage. The nerves we be building to these young female drivers on the world stage. That's what Academy's on the way. Board side with that wheel to wheel. We've got a Paxil on now for the win to get the victory. Diab. Oh. Is that we always talk to each other as soon as we see something new and innovative. And the general conclusion is that more than one team, now they could just be saying this, have said that they looked at that solution, but discounted it because what you gain on braking, you lose a bit on acceleration. Can't really say who said that, but it does look very much like it's something that maybe could have been done, or they're just saying that to throw us off because it's testing. It's quite forever, so when you were speaking to us yesterday, everything is fake. Who knows? It's one of those things to do testing where it's everything you have to take with a grain of salt, including what we see in terms of simulations, because right now at this time of day the track temperature is rising. In fact, if you look at the pit walls, more than one of the pit walls have got the track temperature increasing. And they've been following this really closely because it's really interesting in terms of the track evolution here. It actually follows a completely different pattern to the pattern we get at Barcelona, where the best part of the day, typically in winter, is around that lunch break when we have good temperatures, because the track is normally colder than the season average. Bahrain, on the opposite side, the track is the slowest, usually around lunchtime, which means that when you're in qualifying sims like Red Bull are doing, it's actually slow in terms of the track. That is why we typically get the best running towards the end of the day. Wind direction also makes a really big difference here in terms of the lap times and in terms of the feed of the as well. Normal basic thing that we get rather blurry picture. Right from strategists and from the outside in terms of the ultimate picking order. How it does look like Max is likely to be headed out rather sane. Tires as well. We haven't really spoken much about them this season. But they are slightly smaller, slightly thinner, significantly lighter. And that makes a big difference to the drivers. Spun mass, which is the car in the middle, versus unspun mass, which is the wheels. Me 20 kilograms lighter. Teams can design their own wheel hubs this year, and along with the tires themselves being narrower. Speaking to Pirelli, they're fairly happy with the information they've got, although obviously we haven't seen their lap times that we're ultimately expecting, but we get to go racing in 15 days time in Melbourne. And I believe you're going to hear a bit more about what was going on in other parts of the track right now from Crofty back in the box. Well, thank you very much, Reese. Hello, everybody. Welcome along. Second part of this morning session here on day 2 of this pre-season test. Not just me, the commentary talks. Anthony Davis is alongside me as well. Good to see you at last. How are you? Yeah, good. Survived my pit lane expedition. So last time you wandered up and down a pit lane. A long time in there. They've had it a long time. Yes, did not though. All the teams seem pretty relaxed during this second test here in Bahrain. Yeah, it's going through the motions, and it's great actually. You get a lot of information coming your way. The team seem quite open to have a bit of a chat. I'll start to let you know the right information to the fans out there. So, and that really picks up on that. The years ago, I think the teams are much more secretive. Yeah, they need the broadcasters nosing around. They turn up any snippet of information for the world to hear about. They see the bigger picture now. I really felt that feed in there. We're all in it together. They understand the demands of the fans. You guys at home, however you're watching this, the fact that you're watching testing a home data, Chris says it already. So the teams understand that, and I felt that in the bins. Well, that doesn't mean to say there aren't games being played. They're not sandbags being brought out. Of good places, sandbags. We're in the middle of the desert, to be fair. And it doesn't mean that teams aren't trying to hide their strengths and often their weaknesses. But you're right, there is an openness to at least help us, try and help you guys back at home understand this new season. And this is a new season like the other new season. To quote Bob Marshall, the 10th director at McLaren, there is not a single component on the car that either has changed or been impacted by the changes that have been made from 2025 to 2026. I don't think we can stress that enough. And this is the challenge the teams are facing. From the outside, the cars are different. From the inside, they are very, very different. But if we're to sort of a Venn diagram, and let's go back, shall we, with people like GP, understand Venn diagrams. He's got graphs, he's got data at his fingertips at all times. And to go back to your Venn diagram from it to the school lessons back in the day, or maybe even today, everything on that Venn diagram, every change, every new component, all comes back to the center circle, which is the battery and the battery deployed. And it's that the teams are trying to get a handle on. Not just in this test, but the last test of the shakedown as well. So they go to Australia and understand battery deployment. They already did shake. So everybody is going to understand that kind of the intricacies, property of that battery deployment. More so than the guy watching on the screen here, Max's Max Verstappen, who has that amazing capacity, doesn't he, inside the car to not just ride the thing flat out, and then smash lap times and be so consistent, but to be able to think about, well, exactly what's going on around him, what's going on if it's the Bastukawainen, the regen, that harvesting that we talked about, and also how he is and pocket full of energy for a lap in these cars. And I think you really need to be on top of all of that as a driver, inside and outside of a car. So the way these drivers now have to work with their engineering team, the power unit team as well, obviously at Red Bull, and you this season, and the more people I speak to them, the more disbelief or is as to the job they've done with their power unit. The thing seems to be fairly reliable. I think every team, is fair to say, have had their troubles, the teething troubles of these new doors, these new power units. But I'm absolutely astounded the job they've done. It is phenomenal, and it just shows how the teams can work so well, back at base, at the track as well, and how the modern day simulations will very much help, and the dyno technology it has very much helped us that as well. Paul Monahan, chief engineer, and the Red Bull garage. It's typical to get a handle on whether Red Bull are having a good test or a bad test when he speaks to Paul, because Paul is giving you a rugby answer, then swallow. That's just the way he is. But I did see Paul yesterday. I saw Pierre Vacher there as well, and I don't think Red Bull has been without their issues and their troubles. One little issue yesterday led to a lot of disruption and a lack of running time for Isaac Hadjar during the afternoon. But they believe, I think, that they got pace when they got the reliability. Couple that with Honda, for instance, have an Aston Martin, and they're the team very much on the back foot. I would suggest in terms of running and reliability. Only 19 laps so far today for Fernando alongside. Mention Aston Martin, but we'll try and get a deep dive into what's happening. That's in with Pedro de la Rosa, former Grand Prix driver, podium finisher obviously in Formula 1, and team representative, who's going to be joining us in about 20 minutes to have a little chat up here at the box. So we look forward to speaking to him. And we'll talk about all things. You might have been with us for the last 2 hours, or you might just be joining the coverage. But there is one thing that's been on the track today that has created a lot of noise and a lot of interest, and that is the Ferrari collapsible rear weight, which, it wasn't just us wanting to talk about now. We were lucky to have a chat with Gibby Antonelli. And here we go. Let's have a look at it. Watch this. It's flipping brilliant. And I say flipping brilliant because it flips 180 degrees. There it goes. Never seen. Wow, no. And it's a regulation of state, but it can do that. You know, you don't have to have another plane and a lever plane. What an ingenious device that could be. Taking what Alpine have done and going a step further, this literally flips 180 degrees, which for a car that might be, and I've seen some overlays and some simulation on social media, comparing the best 4 lap times of the top 4 teams yesterday. The Ferrari seems to be lacking a bit of pace on the straights, which makes you think, is this a too bit dragging this car? And that will dump a lot more drag than they standards back to there that you see on other cars. And they might be running that as a kind of a solution to the diffuser, this very intricate diffuser that we've seen them running in this test, which they didn't have in week 1 here, which appears to be giving them a lot of slow speed downforce. Yeah, there's a few rumors around and paddock. Speedy Toothy to bit around there saying it seems the car it's generating some downforce, extra downforce at slow speed. Is exactly when you need to be using a diffuser for that reason. But the problem is, it's still, as efficient as a diffuser is, the generating downforce, it doesn't completely come for free. They still have drag created when you put in a load string at the floor. And maybe this rear wing solution for now mitigates the losses of the extra drag from this brilliant diffuser from design at least we're looking at on the Ferrari. Maybe that's the reason they're hunting for this extra decrease of drag from this 180 rotation rear wing. I think other teams have looked at it. Then I'm told, the rear is that they've looked at it and saw, well, actually, we are a bit tracking running a solution like that ourselves. So they decided against it. But it does, what you're saying there, it does kind of tie in with the overlay that I saw last night, where Lewis Hamilton was a lot stronger on the brakes than the other three cars that were being compared to. Sorry, but if that's slow pull to downforce, under braking, giving that stability, and the driver the confidence on the brake, tell you're going to make up a lot of time. That's sort of a scenario, and it did look good. Now, some track just they malwashed. I was watching all the cars coming through into the slow speed of turn 1, first of all, and then I moved round to turn 10, another slow speed corner on the track, and one of the slowest speed corners in the circuit. And the Ferrari looked good. Under the brakes particularly, it was one of the cars, and yes, they had a few lockups here and there. There's Lewis driving at the time, but very limited compared to other teams and drivers that were consistently lofting up into turn 10. And the car looked good. It was using second gear instead of first gear in that corner, which highlights the drivability of that engine. Maybe the smaller turbos, rumored that they're running a smaller turbo, allows you to do that because you're losing so much spooling effect from the turbo. When you're hitting off the throttle, it can spool up faster therefore. And at least in slow speeds, if the whole circuit was like that, if you're in a Monaco kind of scenario, then you'd have to say, well, they would look very stumped. Yeah, no, absolute. Trouble is, first race on the calendar is Melbourne. And I doubt if there's one circuit on the calendar where you want to dump all of your drag, it's that one. And it's a circuit where the more grit that you create, the more problems you create. Is it good for Monza or not? Monza's another energy limited track, yes. Despite the big braking zones, it's just the amount of time you spend full throttle. Traditionally, Monza, it's about slipstream, it is slippery through the air, but Red Bull won for many years with Sebastian Vettel in Monza by having a great car under braking and then through the chicane, and not always necessarily the fastest in a straight line. Well, and then the thing that they were doing there, much like this car would have been on street now, or the Adrian Newey iteration, the Aston Martin running huge rage. Well, you want the car to squat down in a straight line, almost lifts the front of the car up to minimize drag, and then when it's great, it pops back up and actually sticks the rear wing up in the air, and you get a lot more downforce at slow speed. It's not ever so great for your mechanical grit, your mechanical balance, but the extra downforce that you generate, particularly with that Red Bull Sebastian Vettel you're talking about, it would outweigh the mechanical lack of grip. So the aero dominant, it's like it often does. And that's what they were doing there. They were having their cake and eating it, because if they could pop the rear wing up, shoot brake in the slow speed, and on the braking, lots of braking stability, particularly rear of the car, and then on straight lines or higher speed, the rear would swap back down and minimize drag. It's always a trade-off, isn't it, in Formula 1? Well, like I said, but that case wasn't so much of a trade-off. Because you were creating that slippery result. The problem with last year's generation of tires, it had you did really serious of the ground as possible. Exactly. So you didn't have that luxury of being able to pop the rear up and have extra drag. Because as soon as you did that, you limited that vacuum effect to the floor, and then you had no grip on the rear particularly. So that's something that they can start to explore with again this year. We'll talk more at Rake as well, because the Aston Martin is me. That's so Adrian Rake on the overcut. And interestingly, so this year obviously we have straight mode, the active aero, so there's less of that you need to do. It's taken care of with the wings. As we watch Lando come through the slower part of the circuit, no active aero activation points around this part, so you won't see there further up the rear wing and turn up the hill towards turn 9. There's no zone there. So that the straight mode is taking care of a lot of that. One here though, and there's one here out of 10. You see it pop up, there we go. So and there's the solid on the right hand side of the screen. Straight mode, active, lift off great, it closes back down, both front and rear. And so this allows it to, and what you're getting with this is it shifts the aero balance slightly when you start front and rear open, But in the rain, it's really interesting. We haven't really covered this much, and we definitely won't be covering it here in this test. So they thin, I certainly open road enemies. They're starting seriously. We're on the most chat about a which were the test in Bahrain and sort of the sprinters onto the track. But yeah, that's one. So in the rain, what you're going to see is, and maybe we'll get this in Melbourne, the FIA will limit further the zones that we have around the track. So at the moment here we got 4. They could limit that to only straight lines. So in Melbourne, for example, on the run through turn 8 before the high-speed chicane turns 9 and 10. Now, it's actually a corner, turn 8. We never talk about turn 8 because it's flat, it's always flat out, and it was a DRS. So, problem is for the teams that the FIA have said, well, in those kind of moments, we're not going to allow in a corner, we won't allow straight mode. Whereas your zones get limited, so you will still have in Melbourne the front straight, you will still have the straight towards turn 3 because it's a dead straight line. But that should be about it. So we watch it here, Russell straight mode chat. After this, to some other locked up into turn 10. Yeah, there you go, you're in. It's been a big talking point. Yes, our right team is tester continues today. So yeah, back to the wet weather is really active aero. So they're going to say, well, they're going to allow only the front wing to annihilate in some of those zones in the wet. And the reason for that is because they still want to run these cars quite low, particularly at the front of the car. So without any straight mode activation, is you would be rushing the bib of the car right into the foot. So it's kind of like a bit of a patchwork over a patchwork that just things up and can't have that. We can't have you just banning straight mode in the wet. We must have something, particularly at the front of the car, yeah. So you will still see the front wing active in the brain, but not the rear. And coupled with that, try not to get too technical here. The wet weather tires for this year, even though they have the tread on them because they're wet weather tires, don't actually raise the height of the car. The car is still at the same height because the tires are different for this year. That tread, whilst it is evident, is not raising the car. So you haven't even got that little allowance. So the tread late raises the car. But if that is the case, in the way. Let's get back to that Venn diagram. Let's go back to the battery deployment and the management. They're still taking away straight line mode, but George Russell, that bit of rear wing straight line mode active aero. You're taking that away. There's this deploy the battery and then that whole accident energy from the internal combustion engine. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, that's not the problem. And you could just say at the rain, no straight mode. Okay. The problem is that the teams would have set their cars up to the drive with straight mode active. That's how you say it. And that's what it's happened on here in this test. If it suddenly rained, you would be relying just on the front wing opening up. If they didn't allow the front wing to open up, you'd just be sparking your car the whole way down the straight. And you would definitely still have ample amount of battery, because in the rain, your grip goes lower, and you brake for longer, and you lift off for longer, and you half throttle in the corners for longer, so you've got ample amount of storage and recovery through the lap. You almost can't dump it enough. Right? So you'll be checking the skid blocks a bit, so you definitely would. So yeah, and that's the reason why we ended up with this rule. It's the wet weather the straight mode. Sales from both sets on track, ladies and gentlemen. No time sets today, but he is back out on track in the Cadillac. Sergio Perez was late to the track yesterday, the morning session. Just swaps the rear wing on the red. Let's look at a standard traditional design, isn't it? For DRS and now for active aero. Right? Yeah, you look at the Red Bull, the loss of vision is no different. It's always how certainly these cars I know. Watch this on the exit, getting sideways there, or looks even more dramatic from that point of view. Got to be alert, haven't you, as a driver? And this is especially out of that corner, the FD. And that's one corner here, this circuit. They can tune the deployment, yeah. So on the exit of turn 11 there, you're still laterally loaded. So you got a lot of lateral G-force going on, and it's very easy to spin up the rear wheels, even at that speed. So very important corner. Needs into turn 12, obviously, which is flat out, albeit a zone where you don't have to, by regulation, deploy any energy from the battery, from the electric motor at all. So that creates a lot of intrigue around turn 11. Back to Cadillac, Roush, who thought us came out for a lap and has gone back into the garage again. Yes, and so the new has gone back into the garage. So sorry, how many laps have Cadillac done? Well, I have 7 in total, with no time to set. Soon as this come out, I'm on. Okay, so I was, let's say the lead, guys. Yeah, I was led to the lead. Yeah, they were gonna do a full race run after the aero rates came off. That was the plan, yes. What they were having yesterday, and they might be having today, is telemetry issues. And it was very much the case, yes. Since telemetry issues, there was keeping that tower in the garage. So, in many ways, what it's not mechanical, it's not a problem with the battery or the engine. That's a good thing. But if you haven't got the telemetry, if you have the data being sent from the car back to the garage, A, you don't know if there's a problem, but B, you're not gathering the data, so there's no point in being out that necessary team test. And that, I would imagine, is a very frustrating issue to have for the team if it is carrying on. Yeah, it is. And you know what? You have to expect these teething troubles, big teething troubles with any brand new team. But it was really nice to stand in front of their garage and see so many familiar faces. Yeah, and you know, it's like they've cherry-picked some of the best people in the industry and put them all together in that team again. So, like they were saying, that's a very experienced team, though, who is, yes, it's a brand new program, and people might be in different positions, different job roles compared to what they would have been doing in the past. But my goodness, they've seen a lot of, they've got a lot of experience. They've seen a lot of action in the F1 through their time here, and very little is going to phase them. But it's a difficult challenge. But it's, you know what, the reward when you start a brand new team, and I've been lucky enough to be a part of that by Smart-Rear, Super Geary, and also Toyota in Japan sports cars, and to start a brand new program and then have some success, or in my sports car experience, at least a lot of success. It's so much more rewarding. I saw Graham Loudon this morning when I was down at Cadillac and his bouncing back on the track. Graham was the team principal. Saw Cadillac. I said, "You ready then?" He said, "Well, we're here." So we're here. Yeah, we've made it. I'm so we're here. He said, "Hang on a minute." Got out his phone. He said, 15 days until F1 last year. I said, "What are you looking at counting?" No, I got a countdown. We're countdown on the phone until we're there on the grid. At Jamaica, after everything they went through to get the entry and to get the commercial terms as well, to be accepted, just getting there is the first hurdle to overcome and the first reason for celebration. After which it's refinements of pace and progression for the future. And we should not ever underestimate the Herculean task of putting an F1 team together from scratch. I've always been saying 143,000 people apply for jobs, with Cadillac of them say chosen just over 500 to come on board to the team. And the operation looks smart from the outside as well. The garage, looks like a proper F1 garage. The hospitality unit looks like a proper F1 hospitality unit. They have brought in sponsors as well. It's not just about their TWG, and Cadillac is we're going to put all the money in. As I did drivers they've got as well. That's they're in two experienced hands with Valtteri and Sergio Perez, and the sole operation from the outside, it shouts serious. This is serious business. Chester, we just saying, have this Northern, have Simmons. So I think Chester very much that cornerstone of the Enstone outfit for many years, as was Pat Simmons. Mark Hines just to his left-hand side to say, well, Mark, who was obviously working with Lewis Hamilton as part of his management stable, and has now gone back into working with the team crowd. The team principal and Martin worked together at Motorsport. They've learned each other to the years gone by. Marcus, just the racing Torrenta. He understands drivers and the demands to drivers to help the new guys coming through, to have Sergio and Valtteri as well. They are very, very happy. Being given almost a second chance, both drivers to come back onto the grid once again. It's a happy shit down at Cadillac. And still problems, big problem by the way. I was the team manager who is now team manager, said at Cadillac. There will be issues, there will be problems, but there's a very good, I think, morale within the team. You led by Dan Terrace as the CEO, and Graham now as the team principal for the babysitters initiative to get to know each and every person there and to use all the experience he had, either with Man or with Marussia, when the funding wasn't there to bring a new team into Formula One properly. So actually now this time say, no, we're going to do it the proper way. And I know what we did wrong in the past, and we did some good things, score points as well. But so now, it's not about Bottas, by the way, it's Alex Hell, one of the winners, is over the Bottas Stockholm. But since we actually now go into it with a completely different methodology and to be that American team eventually, as well as to bring more influence from America back into their overall program. Wish them the best of luck. Doing this, another thing, build a success doing it. The water storm stars kept black, and so they will have set their sights right to the top. And have won some very prestigious races in America and around the world with the same brand. I mean, obviously not a lot to do with the people here in the F1 team, but as an organization, as a company, it's they will obviously share those same goals. But the competition Formula One is immense. We don't have to stress how immense that is. If you took any one of these teams and you placed them in, say, a junior category or a category where you have to run standard equipment, and you upside these brains working in F1 into any of those categories and had the use of their tools in the factory to, even if you can't touch aerodynamically those spec series cars, they would win. By a long way. It's astounding the level of duplicity in F1 team and the ambition and just that level of competition. You just can't underestimate it ever. It's amazing. Got a twig, but that is something a few years ago. Got an X, some Waldo. Constructed the battery hasn't changed since 2013, and you say everything's changed. It's a possible 1.1 kilowatt hour battery. Oh no, it has changed. What has turned today, their capacity hasn't changed, but the architecture of all the batteries, because you're stressing it more. Before, you used to just sit in a happy zone of 30% up to 60%. You never stressed it enough. As we know with batteries, they get unhappy when you your mobile phone starts getting off maybe, or you can easily ruin the battery if you keep running it down to zero all the time and letting your phone die. Thinking that, you will kill your battery. Why is you actually doing that? Not up there, not with the lithium-ion battery. You will, if you keep charging it up to 100 and back down to zero all the time. That's a very short way to ruin your battery. So if you're doing that, don't do that. Some of the latest phones, they'll actually have the limited conception, a bit like an EV rotor. It's not a good idea to keep charging and discharging all the time. So you have to do that. And with these batteries in these cars, don't help. You're given an 8.5 megajoule allowance per lap. The battery size is 4 megajoules. So you have to keep whacking it up to the top and bleeding it down to zero. So they're constantly going up now and down, not like before. So because you're stressing that battery so much more, of course the architecture has to change. And there you go. So it hasn't changed, but it has changed. And it's the usage of it and the way as well that the usage of it that affects everything that the car does. On track, by the way, at the moment, we can see Alex Albon. Only Behrman is out there, Bottas is out there. I'm looking at it. We're actually right opposite Lewis Hamilton's garage here. That car is on the stand. They are not working at the rear of the car. You can actually see over the box. If that's board, the photographer is standing in front of those boards. They can't see anything, but we can. This man photographer is put tints, and Six would be very good at getting a shot into the Ferrari garage because he's the tallest thing on planet Earth. And that was a lovely man as well. But he could probably get a shot. Everyone else has no chance at all. But we can actually see, whilst there was work going on, I wouldn't say it's dramatic work going on in that Ferrari garage. And it does just make me think that whatever is happening is going to take a while. And that is not great for Lewis Hamilton, who has done how many laps today? Only 5 laps today. I haven't lost more than yesterday after that as well. Yeah, I thought he'd come toward the top yesterday, so he looked like he had a good handle on it. And very few mistakes as well, particularly during his long run. And in the evening. But yeah, the shame to be missing any kind of track time when you're sharing one car with a teammate. And so there, he's not out there at the moment. The Red Bull with so much Stafford back into the carrots, work going on George Russell's Mercedes soon. And squeezing himself into the top of two bumps. Because there's not an awful lot of room in there. Team representative from Aston Martin, the one, the only, podium finisher, all-side Paul pre-racing legends, that record holder, that relative on every circuit in Bahrain from 2004, like 4 or 5. I thought it was 2005, mate. I come on, Froggy. You can't try to the roaster anyway. And all, Gosty and all, Anthony. Great to have you in. I think you've been here when you're and glad as well that you did your homework before I do give you heights and stuff like that. I did my homework. I said you should come out on the shoulder to me, beat Anthony did. Oh, it was the only stat I knew about you. So I thought his, I rolled that one in while I could before Crofty got it. And that's probably because she'd settled that record on the Friday as a friend of your Friday driver at Stones. And then he not had him, it's not in 05. Okay, now, not in 05. So I have no idea how you wrote that, man. That's not normally your fake there. It's not really, but it's one of those stats that does stuck in my mind because you were flying that day in Farron. Yeah, I mean, I know the MP420 in the last V10 era, engine powered the car. It was also Adrian knew his design, and it seems the fastest I've ever driven in F1. There was some massive. It was T10. It was a V10. It's it's third to say as well that it was in the time where the cars were 605 kilos. With the driver included, now we had to be about 770, something like that. So he's merely 200 kilos lighter. Therefore, we had refueling as well, so that the races normally you were always on the light side of driving, and also you had no DRS, but you didn't have either energy to recharge. So you were always at maximum power. Every lap was the same, 930 horsepower. Sat out. It must be one of the longest standing lap records. Still remaining on the calendar, because we have got an awful lot faster. All dares flapping around a bit. There's some new gather tape on there. Is that cooling that they kind of covered up because they don't need the cooling? That's quite a good sign, All the good sign is coming on. A good sign that they needed air in the first place. All the subjects of cooling. The Aston Martin is coming out with Fernando Alonso. It's 44 degrees track temperature, 27 degrees, nearly 28 air temperature. There's a lot of cooling on the side of that Aston Martin. There must be at least 10 miles a day. Obviously, cooling changes that are during the day here, especially as the afternoon, the temperatures drop. He's now doing a practice start, as you can see, and I think for the plan of today, at the time that he's leaving the garage right now, he's at a little run at the moment. That's a rainfall for this before lunch. How much do you need a long run before the mud spray can to actually get some proper long run data? Because the laps haven't been enough. So I thought, yeah, no, exactly. I mean, that's a good point, and that's a reason why is it ideal to do a long run edge during the peak track temperatures at this time of the day? No, because the race won't happen, at this time. But we are not in a position really to choose when we want to do that. The long run is the last day of Fernando here, so we really need to squeeze in the first long run or the second long run he did one previously, So that's the reason why he's going out at this moment in time with 3 times Ferraris before he stamped Alex album. But and only since it's out and they don't come in turn 8. Pedro mentioned working with, having driven one of Adrian Newey's cars back in the old McLaren days. What's it like having him ride a better name? Just fantastic, and only by the fact that when you look into the engineering room and you see all engineers and then Adrian there sitting and I just came from the engineering room and I looked in, just squeezed my head in. I don't have any seat in the engineering room, but I just put my head there. And he was there watching some graphs of airflows around the car and stuff like that. And it's like truly inspiring. Every time he talks and everyone. He's such a great leader, and someone that he really knows what has to be done, where they have to concentrate and third, keep priorities in the development of their car. That is really inspiring. And I'm sure my crack is as inspired as everyone else at the team as we focus it on him. But yeah, definitely, give us a scale, an idea, I should say, of the scale of the challenge that Adrian has had, not just as team principal, but as managing other technical, which was his first position when he came in, because he didn't have the luxury of arriving at the time that other teams had already started their work for 2026. Yes, I mean, Adrian arrived to the meeting now in the second of March, so obviously it was a few months later than what we would have liked to be, but that's how it was, and that's the earliest that he could turn to work with us. And we all started the project a few months later, but waiting for Adrian. We also found that we also had no wind tunnel that was getting ready, and until just few months, 1 month and a half before he arrived. So everything was coming in a bit late. That's dare to say, but that we shouldn't look back. I mean, the beauty about this, how we have Adrian in the team, we have Honda, we have an incredible partnership. Is it challenging? Yes, massively. Did everything gel together a bit later than a few months that we were expecting, or we were winning? Yes. But that doesn't mean that we have a great season. But on paper, it looks like all the ingredients are there. A state-of-the-art modern factory for the newest F1 factory there is. And it must be exciting to see all those ingredients there. It must be successful, surely, in the future. Well, I mean, the question is when, are we worried about, no, I mean, it's just that we have to work on a daily basis. We have to understand the regulations. We have to develop the car. We have to optimize every area around it. We have the right resources. Some people, yes. But the problem really is we want it now. No, racing is about now, not tomorrow. We have to think mid-long term here at this. So it's a long journey. But we knew it was going to be difficult. It's been challenging, but it's the same for everyone. Nothing that has happened in testing so far as necessarily come as a complete shock to myself. I know it's not been as good as you would hope, but served a long way back from even before the start of last year. Bonus Validity were playing down expectations. When Adrian arrived, they were playing down expectations for 2026. The say that it is not about 26. That's not our starting point. 27 and then 28 is our target. So the success and the ambition that we have here, because there are a lot of things, as you mentioned, that all come together. The new campus, big build, is a major disruption for any team. The new simulator needs to be working it up to speed. The new wind tunnel, which I believe is called an air tunnel, not a wind tunnel. Yes, we need to get it trucked. I don't like to infer a air tunnel. Thank you very much, because actually, it kind of highlights more, but it's about rather than just words to be fair. But has it, people with those expectations being played down, has what we've seen in the last kind of 8 days of the on-track or 7 days of on-track running been a bit of a disappointment to the team? I think that it is not a disappointment, it's just that we are facing reality, it's just, and you put out everything together in, you bring new partners, you have to work from scratch with Honda, and we have to adapt to a new set of very challenging and new regulations all in a few months. I'm sorry, it was never going to be easy. We go back to what I said before. It's a challenge for everyone. It's a massive challenge for us. We have to not undermine as well the fact that we have a new gearbox, a new rear suspension, which we are designing and manufacturing ourselves. It's not easy, especially this year again with all the downshift issue, the harvesting that goes behind the scenes, which obviously, and yesterday caused the nasty spin at this particular corner, So it's challenging, but this is part of the beauty of F1. If we wouldn't be, if we would be racing beat ends like we used to do, and it wouldn't be that interesting. It's not part of the DNA of Formula 1. The DNA of Formula 1 is challenge, is change, is evolution. And we're living in this hybrid era, and we just have to not question the new regulation. They're the same for everyone. It's just we have to exploit them better than anyone. Has been a fun party. Yeah, no, why? Yeah, I could see. I was seeing now, obviously, that in the past, these lap board would have been difficult for the floor because he went wide in turn 11. Yeah, that. It is said. I was watching in turn 10. I've been watching there many laps from everyone, and how difficult for the drivers it is to actually not block the fronts or the rears going into that corner. There's lots of the habit lofi is as well. I mean, there's so many things going on, There's the harvesting, the brake balance oscillations because of also the DSM closing, and when it closes, and it's not easy. But I still like, sorry for they look like they are more agile, more nimble cars because they're smaller dimensions. And I think that is aspect the drivers are enjoying. They might not be enjoying so much the downforce in very early stages of these regulations, of course, but I don't know what you see, Pedro. Like, do you see the car doing a job as well? 100%, Anthony. I mean, one of the things that stood out in this corner in turn 10 was how quick the car rotates on the apex. It's true as well that in that particular corner, we were watching a lot of cars, most of the cars use first gear to charge the battery again. So that is obviously when you downshift to first in a corner that is naturally should be taken in second, the rear end just wants to snap away. But there's much more agile. I think that the concern of the drivers, or the complaint, I would say, is more in the corners where you will run out of energy. You will run out of 350 kilowatts for 70 horsepower. And the corners like turn 12, where Fernando was saying, it is now in a race condition, it will easily be taken flat because you won't have any energy there. Yeah. So it's a combustion engine anxiety, and then you have, with the level of downforce that these cars produce nowadays, that corner that was. I think it's like what Jody was saying earlier on, saying that, some corners like turn 2 here in Bahrain will be much more challenging because the car just doesn't know you haven't got the downforce. But then that trade-off is somewhere like turn 12, it's a much easier corner for the drivers than it used to be. So, and I think every track will just have its own unique qualities to it. This is one of George Russell here. He let Lando Norris and Franco Colapinto go past, and I wondered if he was just making a bit of a gap. This thought and it starts in with again. It's just in quick look at this star as it came out. Whereas it was a practice stars. Just wondering why you would say slowly after, Yeah. But I think they still continue it to go very slowly around the track. Yes, there's so many things that people could actually be trying, and I mean they could actually be doing like practice from each lap. We don't know, but anyway, that's a bit out of a thing for formation lap, isn't it? The thing is, Crofty, is that in the past you were testing and no one really was taking notice of what you were doing. You could do a little type of experiments. Now you do an experiment, it fails, and it's like a red flag, and it's, oh my god, what happened? It's part of testing. We're looking for a story. And then it's that's what I would do. Maybe for a story, but by the way, we're talking about my lab record, which is I think I like to talk about as your assistant. But I'm here answering it. If you go into the tunnel when you park your car and you go through the tunnel, there is a picture of me and the lab record there. So I don't think you really do the stats that deeply. I think it's just you saw it whenever you speak in the morning. I don't know, I didn't, but also for that, what you'll observe and actually I did go and see it, but I will look at longer. I don't know, I know it's obviously it's that it's not really talking about this one, that but definitely fun. Well, we don't walk in yet. Okay, well there's you go. It presents sorry, you're another year. Sorry, there we got the rubbish stop. Hang on, the building Mercedes development drive. You go through the team's tunnel. You totally bucks this in longer wall. There's a longer wall, and he did cover with the rest of us this morning as well. So there you go. So I saw it. I mean that tunnel. We've sorted that one. Has George Russell just spent some lap experiment with something, or is he gonna dive into just diving into the pit? Did you hear him ever change out the gears? I just wondering, there's this it's coming in now song. Yeah, did it get stuck in a second or third gear? Could be. I don't know what the development driver or method has to say about this. I would like to, the development driver would like to see whether he can stop gear or not. See that. It's too slow to into the anything higher than third gear, I should imagine. Isabel, we're gonna send our keen squad of the forces all the way down to Mercedes to see what's going on there. This is how stories are created from the Sager. Come on, this examine. And so I've hit the engine. It's still called the engine, and the engine is still on it. That's Mercedes engine. I don't know, but they didn't. I think they could be doing that. Need some test or whatever time will say, interesting test for. Anyway, okay, about of testing. I'm under engine. Are you running is at full ramps? Yep. Yeah, there's no. Nowadays, I don't think you're limited by the reps, even rep. The thingies. Even it is still pulling at high reps or not, that's what is making you trigger the shift lights. It's a power curve more than that the rev lead. So it's still not the same as me. You're still going into money. What one they're doing else? It looks like a wetland pest. I don't know what they're testing. Obviously, it's done to them, but they need to look like they already had it in place. I just went to do it. So I'm not formation lab. Slowly. Don't stop the engine. It's all desperately. Just if there's an issue, it just bring the, needs. Just take how long can you keep the engine running without overheating the engine? The thing is that with these new regulations, it can easily get tripped up by certain scenarios. It may happen, there could be a red flag, so you have to limp back home. You might have spun and got into the gravel and have to select the reverse gear and get it. How does the new tell you? Yeah, and these things like that, you have to be, when we come to Melbourne, prepared for any kind of bizarre scenario that we sometimes come across in racing, in Formula 1. And you can't have a moment where you get chipped up on it. You've got to be prepared. The more things you didn't think about that possibly go wrong. You can have a backup plan, how to resolve it. Absolutely. That's key for the first upper races, because you see that happen. The people will still foul. It's not doing the homework, I'm sure. Was it at Williams the first year that changed vows was T principle? They bought it to go through the procedure as if the car was live. I came into the pits. How did they manage to basically switch the battery off and make sure that it's they wasn't going to shock anyone if they touched the car? And I think I remember actually we were commentating on it as because the T3 jumped clear. And sorry, it's the lubricant going through the scenario of what if the car side becomes it's the pits. But all the people in the team saw that there's a real life situation and looked to rehearse them, or not to test, because James had said to, he's his chief engineer, his racing engineer, right, we're going to do this, but don't tell anyone we're going to do this. Yeah, because I want them to think it's real, so they know exactly how to react in a real situation as well. Yeah, just it was quite clever. Very clever, and that's a common practice, really. Just sometimes don't tell you, for example, go for a front wing change just in case there's damage on the outlap or no on the first lap in the race. You don't tell your mechanic to do an unplanned pit stop, but then you tell them on the radio just 15 seconds before the car enters the pit lane. So just to practice and also to keep everyone really, really sharp. That's part of false testing. Also, I think it's very, very important to highlight these scenarios, bizarre scenarios that Anthony was talking about, and see how they correlate as well with the simulator. See if the simulator has good correlation with this low ramps coming into the pits scenarios that you normally don't simulate in the sim. But everybody a limited track time we have, you need to nowadays, and for the engine manufacturers as well. So thinking about these scenarios, you have to prove it. You can have as many simulations as you want. We now live in a world full of simulations, and you still have to prove it on track. and get real data from the car just to understand whether you're on the right path with those calculations that you made beforehand. It's challenging, man. I really with all this, deployment of energy, harvesting you and a bit at the race start, just before you're sitting there in the breed sectors here, you rev me any by, and you're charging the battery very fast. Yeah, and you can triple at a 4 megajoule limit, and then be very slow out, and so it is challenging, but it is. I think that by the time we arrived to Australia, with this amount of testing we've had and the weeks just before Australia, a lot of these scenarios that are a bit, well, not dangerous, I would say they're a bit unknown, would become common practice for most of the teams. I hadn't thought about that possibility of tripping over the soul, but it's your limit have at the start as well. That affects your start. There are many things that can affect the start, obviously. Another thing that can easily happen to these cars is where you have a problem with the kinetic, and then you need hands into mechanical brakes for an entire lap. So you basically have to be back home without any regen anymore. And those knock-on effects this year are even way bigger than last year. So how do you recover from a moment like that? Is this safe enough? Because that's your number one priority. If you were to have a kinetic energy recovery system fail, then it hands over to the mechanical brakes. Does it just hand over to the front brakes? Does it hand over just us to rear brakes, or all four of them? To manage that and design that from the team's perspective is incredibly hard and can obviously have pretty catastrophic consequences if it's not proven properly. That subject. It did look very much yesterday with Lance Stroll that something had handed over to the rear brakes without any warning, and quite it's obtained it there. That's what threw off. Yes, that's at 11. That's it. Yes, it was like that, though. For the one, our car is very difficult under braking. I think we've seen a lot of guys locking the front rear. They said, yes, but obviously we're trying, and that area has to be improved. Look how many doggone Zoom has the fractions that you taught on what I just put it as you're saying it. And there was some settings that are obviously not perfect, and it just threw him around without even turning in. He was just braking straight just the moment, and there's many factors that contributed to that, but it's something that the team knows exactly. But Anthony, the point really here is you were right. There were a lot of black marks into turn one, let's say, but there's a huge runoff area, Aston runoff area there. But what about the street? There's a round look around, scrap exactly how it was. After whole, it's going to be even more challenging. Bahrain is one in terms of safety. It's a very safe track. There's the runoff areas. You can go straight, you can go wide, and you can explore the limits and beyond. And it's a very normal circuit in terms of the energy recovery and the movement. It's one of the yes. Melbourne stands out as one of the most difficult challenges for recovery. You're flat out from what's on the times, much higher speed circuit, and every track, we'll see this here, every track is incredibly unique. Like your craft you were talking about earlier on, Crafty, how it all links back to the battery management, and every circuit we go to is a new challenge to master for one of the teams. Come on, must be a stupid question then. And I said, okay, he'll never stop during the park. I said, I don't say no. I do something that he knows. Hello, as he says, he knows you very well. Yes, sadly, like as you see, unfortunately, yes. But actually, what he hears, big dirty teller video. Sadly, those in the super basic cover. If Melbourne is a challenge for this current generation of cars, at other circuits will be a challenge. Is it a challenge? It is too much. What I'm trying to say is, do we need to think about the circuits that we go racing on and making them more fitting or making demonstrate the current demands of Formula One? I'm not saying it's not change the characters excitedly, but should we in some of them so that it gives the teams a fighting chance or not? Let's try to think of, for you, a good analogy, Crofty, I suppose it's always possible. But yes, and it'd be like you just going to a different commentary box with different equipment in front of us, different screens, but you would find your way. You're a professional. You find your way, and that's exactly how the teams survive as well. They, you do your homework. You come prepared. You know the challenges ahead of you. You might get somebody to send you some photos of the coverage box layout before you go into there. Do you have a coverage box that overlooks the garages, or are you on garage side so you don't have that kind of information? And you just start to build a picture right in your head of what that challenge is going to be. And I'm sure to say that anyone who carry on doing the same job but for a different company, it's that that first day at work, everyone can relate to that, or first day in a different store. And the Formula One shouldn't be, we should be looking at difficult challenges. Yeah, having those difficulty in place, they're fascinating and motivating for not only the drivers but also to all the engineers and mechanics too. We don't like easy things, and that's why everyone in the paddock, there's a lot of the people that are tired. They've been working that out for that. Not the testing. I mean that pre-season testing. I'm talking about them whole months in factory trying to get power units and cars ready to be here and testing reliably. But they're fascinated by the challenge. This is that part of what you were saying before. It's part of the DNA of Formula One. Yeah, Australia will be more difficult than Bahrain, yes. But what about Monaco? It won't be easier than Australia. So I was already sure that everyone wants to go there race with these cars there. So do you have little sympathy with some drivers who have been quite outspoken about the new cars and the way that you have to drive them? Yes, of course I have. And let's be realistic. They are the only ones that have driven these cars. I haven't kicked down 1 kilometer, so they have a lot more authority than me to say what they feel and how these cars behave. The only thing I'm, from a team's perspective and a spectator, I just think that these set of regulations are new, and we just have to adapt faster than anyone else. I'm not looking at if it's fun or not fun for the driver, or if it's extremely complex. That's for sure. And I only am touching the surface. Speak to some engineers, and I said, okay, stop. Leave it here because it is. I don't need to know certain things. So that we've all been there. Yeah, but it is. Actually, it's nearly different, and we just have to go be then better analytics. That's the point of view should be approaching this new set of regulations. Let's go back over the glove up there. Desert seed. The neither north is the car that is ahead of it, looking out the I go there. I do just say thank you very much. Far ahead a bit. That's an example of it. Example of what you're talking about. Now, for driver's point of view, Pedro says, you see the car lock up in front of you. And yes, you have a lockup. Your lockup wasn't quite as bad as the one in front, so you've done a slightly better job. Yes, it's a challenge. Yes, it's uncomfortable. You don't like it, but if you then complain about it and spend less of your energy complaining about it and just focus on trying to do a better job than anybody else, then that's going to pay dividends in Australia. So in terms of doing your best job, hold the power, battery power. Because the Aerodynamic chassis, where do the gains need to cover from? From Aston, every side, every area, every part, every department, every year. But we have to all. Well, first of all, we need to understand fully, our package, and then optimize it accordingly. But we have a very clear path of development. This is very, very clear, and it just is in every single area of the car. It would be naive to say we just have to focus on this area, because I think that certainly we are far behind. Secondly, we are in the adapting to a new set of regulations. So the cars that we're seeing here, all of the cars, I bet you will find a lot of lap time already in Australia. All of us. What did you? It's never escape. But it's something. It's price raised. I'm sucked it. but it's short. Shit, but seriously, don't. Sorry. Oh, det är something there. So, since it is the purpose of that, you know, rather than to catch growth disattention. I mean, I don't know if it was a test of the actuator, if it was really whales reattaching the downforce faster, if it was a more efficient way of bringing it back. It looked like a slow way of bringing it, but the downforce back matter there's not one like that because we've slowed it down. It's just like, hey, yes, but it does the whole turn. So anyway, I don't know, we roughed the, I mean, it says here, we take a message for all that I was all their sponsor. Anyway, just the thing is if the actuators are on the side of the wing, so you're not controlled by the central tiller, like all of the other teams that they call them, that only pay, except LP, that doesn't flip 180. Yes, that's totally plus, so that's what's allowing it to flip 180. Yeah, it's very bizarre. Does it work? I don't know, I'm sure. So the David Sanchez at Alpine, he said, well, I'm a little surprised that other teams haven't followed what we've done, and I'm sure they've looked into it. There is a trade-off with it in that the actuator needs to be a bit more reinforced and a bit heavier. So you're adding weights, he said, but we comfortably can make weight savings elsewhere, and actually said by the time we get to Australia, we think we'll be on the money when it comes to the bit of a weight. He said, but we thought it was worth doing because it actually tubs that much more drive. Yeah, so I think you brought something very important. There is the weight, you know, because I think that every decision about car design is taking into consideration weight. So therefore, front suspensions, you know, I mean, we've seen some teams that have, most of them have push rods, some others have pull rods, but in the past, it was mainly what's better for aero, boost up. Yeah, now it's what's better for aero plus what is lighter, and you have to balance that out. You know, if you are a lean close to the weight limit, and you know that extra actuator or that they're reinforcing the center pillar or whatever they're doing, which I don't know, will throw you into that area of losing performance just by adding weight for not. You have to balance all that out, and then you have the cost cap on top. So you cannot be in the number of wings and. That's a very good point, Hedger, because yeah, in the days of postcat now, you don't just try this kind of stuff and develop this kind of stuff just because we can. There has to be a serious consideration and cost involved as well. So they designed that with purpose and probably intention to race it. I'm going to try it out here and hope sadly go back to the garage and for stand up. Yeah, they're still working on Lewis Hamilton's turn. Not very hard, but in terms of there's not busy activity going on there. Also, we said half an hour ago, that looks like it's there for the duration, probably sort of after the lunch break. The way that it's looking in that Ferrari garage. But it wouldn't surprise me if that's, now they're trying it, they tested it, and it works in whatever way it works, that we don't see it again for the rest of this test. Because what they know is needed even more tools. To the other teams on that one. And I don't know how long you got with it. You're a bulldog of the stage. There's only too long because no, I made a chat. Craig Woolard, by the way, says the only circuit on the current calendar with an older fastest lap than Petrus. Lap report holding in. This Shanghai, Michael Schumacher from 6000 and Sorb. Wow. That looks like that you are mentioning Michael Schumacher and my name together is already. He's a big pride, you know. I feel very proud of actually being in that league. But we often do, sometimes the race horse record are, you know, sooner or later they be beaten. I mean, maybe not this year because cars look a bit slow at the moment, but the moment they re-asphalt, you know, this circuit, and they lay this super black and the Richigamme that they've been doing it in China and in some parts of Abu Dhabi, you know, it will be beaten. So just gonna say actually the two common factors that both of those circuits have. Very old asphalt, yeah, that's true. So the circuit itself has lost way more than 20%, maybe 50% of its grit that it would yield back then. Not trying to take anything away from you at all, Pedro. Didn't look at it. He was that long head though, he didn't look like that. But yeah, but it's that. I mean, it was only a year old when the record was set after Pedro, and it was the same as in 2004 in Shanghai, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah, I remember the year that they sent me, whoa, it's not right there. And to bring a shot from the driving, once again, isn't it? It's a very unique view of the track. When they introduced that lap, you know, the extra point for ladder for fastest lap, that made me very nervous because obviously, at the end of the race, and a lot of drivers, late safety car, people were fitting a new set of tires, recharging the battery on the safety car period, and go for a fastest lap. It was, but I survived. You did survive. It was a younger time when Tedra would take off those blinkers from told him out with being involved in the team, and he would be watching whoever put new tires on at the end of a race. I vision is here on this moment that Torapito had. It was not. I mean, he was locking the rears, not the front. So that is the fine line that you get with it regulations. You either, you start locking the fronts, and therefore you move the brake balance wheel to harvest more energy on entry, and you end up with moments like this. Yeah, there's so much more inertia getting through the whole dry track now without the NGUH, the heat recovery that we used to have. I think it's fair to say this year, don't blame the driver instantly whenever you see a lockup, because certainly with the rears locking, it can be very much more mechanical issue on that one. There's a lot more things happening in the background, that is the point, you're right. But it inevitably, we all will blame the drivers when you see something like that. I mean, we just said, say it's okay to drivers. New team representative at Aston Martin. You have two team representatives this year. Jensen Button will be working with the team as well as on the connections. We've already talked about Hungary 2006. I don't know how often need to discuss that one. No, not many times, I try to not bring that out. To bring that race up. Hungary 2006 when Jensen Button and Pedro de la Rosa stood side by side on a podium together. I remember the TV commentary so that weekend where the co-commentator claimed it was all his doing. Jensen, that was a tough weekend, that was. I said, is it doing, you already, you were working with the BRDO, yeah. And maybe, so are the days when a reserve driver actually worked. Where I said, no, you already caught it, very hard, very hard, yeah. No, it was great to be a test driver back then, reserve driver. The amount of mileage we were getting. I was working there as well with my tire in many years. And you're an intelligent man, Pedro, in a higher position in team. What would you like to change in regards to that? As I see it, popping to the young drivers today, how do we give them more track time? Now, a good question. I mean, the thing is, already we are defining what a young driver is. There's a bit of a, discrepancy, a driver with, you can use a young driver in an FP1 session this year, and she cannot have done more than 2 Grand Prix in his life. So, for example, Stoffel is not qualified as a young driver, but is it fair? I would say it's not fair, because, okay, he's not young, but he deserves the chance as well. And it's probably because, yes, you don't get that extra time. I think that if we don't open up a bit more, I'm not saying massively this, a bit more testing, it's impossible to give the young drivers a fair opportunity to be measured against legends of the caliber of Fernando, talking of legends, is Fernando Alonso coming in? Yes, he is. That's a shame. We're going to get to give us a lap of Fernando Alonso, but he's decided he doesn't want the scrutiny. He's coming instead. So yes, as Zach Crawford is your reserve driver, yes. You can come out to the free practice session, practice sessions for this year, of which already we've increased it a bit. Actually, say it's now soon per car. Yes, for the year, except it's your Albert Lindblad's car, where actually he can be the young driver for the 2 F1 sessions in Australia and China. They don't need necessarily to have anyone in. So there's a bit of that. But I was also thinking, especially as was discussed at the commission yesterday, F1 commission, they're thinking of putting sprint races to 12 the season. Well, why not have a certain amount of sprint races that need to be competed in by your reserve driver, by a young driver, for instance, maybe have it a little bit of 6 Grand Prix in the past, and make the sprint a bit of a team effort, to be honest, where your Grand Prix drivers have to sit out a few to be replaced by, the teams can pick, to be replaced by a young driver. That gives them at least some racing experience. So those kind of ideas, I think, need to be discussed. And also, the sport has never been richer, thanks to the cost cap. So why not bring back the third car? Yeah, and that could be outside of the cost cap. They sat there at the back of the gas out there, maybe it's what happened here when I was down in the pit lane. I walked past, can't remember which team it was, and I thought, that car's behind covers. I wonder why they stood in the gap. It was the other car. It was completely built up to look like ready to go, but fair play, the actual car was out on track. Fair play the Cadillac, they got 3 chassis, and then they got 3 chassis here, to be honest. So, well done to them, but I just... Yeah, the kids that Felipe Drugovich is a man that we all know very well, who has not had the single-seater racing experience in the last 3 years that his talent deserves, absolutely. And it's a crying shame. Yeah, if he's a fantastic talent. Said he'd be quite a great driver, there's really a very impressive talent, I would say. But, yeah, I'm sure that there's a lot of ways of giving the young drivers extra mileage, you could actually... test on a Monday after the Grand Prix, for they give them, extra mileage. We have to think about what's cost effective, really, because even if it's in the cost cap or not, you have to think about that. Sprint races for youngsters, personally, I think that the amount of potential damage that they could cause to the race weekend would be enormous, because you can have a crash and lose one car, and then you don't have, you have in compromise the whole weekend anyway. There's a lot of things that they have to be had. But yes, on the bottom line is that we agree, young drivers have to get more mileage. That's particularly for, Audi Bayman's one of the lucky ones who was there before this regulation change came about. Imagine how hard it will be for a young driver now trying to get their heads around these set of regulations when they're newly exposed to it. Now, at the end of the year, when everyone's accustomed to the energy management and intricacies involved, it's driving these cars now. You mentioned before, Pedro, you get to a limit, speaking to the ideas of where your brain can go is that complex. And for a young driver coming in, you're even more on the back foot than ever before. That's my worry with where these complex rules are going, for putting my young driver head on from how I remember things to be back then. It was already an uphill battle. The good thing about young drivers nowadays is, they have a very limited mileage on the real car, but they have a limited mileage on the simulator. And then once they jump into the real racing car, they are so... they all tear. Yeah, it's all about let it there, and then it's all, yes, but yeah, I agree that they lack the mileage. I think that with previous era cars, with ground effect cars, the amount of downforce that these cars were producing at high speed corners was very difficult for them, and CCK as well. Now with this new generation, I think that the cornering speeds have dropped considerably, so I think it would be more, more used to it. Will we see those cornering speeds where Fred was talking about, said 12 air, for instance? It's not the corner that it once was. With development of the cars, will we see those cornering speeds going back up again? Will things ramp up, or are we always delivering back to a Venn diagram, limited by battery deployment in corners such as 12 to 12? It tend to naturally get faster, because you think about it on a circuit like this. If you can keep your drag level the same, and increase the downforce, then you can go around the corner like turn 11 much quicker, and that means it's a momentum problem. It's turn 11, so the momentum be on your side as you head on the hill to turn 12, and suddenly turn 12 does become a faster corner. It still might not be as challenging as it once was, because you're going to have more grip to do that corner, but that means that other corners out there, say the Suzuka S's, for example, would become much more challenging because there'll be higher speed. You'll have more downforce to take you through those corners. So, yeah, the cars will naturally develop. And 2022, when we were at the start of the previous set of regulations, I mentioned it yesterday, the fastest lap here was set by Verstappen. It was a 31.7. Yeah, we're not that far away from that. At the same time of the year, but in 2026. So fast forward 3 or 4 years time in these set of regulations, of course we're going to be going at least 2 to 3 seconds faster. Do you have interest? I'm just going to break off the chat there as you see Lando Norris coming out of the pit lane. But we have the Red Bull in the background now just being pushed back into the garage. And it was set in its pit box. And I didn't quite get what they were doing with because it hadn't been out on the track. So I assume it was a match of after it came out of the garage, was pushed into the pit box, has now been pushed back into the garage again. Is that one of those, they're testing something? But pit procedure? Yeah, I mean, they could very well be simulated as we saw them with this, but I also spotted Pedro de la Rosa because she's never far from the action. Bernie Collins down there casting her expert bio over what they were doing. So, Bernie, did you get it to view? How is Eagle Eye? Or is trying to the Eagle Eye and Croft Day was just, perhaps she said, looking at the Mercedes and the garage's Red Bull came in, did that practice pit stop. And what they did in Bill, seen it earlier, Croft Day, but Pebbles as Smelly, was out again with his thermal camera. So they came in, they took the rear wheels off and changed the front wheel. The full practice pit stop on the front. Rear wheels come off, got the thermal counter in, trying to look at temperatures at net to me of the rear outside, rear brake drum, that sort of area. So took a few pictures, just when the car's nice and hot. Then they took their time, got the car up on the trolley and got it into the garage. So practice pit stop on the front, bit of thermal investigation on the rear, I would say was what was happening there for Red Bull. Thank you very much, Bernie. And I'm trying to do it down at Red Bull then. But I just couldn't quite understand why the car was sat there and it said his pit box. But Bernie's explaining it, which is fun. That's what, when I was down at Cadillac, they were, it's Alpine before. And they said, just any kind of small anomaly that they see in a data, you will, because it's just a test session, but you will box it up and just to make sure there's no point running it if you feel like they could potentially, even if it's just a minor detail that's different that you've seen on the telemetry, you might as well box the car. Yes, the work they could create if you didn't act on that, you don't want it coming your way. So yeah, if boxing the car is the safest way when you have that luxury of time on your side to do it. But yeah, it could be a planned item, of course, but there is always that chance that you'll for safety reasons and precaution, you'll put it back in the garage. What is a test, isn't it? And therefore, we're not about pushing performance with a race in mind to come on the Sunday. We're about testing. But when did we start to really push performance? So Della Aston Martin, I'm sure Adrian's got a few bits up his sleeves. Yeah, that he's saved. So what, the last hour of the test just said to, well, he was an indication before Australian. I think that he did every team is different and have different priorities, and it just very much depends up to what extent of your program you've been able to complete. So if you've gone really through your program and you would possibly wait until the last day of the driver test, the last day that the driver will like be more in before 3, and possibly you would try to simulate a quali run, in a time that is representative of what type of temperature you will get and in the Bahrain Grand Prix. That time is that it just. But if you haven't gone through the program as you wish, you have to give priorities. Spotifying a priority, and it might not be for us. So it's every team is different. Some drivers demand and want to practice more clarifying in extra or with a car low fuel. Given that this is our new set of regulations, I think all the drivers we want to have at Apple with lowish fuel. When I say low fuel, I'm not saying quality, just the fumes, but just a lighter version of the car, just to get used to tire warm up, harvesting and deployment on the quality laps. All that is very important this year, and again, you were talking about this yesterday, and it's also come from so that the sprint weekends, your management will deployment during the sprint race to then have a complete reset as a driver to go into quali mode 3 hours later. The very differing demands, and for drivers it's going to be quite a readjustment for this year. It will be incredible. I mean, it will be incredible. Just going into turn 12, going back to this corner, in one lap you go through what Anthony was explaining. You go through turn 11 with more speed, you charge more the battery. In that particular corner you have extra deployment. Going into turn 12 you might go 16-20 kph faster than the previous lap. And you have to judge if you have to keep and go flat, if you have to back off a bit. You don't really. It's a bit of an art as well. So everything is interesting. You know, exploiting every little single detail of these regulations is interesting, and it's not like it's going to be completely new territory for the drivers. Arvin to have it. Speaking with Alex Album last year on the Sky Dad, watching, analyzing one of his qualifying laps at Spa. And I saw he kept pressing this button on the steering wheel over and over again. I said, what are you doing now? You didn't deploy any secrets, it didn't have to. He said, no, I can tell you this one. I'm just toggling the lap time delta on and off, because I don't want it there as a distraction all the time. Okay, well, what I'm doing is before I head to each braking zone, like down towards Toulon, for example, you just give it a look to see on the delta how he was doing compared to just the lap time set beforehand. So to see whether the wind was a tailwind or a headwind, to see whether he was gaining time on himself or losing time on himself, so he could therefore judge the braking zone depending on how fast or slowly he was going to stop. Wow, that is detailed work. With that kind of stuff this year will be 10 times amplified. Yes, yeah, the different speed you'll be carrying into different parts of the track on your delta, they'll be living on that and trying to, and that's why you might see them locking up in turn 1 so often or turn 10, because whether you're doing a high deployment lap or a low deployment lap, it changes your speed by maybe 20, 30 kph at a time, and it's not something that you will decide on. No, it's a system that will, you harvest more, you deploy more, it's it's going to be interesting. Wait, you guys get the capacity to think that. What you just described there, but we release priming circuits where it's not that difficult. I mean, Bahrain, you have a lot of time to think, to look into your steering, but this data, that Spa, you have plenty of time to look into the display. I'm just saying, you're still doing what about doing? What about Singapore? I mean, you can hardly check your data, let alone all, on the Singapore yet. Yeah, luckily, Singapore is one of those circuits where you're very energy rich. So you don't even have to care about deployment, lots of brake, also harvest again, lots of braking, lots of off-throttle. It's like you've got a surplus ability at that track. So you see some syncopling and end of straight, but very minimal in that track. So actually, but the flip side of that means that overtaking will be a rarity in Singapore. So that you'll actually, on the flip side, you get a lot more drama and potential overtaking on tracks that are energy limited, like Melbourne and Silverstone and Spa. So, ladies and gentlemen, I reliably informed Fernando Alonso he is going to go for a flying lap here. So, the company of the third most successful Spanish Grand Prix driver of on side. Let's do a lap of Bahrain, but the most successful Spanish Grand Prix driver of on side. Pedro taking the win. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a flying lap or not, but at the moment, I mean, he's not altering the so just going for turn 1. It's obviously a very important corner to regen, to try to harvest as much energy as possible. Turn 2 and 3 is very difficult with this car because you start get that deployment and it's very twitchy coming out of there. And now turn 4 is a corner where you have to really assess where the wind or pace affecting you, because it can change a lot of braking as well. He's not attacking massively the exit curve, which means obviously that he's not going for a very fast flying lap. He's, I mean, according to a program, he should be on the long run anyway. And then turn 8, this corner where we've seen so many people lock up and go wide. And then you go head into this double apex, 9 and 10. You bring the brake balance quite rearwards. You have to downshift in first gear in this kink to make sure that you harvest as much energy so that from this turn 10 to 11 you can actually go into 7 speed and very high rest. You can see the lights blinking, so we're already got the energy there. Turn 11, always very much affected by the wind direction and speed. Turn 12, which nowadays, as Fernando said, that even our chef and Lloyd go over through that corner because you are obviously lacking that deployment on that on run. You don't have the energy, so it's easy flat. Last corner, that last straight, obviously under the last part of the, the lap, you're sometimes when you arrive here, some teams have still some deployment left and energy, some others are. And we have seen massive discrepancies on the start finish when you end up the lap, because obviously also what you started is some teams use a lot more on the out lap, a lot more energy, some others to close the lap. So it will be also difficult to follow Det solo qualifying lap, and you see, it goes den sectors, then vary a lot. What you're trying to say is, Pedro, you wouldn't want Prof this stroke when it comes to qualifying. No, I would. I mean, he does a fantastic job. Listens to that he's listening to us. It's always a pleasure to listening to him. I love this man a lot. It's my new to never city pay him. Still left it, does it for the love. To be honest, it just reminds me qualifying this year. But she would wind it back to when Fernando Alonso was a provisional pole at Monaco in 23. Yeah, I remember well. Yeah, and I'm commentating, and Max is 2 tenths down going into the last sector. Last sector of Monaco, pretty makes up 2 tenths there. And just in the back of my mind, I thought, man, just keep the jeopardy going here, and let's not get so excited that he's going to be Fernando on pole. And I remember saying that if anyone could make up the difference, Max Verstappen could make up the difference, and it was an incredible final sector. And he snatched pole, just a few hundreds. But I get the feeling qualifying could be a bit like that this year, where you say some would have used their deployment and won't have that boost coming out of the final corner. Others will have that boost, and therefore it ain't over till it's over. Yes, absolutely. Jeopardy. And that's our job property to, and for the fans at home, to sell with sectors different teams are faster or slower in when they lay down a fast lap time doing quality sims on each track could be go to. A bit like you're fully aware in Monaco that day. The Red Bull and particularly Verstappen was icy in that final come your corner. So you were already prepared for what the outcome could have been. And I think we're going to have to, everyone's going to have to study a lot more this year to try and work out views, strengths and weaknesses happen at what point of the lap. So, yeah, in short, it's not over till it's over in qualifying this year. You can't make too many wild predictions based on the first sector alone. Study, I was giving an off Pedro to this area. I was dragging him into the top tube up to him time. I would drag him every single week alongside Barton myself, or you'll be in the commentary up to China. It's not cheated, right? And Alex Thurston says, outside a Racine top 4 of Merc, Ferrari, Red Bull and McLaren, who do you think could surprise us? Or will the top 4 dominate between them? Wow. I mean, here's a question. I really have no idea, really. I mean, what we can see from this preseason test is that the 4 top teams, and McLaren, Red Bull, Mercedes, and Ferrari are very close. I would say, they're really, the 4 of them are virtually, these differences must be very small. Not in a position really to say, it's just 10 kilos of fuel up or down, or we could change everything, could change the picture. So it's kind of who's done games of this. No, I don't know. I know, but I haven't really analyzed their lap times in that detail. I'm sure that the other teams will, and our team will do as well in the next few days. But it is, it's looking at the cars through the corners. They look very stable. They look really consistent as well as McLaren doing a lot of long runs and looking very strong on the rear end all over the course of our race stint. I mean, could be looking at what the team is, guys. There could be joining right at the sharp end with Racing Boys. I mean, they're the only other team apart from the factory team, Red Bull, running that power unit. And if it is to be in the early phases at least, similar to 2014, where it's a power unit championship, a lot of rumors around there. Steve had a lot of the Mercedes drivers, for example, saying, "Why do you have to watch the Red Bull powertrain sport engine? That is the benchmark, blah, blah, blah," whether it's actually true or not. But what if it's true? And their grasp on these regulations is better than anyone else's so far. Could this team, Racing Bulls, could they be joining the sharp end or sharper end of the grid? What is possible? The Williams we see is a bit heavy. Is that fair to say that I haven't heard that information? I have, but okay, I'll take your word for it. They're definitely heavy. Yeah, they're definitely heavy. So there's a couple of other things. Could be honest, and Doug backing that up. We're led to believe, we know, 10,000 admitted it, they did fail crash tests. And that's fine, everyone fails crash tests, but then you got to beef it up. It's past a crash test, and that's weight. So, if the Williams is a bit heavy, and the Racing Bulls isn't, the car that can get down to that with 724 kilos of car weight plus the mass of the tires. The actual tires aren't included in that total car weight for this year. So if they get down to that 724, then they got extra advantage from that. Haas, I think, are looking in a very decent position. They had one issue and then that got solved quite early on. I was talking by Komatsu, and he said that since Barcelona, we've actually had a really good testing program. We've got lots of miles on the board. The Alpine looks stronger, with the Mercedes power for this season. But with every Mercedes powered team, then there is that sort of fuel and whether they've gotten right accredited homologated fuel and the best out of that by the time it gets to Australia. And then Aston Martin, they were kind of waiting to join that midfield pageant. With all due respect, you're probably not there just yet. Yeah, we see. We will see. Oh, yeah, see the thing going on. We never lead. It's just, it's in our hands, we will obviously develop the car from here to everyone will. But when you were talking about the weight, it has a huge impact, because it's always very difficult to read into the lap times of pre-season testing. And then weight of the cars and now with the deployment and everything. But then we have to throw in the amount of extra weight or all of the weight that teams can beat, which we don't know. But the question for the teams is, if you run 10 kilos overweight or 20 kilos overweight, how are you going to do if you're testing here doing a long run with 100 kilos? Are you putting 100 kilos of fuel plus your overweight, or you are testing with 100 kilos, assuming that those 10 kilos are not weight and not fuel left, they're feeling included. It is, I know it's quite complicated, but the only thing, the message is that don't read too much into the lap times, because it's already difficult as it was, but now with this overweight effect that some teams have, it's impossible. And also, I was talking about weight and fuel, because of the new regulation of that 3,000 megajoules per hour energy flow limit, not fuel zone limit, it's an energy limit. Because that's in place, it means that whoever turns up this year with the most powerful fuel, you just have to put less of it in your car. Yeah, so there's less weight again. So if you've already got a car that is comfortably under the weight limit, and you're placing weight around the car to bring it up to that weight limit, you can get your weight distribution exactly where you want it. You'll be obviously putting it at the front of your car, because there's another regulation as to how far forward your weight distribution can be. Now, I think it's 4-6%. It might have changed. It is new tires, but I think it used to be 4-6%. So that if that's your target, because your car's nicely underweight, you can place it where you want, and then you've got this really powerful fuel that your fuel company, this sustainable fuel company, has come up with, this great concoction. It means they will comfortably reach that 3,000 megajoule per hour window, that limit, with just a very little amount of fuel in your car. Well, there's less weight in your car, particularly at the start of the race. It'll be a huge advantage. Yes, less so in the closing stages, but when you burn through your regular supply of energy. And the deal is like, hey, I think he should shut up around. He went now into a very complex. I should have said up a list time. I don't know. This is my talent. I think that this is the second. This is very everyone. This become very familiated. We go to the undergraduate. You prefer to waffle over there. If you don't have it so far, he's the expert. Look at this sort of thing. This paid, is painfully Formula 1. Meaning what is that? But that's what these sports now is. They say on the fuels. I'm with you. Well, I don't understand it, except a very clever person, Tim Paul, with skillful smaller teams, said to me, what we're doing is we're scraping waste off waste to create a sustainable fuel. So take your waste that we can't use, and we're scraping the evil waste effects of that. We're turning it into a sustainable fuel, and that I think is a mega tear sense. And I proceeded that chat with, it's really that bit in Back to the Future, where Doc flies in the car and he relishes around in the bins, and he pulls a bit as they could, the banana peel or whatever, into the DeLorean, into the flux capacitor, where there's the edge of the flux capacitor was did the time travel. But my daddy designed that's great. And I said, and then it flies off again. That's what you should be doing with the fuel this year. To which he replied, what makes you think we're not? Hello, nuts. And to what makes you think we're not? That's where the was scraping the picky banana peel was scraping the waste off the banana peel, so to speak on that one. His LM shit cell and competition works Back to the Future 2 before they saw watching Melbourne this year. Yeah, we'll understand what on earth you just upspated about. I've watched Back to the Future 2 before Back to the Future Body Waste, but what's more sets. Well, Back to the Future 3, I'll go completely lost to this. How is that? Hell, what it was. I've been in medicine with look now. Maybe what you watch Back to the Future, they are a great trilogy of films. But my point of the sustainable fuels are though, there's 1.6 billion road cars on this planet. That one day, with an acceleration of technology of sustainable fuels, we might be able to power with something that F1 has kind of contributed to. That is a poorly of legacy to the sport. It is fantastic. I mean, and obviously Aramco are working so hard. They work already hard, we not to make it closer to a sustainable fuel with F2 and F3. In the past, now they are fully sustainable fuel. And basically the message is, what is a sustainable fuel? Because this has to produce this fuel, you are taking carbon from the atmosphere, from the world, basically. And eventually you will burn it. And you will, obviously the exhaust pipes will bring that carbon back to the atmosphere. But it is carbon net zero. So basically we are not contributing to any impact on our environment, which is the beauty about this. And this is a technique. This is obviously where the technology is leading us, and the millions of cars in the future will eventually get this sustainable fuel, which at the moment for a normal road car is semi-expensive. It's already expensive for Formula 1, but I'm sure that with the proper technology, the approach and development, it will get you a decent price. I think I've arrived at figures. It's something like $400 a litre. Full top figure. Some might be more expensive, some might be a little less. Yeah, but it's about $400 a litre Canadian. So only you could be driving around in that. Hang on, a sustainable fuel cost is because I don't go very far. And to take my cleverly, it's coming down. That's it, and the more, and I think that Formula 1 will contribute to that price going down, because the amount of development that is being thrown into the e-fuels basically is this phenomenal. Yeah, this immense competition on drives it to be better. Yep, in everything, in every department, whether you're a driver, mechanic, team principal, that competition, it demands perfection. Now, talking of demanding perfection, pit stops in Formula 1, we always demand perfection. We like to see a driver in and out in about 2 seconds. George Russell is about to come in for a pit stop. Bernie Collins is down in the pit lane. How tough can you this be? They expect it to be pretty good profit, because this is what the 6th pit stop then done in a row. They've been in and out. George comes in again. This one, they're practicing a 5-second time. I've seen the front left corner those all agree with each other that it needed to be at 5 seconds. Get it done. Stem in the lane on the rear right, I think they say. And then get it out again, but find time to profit. It is fucked and died in this preppy, and I am so friend with my Irish skin. And these three will be annoyed. So they're like 6 pit stops in a row without one purchase the penalty. But nothing speaks more highly of how well a run man is going that on day 2 of testing, you are doing pit stop practice. And for me, that is very, very strong from Mercedes. I actually, as I was coming to the pit the end at the start of this shift, I seen the second crew come in, and I wondered, find the second crew coming in for filming a night crew and a day crew. But they're coming in, so they've got a phone crew to practice those pit stops. And that speaks very strongly, I think, of how the position that the Mercedes is permanently in. Couldn't agree more, buddy. They consistently be doing a lot of laps. 76 for George Russell. The morning session, that is more than any other driver. Yeah, that's good. It's good to see so many pit stops. Also, it's interesting what their driver program is. Tomorrow is Antonelli, so today, this afternoon, Antonelli will shoot tricks. It's very dependent, where are you up to in your program? 30 days, or even we bumped into Jimmy Antonelli earlier on, and they said he's going to be in after lunch break today. So, and he's looking forward to having some extra laps under his belt, because I think in terms of the their laps. George Russell is enjoyed in the car compared to Antonetti. I think Antonetti so far has been the unlucky one. Yes, he has, and has especially last meet spent too much time in the garage. So yeah, he'll be looking for a better afternoon today. While we were hearing about pit stops for Birdie, Lando Norris has had a series of features and misses, bitches down the track. So this was the final corner. Yes, he went wide there. Yeah, not happening well. There was a massive lockup down at that turn 8, where Ollie Bearman was behind him. And Isabella says, I just pit stop, 7th pit stop, 7th pit stop. And that looks a lot more slick. Yeah, it's definitely quicker. And they didn't hold the car. I wasn't planned to hold the car by looks at it, but looking at Norris's tire lap chart here, so it's 13 laps. That set of hard tires had done, and previous to that, and 8 laps didn't. So yeah, I'm getting towards the latter part of that first in a race, if you like. There was lots of smoke, meaning I said look up, see me at Dina's, well, you know, it's just doing some practice starts. At the end of the pit lane. On the subject of pit stops. So we talked about the start procedure, and we're going to see another experiment at the end of this session for the new starting procedure. We'll talk more about that as and when it happens. But drivers are obviously having to hold the revs and keep the car revving whilst it's up on the jacks. Yeah, so you'll come in like before, you'll be in the pit lane, on the pit lane limiter, which is another challenge for the engine manufacturers, the pit lane limiter, and how cleanly the engine can run this year compared to previous years. So you be on the limiter and you put into the pit box, you just press the clutch pedal all the way to the end, so fully depressing the clutch. Keep it in first gear. So you stop momentarily and then immediately you hold your revs on the throttle. Lower revs, higher revs in the pit stop compared to what they'll do at the start. This stops for less time. Yeah, it means that the turbo's spooling down for less time. So it means you have fewer RPM held in the pit stop. It's just you're there just briefly, and then you're off on your way. It's still a very difficult process, but I believe the process in the pit stop in the box is easier than the start procedure, which it needs to take. But luckily, and I think that the difficulty at the race start really is that you keep the engine, on high revs in first gear. Now we didn't see the pit stop. We are right, pitting probably. Almost Oscar for a driver, and I don't know if they're deliberately having a bit of a sticky rear right there, because that's good for a driver. He will be expecting, 2.5 second pit stop, right, the way we go. Actually, they need to be able to react to however long the pit stop might be. It would surprise me if that's a deliberate thing that they factor. And I'm with you all now, Crofty. It looks like it was fairly deliberate there to hold the car, to make sure we all know how hard these cars are to get off the line and in the pit box as well. It's just discussed. So why not throw some drama in there, and some unpredictability, and see how the driver copes with it, the power unit copes with it, and just throw a few random surprises in there, which, like Bernie was saying, if there are the ability, if there are the state in their program to be looking at those small details now, I think that speaks volumes for where the team is, how comfortable they are. Bortoletto just on 5th fastest, by the way, and he's done that, and on the prototype tyre, or the tyre without the markings. Now, yesterday you were asking, what is this tyre? It's from Turkey. So basically, it's a C3 compound, but it's not made in the same factory as all the other tires. This is a Turkey tire, and it's from the Pirelli factory in Turkey, and they are using them and testing them just to make sure they're absolutely identical to all the other C3 tires. Yeah, makes sense, doesn't it? It's test. Yeah, so we did wonder yesterday whether it was in fact a softer compound. Maybe different construction, different temperature range, who knows, but yeah, we knew it was a prototype tyre. It is. It's just it's from a made in a different country. Yes, that's the other tyres, which are from Neo, I think. Yeah, so yeah, it's This is just a different source, and it's trying to see whether they have that consistency across the. Pedro is looking at you. That agrees. How do you know that? I mean, I doubted myself from the people I'd spoken to whether I remembered it or not. It's the sort of thing he memorizes. See these people with these fairy tales. Yes, I don't think I don't know. You know, yeah, and it might be another country. It might be another country. Yeah, in. He's very, very good, trust me. Second furled is delayed. Max Verstappen this session. About a tenth of a second between himself and Lando Norris. We're not talking much about Max Verstappen. He is just going about his business and will be doing so after the lunch break as well. He gets a full day today. I was at Hadjar. And Hadjar, I should say, had a full day and yesterday. Car just looks nicely balanced. It looks like it's compliant, doing what Max wants it to do. I'm not trying to put the commentator's curse on, I promise. It might get a bit squirrely out at turn 11, but then it isn't the only car that do that. It might look up into turn 10. When I'm used to it, you see that always beautiful to watch Verstappen drive and how much you're testing, how much he's always using that extra half a meter of asphalt, you know, with a whole car braking over the exit curb, but keeping touching, you know, and not well inside the track in it. Day one rear wings Ferrari. This is Charles Leclerc. Right, that's what it looked like. Pedro day one. You just have it right. Got a gap in between the upper plane and the lower plane. That's today. Wow, what a difference. The point really is this is generating this like an airplane, you know, it's just actually lifting the rear. No, if you put it this way up, yeah, I mean, it could actually be generating, you know, lift, but in on the other direction reading. Would you do that? To just, I don't know, if it generates lift, does that HG's light drag as well? Yeah, it might be only a test, you know, we don't know, or it might be even a mistake of the system. Like we saw it obvious, let's get excited. No, don't come out there, I mean, they don't seem that excited, no, in the big loss. I think they saw that when I made it, I think it was a mistake. Oh no, it's gone 180, ring up, people read what it's, and the girl is there thinking about these crazy theories. If it's not a does, if anything goes 180, I get excited. Just up, oh yeah. They did the send Lewis Hamilton out in a 2 hours time to practice these starts. I don't think they're going to do that because they're removing the screens at Ferrari. So where the work is going on and has finished in time to Lewis to come back. And we won't see I don't foresee the active mode open and close. They've been desperately trying to fix that wing from sitting now 180. And he's going to go back out there. It's going to be just like normal. And them think, we did it. Yeah, they made the side activation work in a way where it doesn't get back on his So we'll go to ask Fred the center what it's all about. He'll tell me the August answer. Sure he will. You know, Fred, well, Petro, right over chat. Great dad. He's a great guy. He's the right man at Ferrari. Like a calm, experienced head, you know, to oversee everything that comes with the Ferrari team principal, which is, yeah, I've had a huge honor to get that job, man. Absolutely the right man for it. And then Fred has come from the lower 40s as well, you know, he's worked his way through and always very successful man, so something to really appreciate of him. He's funny to talk with, and he's one of those guys that he laughs. In a way, he's a bit like me, you know. He laughs about his own jokes more than you do, you know. And this is something I really like. It's also something I really do because at the end of the day, we all need to laugh about ourselves, you know. We're talking about there being the technicalities and stuff like that. That we end here because we laugh for a while. We love motorsport, but we enjoy it. You have to enjoy that. Yes, the day you stop enjoying it, that's the day you have to walk away from having some or any job. But he's got a great way of dealing with drivers. You can tell, even if it's a driver that's never worked with the guy before in their career, there's his connection that he has, this ability to work with drivers brilliantly well, and yeah, you can see the hard times that Lewis went through since joining Ferrari. But Fred was always there by his side, never downplayed the efforts that Lewis gone to last year since joining the team, and was never on never on his case. There's never any negativity. They always tell through those hard times that there was that respect and on both sides, and just Fred Masseri is just one of those characters that could chill with drivers. Yes. And he has the experience to do so, and they know Louis so well from ARD, from F2, GPT back then. So red flag, and this is on part of the procedure. See, end this session, because it's not just testing them, it's just tested to the FIA at all their systems as well. So we throw first a red flag, which means everyone out on the track, which is only Peb and Lando Norris, perhaps Bottas and Max Verstappen, will return to the pit lane, because that's what you do where there's a red flag. Meanwhile, George Russell has made his way to the end of the pit lane, but as the red light is on, he can't leave the pit lane. This will be a test to see how long the car can stay at the end of the pit lane for. Because it might just be, when it comes to qualifying, that you want to get out first and run for quite some time. Maybe that's what Hamilton in the Ferrari. And I'm sure that they will test at the end of the pit lane. They can do a hateful soap test, for you at how many minutes they can be there with the engine running. But at one point they will switch off the engine and then make sure they can restart it with a keg, So there's so many procedures that will be tested without it. That hunting for secrets here, you don't have to say yes or no. But is a Honda power unit capable of restarting in that? Yeah, for your knowledge, yeah. It's one of those things that when that rule first came along with the power units, when it changed to hybrid in 2014, a lot of the teams couldn't have that functionality, and it wasn't built into the design. Some teams did. That was Renault who first did it. Honestly, I can't remember. But I do remember that Mercedes didn't have that functionality in the beginning, so they had to sit there with the engine running in those moments. And you realize very quickly there's some other teams that could restart the engine from the kinetic motor, that they had an advantage. I mean, you could send the car as early as you wanted down to the front of the queue and just turn your engine off, because we could restart it in a Yes, that was the first year, but then after that, I think everyone saw the beauty of of actually being able to restart it with a day, which was, you can do it, it's part of the regulation. So, and especially now with QE and now a Q1, Q2 scenario where you're trying to get the most out of the chassis. It is so if it's just at Red Bull, so Max Verstappen, Lando Norris comes through the pits just before him. Is Max not going out to a start? Lights are up. Interesting. Red flag. So the man with the green flag to oversee from the rear, the start procedure has now wandered into place. Surprised that they're not the team. They're not going to take part in this practice start with Max Verstappen. I mean, he might well come out in a couple of moments after they push the back to the garage, but he's definitely going into the garage as the light now goes green, and the cars made their way to the track. The message was race resumed with 13:55. That's the standard message the FIA put out on their time screens. Now frustrating for Hamilton. You finally get back out there, and now you have to go through the same procedures everybody else is. Just less than 5 minutes remaining, and I'm sure he wants to get out there and a few more laps under his belt at higher speed. But he's done 5 laps, Lewis, and that's it. So, and that to me is not a plan. It's fit 4 hours just to do 5 laps. And there's been an issue with Ferrari. What is that issue? Why has that car been in the garage for so long? I'm sure we're going to follow him. Eyes on that rear wing, that like a hawk. On the exit, you only see it open into the exit of turn 10. It momentarily opened before turn 4. But if this is a formation lap scenario, would the active aero activate? Yeah, why not? I mean, it's as long as you're full throttle. If you're full throttle when you press the levers, yeah, so it very much depends on where says your state of charge of the battery. Oh, you need to recharge more, you will use the SN button and open the wings. If not, it's just it's not what we're saying about it. There is, it's not DRS. Whenever you're in that zone, if you flat out, you use it. It is just It's not a case of just going down the straight faster. It's just, it really should just be automated. Yes, I think I would be pushing to just automate it. It automatically closes within zone. Say like before Cops Corner, Silverstone, for example, you add straight mode open before cuts. Yep, and you can easily, in some circumstances, take it full throttle, or it's not going to close. So it has to close automatically. And if it closes automatically and you're relying on that, why not open it automatically? So I'm sure in time it probably will be like that. So there's a lot of discussion about standing starts and starting of races, whereby the cars need to avoid the turbo lag. They need to be holding the revs for an awful lot longer, and the moving start procedure wasn't necessarily allowing the drivers to do that, especially those towards the rear who would settle not as early as those on pole. Just watching Ollie Behrman earlier on the second race, so I wonder if they've been told to purposely leave enough space for the cars in front, both Norris and Behrman. There's about every race I've learned. Now, it'd be wise to do it actually. I mean, there's not one being, just those buttons. So there goes your flashing lights to say we're about to get going, but we're actually going to have an extra formation layer board at start. So they put it all to the start, and they're now putting an extra formation lap in. Actually, it's all being displayed on the board. You can't quite see it, but be careful about Thomas Super. As Zoris was using the opportunity, I could hear the red. That's very high. He was using the opportunity to get a proper practice start in, so he didn't just drive away casually like the other drivers did. I could hear the revs held high, and that's why he was stationary to that time, extra than the others. So bolted start, and it's again, from everyone's point of view, the FIA, F1, they should be practicing these procedures before the first race. And what a great time to do it. So, let's switch this room. Here we go. So, race flag, cars back in pit lane, line up in the faster. This is the procedure that they're going through. Pit mates, so those cars need pit mates going back on the grid, because that's it. That extra formation lap was planned by the FIA. They need to know what to do for an extra formation lap. Remember Brazil, a couple of years ago, a couple of seasons ago, I should say. The car's back in position on the grid, and then there will be a 5-second blue freestyle warning. So we were talking about what could they do, and I said, we'll just took one red light on and did the rest. So they've gone to pretty much that, but with a blue light coming on, and then the standard light procedure after the 5-second blue freestyle warning. Any idea where this light's going to be? Driver level or entry level? Or is the blue lights and as you felt that we're heavily come to driving, just to be on site something, if only for an ambulance or what if fire, it's just something to get past. But I have no idea where the blue light's going to be. I'm assuming it'll be on the gantry to the right, or the size it likes. So is that do you say 5-second warning? I would say warning before the first red light comes on, yeah. So we have the car. That'd be a nice achievement. You do cross to you end it as well before lights out and away we go. You won't get interested. Warming your voice up. Oh, that's the way we go. Alright, so it should be the real one then. Yeah. Where do they get the blue lights from? Oh, now they're all lined up in a different formation. Yes, do they know this is going to be a start? So, on the grid, guy with the green flag is now waving it. Where is that? Oh, there's it. Okay. That makes sense. And all the reds are going. And it's lights out, away we go. And sideways, George Russell doesn't get off the line while looking through its Hellraiser line. And my sorry, in the lightning, as was Ollie Behrman. I had Lando Norris in your own side. I mean, the George didn't get away well. You're going to wait better than Lando. He didn't even practice start previously. That's very true. But Lewis Hamilton, and he left to space. And he left. Oh, well, he did a row, and then he pumped on with 3. He left, I think. Yes, yeah, one whole row. Yeah. One whole row as a space. And so, yeah, and still managed to easily put alongside and overtake. That, and it looked great off the line, didn't it? From this is our first snapshot. What we could expect come Melbourne. You'd have to say the Ferrari was a rocky off the line. So there's all of this. Look at the McLaren on the left and wow, indeed. And then here comes Russell, the counterbuster. He didn't just put him, he annihilated him. Well, and so, Lewis Hamilton, the start of it, really held the traps well. The reaction time was exactly the same. Look at the wheel spin on Russell. Yeah, huge wheel spin. That was the reason why. I wonder if the other teams knew that what the procedure with Lando was, and it was on purpose, because if you kind of don't start when you have to, and you have people behind you, and if practice start is dangerous. Right, these are all procedures that need to be done, dusted, and solved before Australia. Lando Norris, though, with the fastest time of the session, spent over second, just over ahead of Max Verstappen. Jules Russell started in from him, also Will Spin, third fastest. Alex Albon, fourth fastest. Gabriel Bortolesso, the Audi, was fifth fastest. Russell 77 laps with the most laps of any driver in that session. Lando Norris put in 72. Lewis Hamilton, with that great start, only 10th fastest in the times, had 5 laps totally. For the Ferrari in that session, they need to get more laps on the board come the afternoon. And the alternate session will be with us before you even know it. An hour's time. There is George Russell. Once again, Mercedes absolutely consistent and getting the reliability and 7 practice pit stops as well. Max Verstappen didn't do the practice stops at the end, put in 56 laps during the course of the session and running on the C3 medium tire throughout that entire boarding session. Lando Norris mixed it up, C3s and the C2 tire, and had the fastest time of a 1:33.4. Absolutely, Davidson and Pedro de la Rosa, thank you for your company. Gentle welcome. It is the brilliant Pit was only meant to be for half an hour. So there's so much. He stayed with us for the duration. I'm really glad you did, sir. But for Lando Norris, I'm sure there'll be smiles over the course of the lunch break, because he put in the fastest time. You'll have over-duty Sue Oscar Piastri for the afternoon session to come. And the tire flexing its muscle and stretching its wings out in front. Alex Jakes and Jolyon Palmer will be back in an hour's time. Anthony and myself will be back in 3 hours' time for the conclusion of day 2 of this final test. From us all for now, goodbye. struggling around their laps to be able to get the right performance of the cars. I'm looking for session. Will Lewis Hamilton and the Ferrari team get back on track after a troubled morning? But when they is innovation we've seen already this season in a Formula One, a rear wing, the upside down, at high speeds to reduce drag, and it's a clever solution that no other I doubt at all. But will they? Lots of ideas, lots of cameras in the pit lane, photographing each cars, and also the teams and drivers struggling to find the best way to use something new in this new era of the Formula One. The overtake system, the boost button, the enclosing these rear wings, when to do it, how to do it, and how the airflow works over the bodywork. You sweep along the pit lane here. Oh, I was down there last week, and you can still see a few teams taking a long hunt. They're a team I expect to see quite a lot more of. They didn't introduce a new car last year, but they're going this year, and we're going to see how that performs at speed, and how cars Aston Martin lots of focus car. Bounty and pit lane Liam Wilson. Well, he's not in the garage right now, but he's ready to go out after this a nice lunch down at the Racing Boys team. The Red Hat, one of his engineers, and the team is fitted with the new Red Bull developed power unit. I'm working with the Ford Motor Company. They finally done it, and that power is looking particularly interesting, particularly high speeds, and there's been a lot of conversation about the has indeed. Great to be back with you, Sam. And everyone, not a lot going on down in the pit lane. And a very, very entertaining morning session with the Sam. Rotating Ferrari rear wing, catching plenty of attention. And this is in highlights, including Franco Colapinto behind the wheel. George Russell having plenty of down to turn 10. So this was Max Verstappen and running out occurred on the exit turn 11. Then an Norris with the lockout into turn 1, seeing plenty of those spots. The difference in speed, different laps with the deployment of set. Liam Lawson getting loose in the Racing Bulls. That was a question in the press conference. In a mother that Ferrari's all of the attention, deliberately running upside down, then rotating back into position. But Lewis Hamilton had a lot of time curtailed in the car. Laps for him, 5 laps for him on an out lap as we speak to you. And here he is, as if by magic. He returned to his out lap, and so he streams up at Ferrari, that the 5-time Bahrain Grand Prix winner out onto take in his afternoon run. Sometimes it can be a sleepy start to proceedings, but given the fact the 7-time world champion is out there, and it's took 4 hours to home the clock and say good afternoon to Journey Hamilton. No, actually, you know what? in those 5 laps, the second most interesting thing he did behind the rear wing. And I'm really interested in the race starts for this year. We've documented get off the line. The reason for that to better last year is effectively the energy recovery system has gone from last year. That's the MGUH. And DUK, the kinetic motor. The MGUH pulled up the turbo when the cars were idling and had to get it ready for a launch. And it's not road relevant. These heaters have been used out there for 12 years and updating obsolete technology in the wider world. So that's gone, and of race starts and the ability of the teams to spool up the turbo and get to good launch. And links about the new start, which is coming in with some lights indicating to the drivers when they're on now. But the launch earlier was fascinating to see. Hamilton get a really good launch. Send the McLaren at the front. McLaren not moving. Norris having an empty still. Russell having still spinning, not moving as well. So that's the 2 parameters that you're trying to get around. Hamilton side through from effectively, and Esteban plus of it 9 and get through to second. And remember, that is a Ferrari power you. So Charles Leclerc has just been talking and saying, I think starts are difficult for everyone, but we have an advantage. So we're on the upper end of where you could be. That was in one breath, and the other breath was, I'm going to say, straightforward initially. You combine those 2 good starts, overtaking Coffee, and a good car. Ferrari are in a great place, Alex, at the moment, especially. And I thought it was interesting that Charles Leclerc underlined that they had prioritized that. They had gone deliberately in the direction of making sure their starts were strong. Lewis Hamilton and Tavera, they have reverted the rear wing for now. So, you know what? I think testing, in Formula One, it is. I've always asked the question, why does anyone bother sandbagging? This year, maybe there's a bit more reasons with some political skullduggery behind the scenes. But generally, as soon as anyone puts something on the car, the rest of the world are lifting, whether it's photographers or cameras. And there we go, the old spec wing that had the full rotation. There we go, nice one. And the one that opened just on the last lap. I'm going to get a nice back-to-back compare. Going to go Sydney. Slow mo. Very nice, but nowhere to hide when you two are there now and the cameras are watching. So maybe a boss or a shakedown would have been a better chance to do that if they possibly could. But the whole world would see. Maybe it'll be no good, and it's just a simple test ride. And they did it straight out the box today. I did not revert to this. Someone with a low lens did from a hill in Barcelona. There's nothing escaping from what the guys at Formula One. So yeah, they're reverting to the old spec. Fernando Alonso back out on track, 41 laps. His total, he's in the top day. Got Stroll in the press conference earlier saying they have ideas about what they need to fix. That team very much on the back foot, reliability-wise, lap count-wise. Just having some back to his Ferrari team. And Tustang into a garage. Then he has spent a majority of the day, or at least his car has. Now, Charles was asked for an update on why we didn't see as much running, and he said, well, I haven't even been there. I've been training with Pierre Gasly, and I hadn't even been there, so I've not yet found out about Lewis Hamilton's day. It doesn't really turn anything too arduous, Charles, because at this rate, he might have a pretty busy day tomorrow. We're trying to play catch up and get in well over 100 laps where he'll be in the car all day, like Lewis was supposed to be today, but he's had to sit out pretty much 3.5 hours of practice earlier on, so our routine. I look on the boat, even if they're giving us a couple of highlights with the race start and the rimming. Out the boat. In the car for Audi. Take it over from Bortoletto, who just did 29 laps out here as well, didn't they? Have a super busy morning for Audi. So that's a quick turnaround. So their drivers both quite tall, not having to do massively change cockpit settings. I wouldn't have thought between the two. And Nico now in the car, needing to get on with some laps as well. So this is the sleepier hour. But thankfully we had Hamilton out with that Autobag out, and Antonelli's on the truck as well, the Mercedes. The distinctive sound of the Audi makes his way through turn 13. And the lineup for everyone involved: Oscar Piastri in the car, Kimi Antonelli in the car, Max Verstappen, Dutinius a Red Bull. From this morning session, Lewis Hamilton continues from limited running this morning. Alex Albon will be the only driver for Williams today. Liam Lawson remaining in that car. Fernando Alonso, the sole driver for Aston Martin. BUC gets about Ocon there. In the afternoon session, you are looking at Nico Hulkenberg, who is into the second session of the day. Franco Colapinto all day for Alpine, as Sergio Perez will hope to get more running than Bottas put in earlier on. Although Bottas had a much better second half of the session than we saw when he was able to finally get up to a race distance, but he missed the first couple of hours. But as he piled on the laps in the end, didn't he? The full race distance for him, and he had three long stints. Very positive of race running for Bottas. So a good job in the end playing catch up. There's a very slow start with error eggs in the car, and what looked to be some minor issues that cost them plenty of time, but 58 laps is not to be sniffed at for a new team still, even if it is week 3 for them in Formula Automotive testing. Alonso using plenty of road in there on the way into turn 4. Slightly in the car, we're going to see so many snaps on the exit of corners throughout the early part of this year, certainly as drivers search for that power delivery, especially when you got it. Even straight line the exit, but you can do a lot more off the exit at turn 8, and again, I can't point you in a straight line, then deliver the power. So accelerating and turning, they are difficult beasts, as they are turning and braking, which you're going to have at 9 and 10. Trick shots, how I meant, but I don't know there up here, and just not the side we thought he would. Darting round the drone, having done wide at turn 10. And rejoining so many drivers struggling to slow the car down. 4 turns in. Alonso makes his way past Hulkenberg. Hulkenberg in the background there, distinctive silver Audi. So we're expecting this to be it to Fernando, as it is for Lewis as well. Alex Albon in the car all day will be having his final session before we enter Melbourne, and Liam Lawson as well. I think it's 4 drivers that are going to be having the end of their preseason testing in this next 4 hours. So they need to make sure they get everything in. Some long running, some Flow-viz running as well, you'd hope. And yes, Fernando's it doesn't feel like it's done an awful lot, but maybe then handing it over to Lards for tomorrow, see if Aston can keep learning. This is why he did the old trick shot wide of the drone. A league lockup there. Because we caught it on the way in, and it looked like it was under control, but pumping the brake a few times just to get that rotation as you lock up. You're not going to turn, so you need to release the brakes, get a little bit of turning, but then you're still going in too hard, so you apply it, law, and that's why the lockups are coming in, stopping, going again, and it drives us just searching for a bit of rotation. There we go, the wide line. And returning to the racetrack. So, second session of the day. Okay, the running with the temperature and 41 degrees, the air temperature, and 28. Then we'll have the running under the floodlights, the more traditional qualifying time. This race originally on the calendar in 2004 during the day, but really came into its own as an event when they started running under the floodlights, and we've had some races. And that was around here in the Taurus. Trademark squad from Methodical to the turn limit. Again, difficult acceleration zone, trying to feed in that throttle. Higher speed, wait to the power, and then whack. There you go. Deal with that. Out of the final corner. Running enters in the middle, twitchy, but then getting more and more on top of it. Traction not bring in, of course, as well. So it's this, just wet or very green. This is going to be even an holiday. We'll see that in Melbourne. Temporary circuit is going to be a lot of grit. Start to the weekend. Everyone is going to be. There's an else throwing pan into the fire, they say. But yeah, way to the cliches that it will be a real wedding castle. Either way of teams and drivers, but lots of memory element. That disappears, letting new traits live, learning how this formula works. Being lost in the steering hotel. I love this strange moment over the curves there. Turn 11 and earlier on. Just kick the steering wheel and lock on. The racing goals have been encouraged with their running so far. The team making close to goals. 13 that traditionally start a season very well. And then maybe down to something as a team or size of budget in the past where they able to develop all the way through. But nice Pedro, absolutely outstanding last year. On his way to the podium, and they were contested at multiple races. Smacks of a Grand Prix coming up here for Lawson. The Grand Prix of 1 at the moment, but Outlet comes through. A couple of podiums. This is race start time now. Probably laden with fuel. Bit of a wait, and then he will be off. So we get another view of another Alonso lockup. That is a different Meteor lockup this time for Fernando 10. Same corner, slightly worse. And that, look, the sake tire is getting multiple beatings. And again off the road, but again rejoining. So Alonso just trying to get laps on the board. He's on 46 now, even if they're not fully in, even if they're not working entirely well. Team just sitting there, every mile they can long. Now bring in the apron on the outside. That more and more, lots of the scenery finding themselves being blackened with rubber now. Well, they only had just to turn 4 as well. Everyone getting greedier. So we can get some take radio. Yeah, you might be hearing that, I hope. Might just be us. To live here, and even madness. This states of pre-season taxi. Into the active Ferrari straight zone. Here at 1. It's turned into big nonsense. So from earlier on, Norris was top. Max Verstappen was in second. The three-time world champion is just exited the turning line. This is an outlap. He's currently doing a practice start at the end of the 10 lane. See that out of the 2 bumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, and away he goes. So about 5 seconds of revs for Max Verstappen as he completes it. Let's stick with that data. Him and so much chat about the starts. And we're having practice starts at the end of every session now. And there goes Max slotting in behind Lawson, who's debugging his first flying one up. And there Fernando, so as you can see, getting a lap on the board. So, is Alonso on the race run as well? To know still the second with his 3 laps set up, but the pace certainly indicates that. It's a very steady pace, 42.8. So is he about to wind up for a quicker lap? Or is that cable on a constant run? If it is, then we might going to get a bit of an afternoon comparison with some up times. Well, as we see the early laps being launched, I'm delighted that we can now talk to a driver who has experienced these new rules and regulations behind the wheel. He was on track yesterday. He is completing a variety of exciting media duties today, including to talk to us right now. Isaac Hadjar currently on the pit wall for us. At least I was expecting him to be there. Can you hear us, Isaac? Yeah, I do. You hear me okay? hearing you loud and clear. That's the first thing to check. We would totally be able to do more than here you are, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. First of all, how has the test been going for you so far? How's it been? A bit tricky in terms of overall mileage. You know, I missed your whole boarding on, last week, also yesterday, so that's been difficult, but it's normal. You know, it's not the most reliable so far, because it's the very beginning, but I've always made the most of the Aston session, so yeah, we thought very good progress compared to the last week of testing. Now Max this morning found the formats as well, so we are very, very happy. Hi Isaac, you must be a little bit frustrated on that count really. With last week and this week, it seems like you keep getting the tough days of sitting in the garage, but I guess you have to make the most of it now and listen into what Max is saying and take the feedback from that. Dude, it's been obviously tricky, but you know, we over a 4 day you have more than enough to do. So even if we have the session, you can nearly complete all the mileage necessary, all the data gathering. So to be fair, it's not even that bad. And also it's a bit down as a driver to have like a very compact program where you actually like combine long short runs. So if AC is a bit more fun, but yeah, now Mice is behind the wheel as honestly I'm not to learn from him, so that's step 2 towards the day. And there's so much going on with all the teams and the drivers with these new cars. How is the challenge of the new cars? We got to talk generally. 2026 Rex, how are you finding them? It's very, like, the car is very lively. Made up speed collars, obviously as they're slow at the high speed. It's a bit slow, but the handling is good. It's like a bit more responsive, like they a bit more with it. Yeah, that there's the whole new story. There's so much to make the difference with where you harvest your energy, where you deploy it. It's very technical. Isaac, he had a phenomenal rookie season last year, including the standout podium in Zandvoort. But beyond that, the consistency that he showed behind the wheel has affected you this promotion to the senior team. Tell us the differences you found between your team last year and being promoted to the second Red Bull. I'm very honest. Like, let's say like it was more. It's not like really like a stability. It was atmosphere was amazing. Yeah, but you know, you go to Red Bull and it's I cannot say that it's a lot more serious. Yeah. The walking approach is slightly different. So you know, as a guy like me who really enjoyed the hard work, the taste, yes, it's more comfortable. Yeah, so that's very, very happy with working with these guys are very committed to winning. So I'm honestly very, very, very happy to be very lucky. Was that something you noticed the first day you walked in and some building teams over the winter? You thought, this is now I'm seeing that means business. This is what it's like to be fighting for a title with these guys. You felt it straight away. Even when I was doing my FQL outings when I was still in F2, you know, I got both days already. I was doing a bit for Ferrari at the time, and also Red Bull. Like already, I could tell. But it's also good, you know, like stuff like I'd also like I jumped into Red. It's people I've worked with over the years from S3 to F1, so it made the switch easier as well. You want to go and tell your friends at Racing Bulls that they need to take this a little bit more seriously. Have the winning mentality, guys. Says Wolverine Pilladay. Yeah, damn it. It's they'll have their approach obviously when you're fighting for instead to get this. Yeah, a bit. I guess you have it once, you want it more. So yeah, it's different. Isaac, thank you so much for your time now. It's on your media day. And yeah, I'm to see how you do with your new team this year. Thanks so much for your time. Have a good rest of your day and we'll catch up with you later. Thanks, you guys. We'll take you on the Nansel of the second Red Bull. Isaac Hadjan. I'm glad he didn't start around the top of his cheeks now that he studied the hell up, but these guys are dead. I appreciate his time though, because weirdly, just to give you an idea behind the scenes here, the drivers are being ferried all over the site doing various pre-season responsibilities. And he's been doing plenty of media appearances throughout the day, so we appreciate his time on the pit wall. His teammate Max Verstappen back to the pits as we were speaking to the new Red Bull second driver. Yeah, it is good of him to speak because there is so much going on in this test for the drivers, even as you say, even in their off days, but also Isaac keen to understand what's going on with that car. There's still lows. Interesting, he says he actually doesn't mind if you have an issue, then it just means you pile on the laps in a short time, you can really dial in. So he quite likes just keeping things going, running in the car, because he did at the end of yesterday, managed to get plenty of laps in the end of the day. And the Ripple does are quite lively as well. Does as he said, the front end is sharp. But they seem to have a really decent recharge and slowing it down, which is one of the traits that makes the at it. And even Laura Mackey was speaking yesterday and think that maybe it'll be suiting Max quite well because it's not that sharp front end. So it'll be interesting to see how Isaac deals with that as well. Back in the car tomorrow. I'm so him and Max only share. It's I know that. So we'll see them both. Had hopefully have a clear run. Yeah, Kiriki's rookie season, there was no doubt in his speed. He'd shown that in every category he'd ever beat in. But when he was going to deal with the blows of Formula One when it didn't go well, and then to start your season in the barriers or the formation that he worried throughout the team, and famously ruthless with their driver programs, famously ruthless with their drivers. But no, he's intent to come back immediately and show good pace in the next round and just to build a little way through. Also, I would say the intelligence of the answers. There were times last year when he was saying, I know this is an easier car to set up than the Red Bull. Just very, very open and honest all the way through. You never have to guess his emotions, which I think is a very, very fun trait in the sports bus. And there was a time when I thought he could be too honest, didn't I? It's just cute. The racing bulls up this grade, Red Bull, no. Big different. We're going different, huh? Winning mentality versus a family mentality. This true is the size of the team and the ambitions of the team against this. His former team with Liam also have a walk-up and a braking. Not such a catastrophic lock-up, that one. As you can see, stayed on the track. We said, oh, a lot more meaty lock-ups. That one just a little old school sniff of a laugh at the end of the break. 41.1 Lawson on the last lap. Alonso 33.4. So both seem to be on long runs. Alonso has done a few more laps than most. He's on a different tyre. May well be able to disappear too loudly, do not know, but there is a gulf between the pace of the Racing Bulls and the Aston Martin right now out on circuit. Both on wander runs of sorts. Hamilton to turn 11, and he's now to 14 laps for the day. Hamilton saying yesterday, enjoying this car to drive, and whenever he stewarded questions about last year, he just said, that's in the past, put that behind me now. I have a new race engineer thought this year who talks a lot about how that relationship is going to be vital, and because it's just a message, the clarity, the confirmation. I always think about the way that Carlos Sainz would demand on the radio that don't tell any information out of the rain a certain way. Tell me this way. Tell me in a clear way that I can understand, so I can make the calls as we go. And drivers making the calls in where the race issues, so they don't hold them back. That's the team time and time again. And he's rewarded his first ever podium in Formula One. So communicating with this new regulation sense for me absolutely vital. There'll be a new voice in the air. We're working with Lewis Allison this year. Yeah, then something they need to get up to speed with quickly to get that dialogue, and then, as you say, will not be more important than this year. Even an experienced driver like Lewis, there is going to be so much more to come. And you heard again Isaac talking about the nimbleness of the cars. Great, they're a little bit dartier. We've seen that all the way through testing. The complexity on the straight, difficult. It's a challenge for everyone, and so they're Ooh, working out how to get on top of that as we see the classic squab. That one Verstappen is like he's leaning on it. He sadly is past his first sector of anyone. Let's go trackside with Bernie Collins, who's at Lockup City. A turn set. Yes, indeed, and of course, elevated position how turn 10 today. For on top of the control drawer with the drag strip, they goes alongside turn 10. And this is a really did sort of bird's eye view of what's happening this quarter. Lots of action, like you say. There has been several people coming in and locking up. It's around 70, 80 kp each quarter this one, and then accelerating down the straight. And just remember waiting for some cars to arrive. I want to show you some people that have been watching the last few days on the Motus. The little SM brake board on the street, wide of turning time. That's the one that indicates, a bit like DRS used to, where the straight line mode can be activated. So anyone that's not noticed so far, those boards are positioned on at the straights around this track, always see them on other tracks to go to, but hopefully I could think Hamilton will come around to turn 10 now. We had previously seen beautiful overtaking me out of turn 10. Hamilton on Alonso, that Ferrari looking much faster than the Aston Martin. Here comes the racing ball through this corner, nicely in the apex, and then it'll Ferrari and the pension aid of the straight mode activated beyond those block boards. Now the McLaren again, flips almost unreal, quite wide actually there, for Oscar PL straight. Did was run off track like many others have. Hamilton again, very good distance through this corner. We've seen him several times come through there. He had overtaken Fernando Alonso, and just look at where Alonso is now. So about 4 laps ago, Hamilton had overtaken Alonso, and now it's the gap. He's opened up the front straight between turn 10 and 11. So that just goes to show you the speed difference between those two cars on these long runs that they're currently on. But agree at this point, Darb here, I'll stay for a level one, because this breaking into turn 10 certainly catching some the boy. But just for now, back to you guys on the commentary box. Thank you, then. Brilliant place to be watching. Leaving also is up there. And great vantage points all the part of the circuit. But we see so many errors. Oscar Piastri were on board and then making his way through 11 and 12. Trying to get, whoa, thought 10-12 was easy. No, right now, if you're Oscar Piastri, you could just hear the car sparking out. That was ground and bench style. You can see it there as well. And in the end, has a big moment as the car buttons out over the bumps. That was a feature of the last generation of cars. It's the first time we've seen it in this year's cars. A big save for Oscar. You've got to run around here. The tip is, yep, it is a perfect track that sets you about regard with the mountains and us that we have here. So, as Bernie pointed out, Hamilton passed Alonso. They're both on long runs in it with fuel on board, and Alonso the last lap she's done a particularly slow lap. They are on different tires, so Hamilton is the same tire as Lawson, but these are the sort of race tires that we could get in Bahrain, a softer, better medium. And Hamilton is doing a 39.1, knows to be a 39.5. Lawson is on about 41, so there's a second half between the Ferrari and the Racing Bulls. And Alonso was in mine in the 43s, and he's dropped to the 45s on the last lap with a mistake around or a slight back guard. So a reasonable field spread at the moment on these long runs. It's difficult to read in too much until we know they're doing a full Pro Prix distance, and when we do, then we know that how it is probably the fuel they've got on board. So then that becomes our most interesting indicator of true pace. Does it define the fuel when you're setting the tank and sending it to 57 laps? Lawson continues, 41.7, so a bit of drop off coming in on the C3s, and there's still a couple of seconds down on Lewis Hamilton. Right, I think we're going to have to get used to the idea of those record-breaking gaps in Q1 and in the race. The tightness of the field is about to go wide open again with the rule change, and I'm sure as the rules stay stable, everyone gets used to it, it'll shrink back again. But this year, there's going to be some gaps. So Max Verstappen with the fastest time. Both the tests on the 133 Thorso floor, which we saw set at the time, those of his tool done to us from the tipping. Bad Norris setting the time earlier on, Piastri in the car having that moment. And we've had a couple of lockups at turn 10. We've had that wide moment at turn 12 on the power for Piastri. And then, as Jordan's been telling you, we're getting the race runs underway. And we'll get an idea of how effective the various teams are looking when we at the end of the day, which will feature another practice start procedure. We'll get a read on whether the Ferrari powered cars can Recalibrate they did at the end of the morning session. Thought that now goes across their mind once more. Veteran driver extending his career with a works team as well. Went to the mixture of experience and youth, and for a long time last year, Guarthomato surprising many by getting the better of a previous one-lap specialist. Ultimately, putting that right to the end of the year. The Portletto was very straightforward with his comments in the media about the time it took him to learn the flyaway races in the second half of the season. Struggled to find the same performance then as he had done in the European League for the season. We'll stick with Hulkenberg for this now. He's only improved through the first section and started to piece things together on the C3 tyres. So the faster end of the tyres here for the Audi. Short and tall ones this morning, blank jump this afternoon. So they're about the road on the way in. Not being particularly greedy. I know much cleaner on the throttle as well. He's been quite snappy so far. Hulkenberg, the Audi power unit, if anything, a little bit more aggressive. There's more development to come on it. So there's a bit more headroom for Audi compared to some of the more established power units. And that seems to be the case right now. And it's better there. So one quarter to go. Sighting the car, you've always got the problem of running out of rear tyres as around the second anyway. Turn 13, any year would be saying the car's down live. He taps the wind as he comes through the salt. The quarter after Piastri had his dip moment. But all of those other things are now made a little bit harder by the braking and the acceleration phases that are so tricky, so for everyone. Hulkenberg shuffling the wheel through his hands as he was fighting a little bit of oversteer at the end of the lap. Tyres open. He think that it was a good lap. The whole C3 tyre. Then up he goes on Nova was certainly a lower fuel body sim run to the Audi. They were 2 seconds away. The team were talking in the press conference yesterday about that a long way to go. Fighting themselves remaining in the midfield gaggle, but having the huge task of having to build their own power units. Something that is very, very difficult. But they're doing that, how they're doing that. And of course, just won the team for Audi as well. So not with the Mercedes advantage of having multiple teams and all of the data that comes with it. Back to turn 12, back to Oscar Piastri. He assigns himself in the turning 3. Ready to the lowest push. Yeah, we've been pretty joking about the difference that we're going to go back. Not to the Venturi tunnels underneath the car, not to the aerodynamics and movement that touches the floor. They are still, of course, running the central part of the car. There's the solution of having the entire floor plane is bigger. Probably showed you the rate comparisons earlier on, and we're showing you also the Piastri now. I go over the line through up to ninth position. He's still 2 seconds away from the Santon his bench off as he bats out of it. Then tools over to the side of the road, soon going to let this happen through. And begin the recharge process. Some setup work for the Piastri. That's not a high fuel opening down bit, but it's certainly not a qualifying effort either there for him. So dialing in to start his journey this afternoon. Just a couple of laps on the board. Statham was out there again on the Prototype tyres. I wasn't sure if he was about to merge into another flyer, but I don't think he is. He's this was 1918 that he's did through the pit. It's not improving on the near the fruit. Hulkenberg spending his time blitzing the car through the pit lane, making his way down to the team. Takes us out of his efforts in the middle of the park. This is back to the lockups, this time at turn 8, and back to Fernando Alonso. So get a handful, this Aston Martin. This is not going to be fun, isn't it? No. This is fast becoming just the worst car, isn't it? The drivers are both so downbeat. Lord Stroll was in the press conference over lunchtime. He's watching on today only, but just saying we need more power, we need more grit. We need to work on that on the chassis as well. There's some downforce on it, so is bit of that must be why all these duck ups are coming as well. Bearing in mind all the cars have had a significant downforce reduction from last year. Everyone's used to these massive downforce beasts that we've had at the ground effect here, even though the cars before had a lot of downforce just generated in this style of working. And now there's all had a big old downforce haircut. And maybe that's the bottom more the most. Okay, let's get downstairs to the pit lane. Buster. Yes, well, we are down here in the Ferrari pit lane. We're expected to see a live practice pit stop. Oh, my brace simulation. At Sun without pin, clock out down the pin 8 to continue racing with a deep rear wing. Then the rear wing configuration he was running this morning that hit headlights. And why did it nick headlights? Well, it was an eternal AlphaTauri back to the picture, and the rear wing literally rotated 270 degrees. Now, why is that called? Because the flat rotates under aerodynamic mode, which is effectively means that it creates a self-adjusting profile. Why is that cool? It's because as you get to the end of the straight, you're able to shed downforce. You're able to shed drag, which means you're able to keep it open and closed. Have we seen this before? Yes, we have. Circa 2006 with BARs. I believe Can-Am in 1966. And this aerodynamic concept should help to improve the braking at a cost of a little bit more drag. Now, why is it off the car this afternoon? Yeah, getting named around 8 kph speed advantage. So it's just a test item from maybe only a few circuits that were specific trade-offs in terms of the aero characteristics where you want less traction sensitivity. This afternoon's racing might be more focused on having as close to running as you're expecting. Now, what are the engineers doing in a racing group out to the pit walls? We can see that we try to get as close as possible to conditions that you're going to have in a race, which is why you see a lot of mechanics are up there with their helmets on, ready to do the pit stops. Why can they have it this time of day? Well, not only are we closest to the race conditions, it's also the time of day when you have a day shift and the night shift mechanics. In every single one of the Formula One teams have their crossover period, with the night shift coming in, working all the way through to the day shift over in the morning, and you need both crews, so both sides of the garage, to do a full race pit stop. You can do it with only half the crew, so we do qualifying, but actually you get much better numbers, much better representation. Got brand new throttling actuator system this year. Yeah, both crews. And the track temperatures start to fall. It's a little bit more representative for those tyres, even if right now it's a little bit hotter than we would ever normally see during the Bahrain Grand Prix, which happens at 5 p.m, 5:30 after the sun sets. Thank you, Reese. So an update of where things stand at the moment for both the teams, the drivers, and those on the tip wall soaring over the data. The main eye-catching topic of the day so far has been the wing that belongs to Lewis Hamilton's Ferrari. Fred Vasseur, he said principal, was asked about it in the press conference. Specifically whether he's doing innovation, sometimes it's visible, sometimes it's not. So that two competitors and everybody on the grid is the exactly the same. That it's so that the last two bits that we bought on track were visible from outside, but it's not a big difference with the others. Then I don't know if it would be from Melbourne or the Letson. This is what caught the eye earlier on. How about that? Rotating round and is sitting back to position. So active aero. Spinning rounds. Check. So if all the cars copy Ferrari, it's going to look like swimming or something when they all pirouette the wings at the same time. Bearing in mind, they're allowed to all run their own DRS, and they are every straight kilometers dancing the wings around. So it's imitate if it's something that, remember Yuki Tsunoda when he had an issue with it in Baku a couple of years ago, where the element just stuck. You know when the element's sticking upside down, that's a race ruiner, say goodbye. That is, that's cutting him dark, yeah. But they can reset it. Sad College, what do you reckon when it comes to the ring that you spotted earlier on first? Well, I think it's really great innovation. It's surprising to hear that Ferrari are thinking maybe they bring it here, maybe bring it into race. Something you've ever seen it out. So if it worked, bring it. That's a curious one. And on the subject of the wings getting stuck is a distinct possibility with these cars, and that will change the level of downforce on the car quite significantly. There were some comments from Mario Isola or Rennie last week talking about if the wing of one of these cars gets stuck in corner mode rather than straight mode, the car will be going down the straight, generating a lot more downforce than it otherwise would do when the wings are open like this on the racing ball. And Pirelli have had to design the tyres with that in mind, so they should be able to withstand the load going through the tyres with the wing closed as well as open. But on top of that, Pirelli found that when the wings transition from a straight mode to corner mode, there's a sudden spike in rear downforce. And again, that's something they're going to have to deal with the tyres. But all of this is going to play into race strategies, how tyre wear plays out. And then, of course, if it rains, they get to use the wings in the same way, and that changes it all over again. So the full aerodynamic mix is very much done by these movable wings, and I think it's fantastic to see. The teams are now all having to think out of the box. They've looked at Ferrari's 50 rounding name, and they're now having to try and work out in their own heads, and there'll be lots of people with their sketch pads out across all the factories and up and down in the paddock, trying to sketch out a mechanism to make it work, because the mechanism on that Ferrari wing is going to be pretty substantial, because it's got to be really strong to resist all of those loads. It's at some point, that wing is pointing directly into the wind at the best part of 300 kph. That's a lot of load for it without it braking. So it's still a bit chunky, it's still a bit heavy, and with all of the cars, as we understand it, are slightly overweight, putting extra weight down high up on the car isn't ideal, so it's a bit of a challenge for everybody. Like I said, if a wing gets stuck in either corner mode or straight mode, it's game over. You just can't be competitive, because that is the exact purpose of this wing. It's the best of both. You have the low drag for the straights, high downforce for the corners. As soon as you're either going to be horrifically slow on the straights, or you're going to be absolutely nowhere with tiny amount of downforce for the corners. There's no way it's workable in anywhere. If that thing gets stuck in Montmayor or another. Last year, he got stuck without DRS. It's not an absolute disaster. Yeah, overtaking would become probably impossible, but you can still navigate the corners as well. If you got stuck with the DRS open, difficult, but maybe someone like Monza or a Nadu, and you've got a low downforce wing anyway, it might be doable. At least you'd be really quick on the straights. If you get stuck in one of them here, you're just going to be left absolutely stuffed in it, because everyone else does the best of both of your tongue. We're watching Fernando Alonso continuing on around the circuit. Alonso today now running to lap 63 on a long run here. He's been out there for a while. Sam, you got some thoughts on the Aston Martin? Yeah, just some observations really. You can see the car running around this track now. If you look at the cooling exits on the rear bodywork, you can see it really clearly as they go past the camera now. These gills at the rear bodywork and those openings. Aston Martin's been playing around with those quite extensively today and also last week. And the original shakedown when we first saw the car painted in black, or not painted at all, those gills were present. There was just a solid panel there and then just the rear openings. But Aston Martin consistently since then, with a short exception earlier today, they blanked off those gills, had those gills open, but they blanked them off briefly today, but they baited them up again. Now that cooling level, and when you see the car down in the pit lane, it's really open from behind. You can actually see straight into the Honda power unit if you stand behind the Aston Martin and get this sort of view we're about to get near. You can just see all of those lovely mechanical dubbings through the back of the car. That's so open. That's the sort of thing you typically see at Mexico City or at the Hungarian. You don't expect it to see it here in Bahrain. Yes, already admitted the desert gets its 28 degrees centigrade, but its temperature's 37.8 right now. It's not incredibly hot, I thought you'll understand this. And yet the car looks to be running an extremely high level of cooling. And that is going to be a big concern for the Aston Martin team, because the more cooling you run, the more drag you generate. Now, you've looked at the Aston Martin. Next time it comes out on track, I'd encourage you to look at the rear end of the Audi, which barely has any cooling outlets at all. It's a really interesting comparison between these two extremes. The McLaren's fine side and on top of that as well. Isn't this good news for Aston Martin as much as they're running round with still on 64 laps of the day, circulating? There is bad news for Aston Martin in what I'm seeing, which is a 1 to 2 seconds per lap, 10% or more since racing Bullsack bed. Also on his first run, ran the hard tyre of 60 laps. Also ran the medium tyre 15 laps. It both them through from pit stop. They both out now on the hard tyre, new hard tyre. So it appears like they're both doing a race run. There are things that maybe the power units turned down from Aston Martin. Yet the fuel discrepancy. But there is a big gulf between Aston Martin in terms of lap time on this run and Lawson in the Racing Bulls. Hamilton is on another run. We saw the pit stop that he put into change. He did exactly the same first length run as Antonelli in the Mercedes. Initially, I thought Hamilton was looking very quick. It was a good run. I think Antonelli's was quicker. Haven't got the full numbers, different tyres. Hamilton's getting on his way, in this second stint of their Grand Prix, but Antonelli, I would say, was a good chunk quicker in the Mercedes. Giving an idea that taking the order for Formula 1 in 2026, just remaining 3 hours and 12 minutes today, 8 hours tomorrow, then we're heading to FT1. Diamonds. Any chance of sandbagging, disguising your pace, any chance of made up for lost time, disappearing? Yeah, Aston Martin, okay, still expectations. He used to be able to drive in the Silverstone and Trumpy missed the facility. Even if you were looking for it, you'd know it was there, but you could sometimes drive into the circuit and you wouldn't know. And there's a Formula 1 team based just down the road on the right, and you go into the main entrance toilets, what used to take to. Now you absolutely cannot miss it. On the way into Aston Martin, building upon building, state-of-the-art facilities, an own wind tunnel as well. Massive investment has gone in there, new regulations, and a big thing. We've had on it over this as they progress through the season, updated top. Manuals have spoken extensively about the fact that they have totally to be eventually have the best chassis, and then all the same, with all of that said, they are still right now trying to find just competitive times around the set. Yeah, I think they're in the perhaps to not be last in Melbourne with Tanalai. And it's not that easy, but as you said, and as they say, and we all know, Adrian Newey's joined the team. It has got such an incredible CB. As Fernando says, he's got to find a way to make this car quick, and then it's up to Honda to sort out the BU as well. It's just going to take a bit of time. No team doing their own power unit from the scratch. Audi going to release Nico Hulkenberg back into the pit lane. Sam, though, you've got a point that we were referencing yesterday in commentary about the Ferrari and the fumes out the back of the Ferrari being visible throughout. Yeah, but I'm sure the question's coming in constantly because it's so visible in smoke and back on the Ferrari. I seem to be in more since the first day. Turn 10, something different. Chuck in to the Ferrari, see the turn 10. And a Hulkenberg, where everything back to a lockup. Overseeing moment for Lawson, caught it. Lock up Hulkenberg, lock up for Antonelli. As the drivers try to find consistency of braking across multiple laps, proving extremely difficult even by the usual standards of this racetrack. And we'll try and pick up a Ferrari for you, Sam, if possible, and have a look at the themes out of that. We're watching the outlap of the Audi, but it's noticeable, isn't it? Throughout their running. It's become more noticeable, and since last week it's become notably more noticeable. And I think that's down to this aerodynamic element of fine details, tail fun. Now, every car in this field, the Audi, everybody else, has a oil system breather pipe on top of the rear impact structure. That's where the smoke is coming from on the Ferrari. And notably, it's only visible on the words Ferrari, not in the cabin, not in the first. Yet they use the exact same power unit. So this is an aerodynamic thing, not anything to do with the way Ferrari's operating its power unit. These oil system breather funds used to being introduced on the car for years and years and years, and you quite often see the oil system breather, so the vapor coming out of it But I think that plate has made it just a lot more visible. Here we go, we'll get a good look at it here as Hamilton comes out the next sequence of corners, which is digital. It's Sam out to lead in. You'll see just at the rear of the car, there it is, clear as day, just spewing at the tops coming out above that rain line. Before that, it's just a beautiful breather system, and also does very clearly there being dragged up into the air. And that's because of this plate that's in exhaust. But what used to happen is the breather pipes used to go straight into the combustion chamber of the engine. Now, some teams were apparently putting a bit too much oil into the breather pipes to get a bit more combustible gas into the combustion chamber, which is a fuel energy limited keeps you with a little bit more power. But it's a little bit naughty to do that, minimum to get extra power that way. So if I let's distance it, they found that practice and so you build up that your oil system then quite melted after the top. And that's what you can see it at the back of the Ferrari. The question now is an aerodynamic one. Why is it so much more visible on the Ferrari? And I think it is, as I say, down to that weird plate behind the exhaust. Fernando Alonso has come to a stop. You can see the new rolling lights on the wing mirrors illuminating. Fernando Alonso's race run has been halted. Aston Martin again, having touched a moment in a pre-season feared them, and he comes to a halt on the exit of turn number 4 to bring out the yellow flag initially. With two-time world champion out of the car, and his running interrupted. I gave the good news with the bad news a moment ago, but the good news has turned into bad news as well. He's no longer out there running. It just gets worse for Aston Martin. It's got to be just so much concern. They're embracing at the team how tough this start of the season is going to be. So a 44-year-old turning 45 in the summer. The Soaps are fighting for another title. They seem distant right now, to say the least. 25 laps. So Fernando Alonso in that run. Had a racing pit stop in between as well. It's shades of his McLaren Honda right now, isn't it? I have not. You're out. Unfortunately, you have to draw the comparison. Then some are listening. Yeah, it's gone out here, hasn't it? It's on the radio through turns 1 and 2. That is the end of his race run simulation, Sam. I've got 2 observations at. First one you can see on screen. I think Alonso's got a special fairing on his helmet to elongate it a bit more. I don't remember them running that last year, so he could change that just for aero reasons. You see on top of his head there quite clearly. Also, you're listening to that, and I'm sure Jaden can edit on this, that rev and lack of drive to the rear wheel says to me quite clearly that's something in the transmission that's gone crumped and isn't working very well at all. This has like a dry shaft or the clutch or the gearbox itself has failed. It doesn't sound like the power unit has actually had an issue because you could hear it quite clearly revving away very freely. Honda released all the revs, but it can't transmit them to the rear wheels. Yeah, I think he's felt something on the way into turn 1. He straight away got on the radio, as you would, and said, well, what's going on? And then he's carried on, backed off very money. He's on a race run, backed off it, and then it's obviously gone clunk, and he's done a load of reps with no tries. Bearing in mind, Lance Stroll had his strange spin yesterday. Aston Martin manufactured their own gearbox for this year, yeah. They've got away from taking the Mercedes gearbox and not got a Mercedes power unit. It's all in-house. And it's another headache for them. Power unit, gearbox, chassis. The headaches are everywhere. Fernando Alonso by the side of the track and not completing more laps behind the wheel of his Aston Martin as the team had hoped that would be the case. Driver who Adrian Newey said he wanted to work with, hadn't worked with Lewis Hamilton, hadn't worked with Fernando Alonso. The move to Aston Martin, enabling that to happen. Then a combination of factors at the moment limiting their testing running. You say it's reminiscent of his stint with McLaren Honda when he tried to, and he hopes that he'd be able to enjoy the glory days that those two brands had enjoyed in the past. Just didn't work out. So that was 2015 when Honda came back. They were a year late to the regs and to the hybrid edges. So McLaren went from Mercedes to Honda, much like Aston Martin went from Mercedes to Honda. This time Honda are here, so they started the new regulations. But they are admittedly a little bit on the back foot because they dwindled down their program with Red Bull, and then realised they actually do want to stay in with this new generation of car. It's Sabers didn't know well. I'm not going to repeat the quotes. They came out at the time, but they are very repeatable. Fernando not getting on so well with McLaren and Honda at the time. He's since patched up those relationships, and here he is driving in Aston Martin Honda. Underpowered, poor reliability, no performance and no mileage to try and get on top of it with the issues. And he was left fighting me in 2016 and 2017, which I don't think is this name of a double world champion, to be frank. I didn't know where that was going, but I did think it was doing their direction. But hey, let's try and put a little positive spin on it for Aston Martin. The 10-year plan is there to stay at it, McLaren and Honda. In the 10-year cycle, Honda became multiple champions with Red Bull. And hey presto, McLaren became champions. Well, maybe it was a partnership that needed time. Like Aston Martin, Honda right now will surely need time. They both did in the end. Pick up the titles, but it was an old slum from those 2015, 2016 years. There really was, and Fernando Alonso's talent isn't able to be on display until he returned to the team that he took to 8 podiums. Fantastic to see him back in back. Memorable drag racer line of Sergio Perez in Brazil. Still old master back at the wheel and back in the mix. Have a chance to win the Monaco Grand Prix if a strategic decision had gone the other way. And hopes of similar appearances this year are long gone. Even day 2 of test 2, where it's his cars. That's it. It means their rate of improvement will be rapid across the course of this year. It is a season that ends in December. There's a long time to go in Formula 1 2026, but really tough moments. The red flag was out. All the cars come back to the pit. We await message from race control about when we'll get things back underway again. Apologies to Freddie Collins, who was standing by trackside to give us to the appearance of what was going on at turns 1 and 2. Sorry about that, Betty. We were coming to you. And then the Aston Martin coming to a halt. No one's near that car, which lay stricken on the other side of the road. That's Fernando walking back to the garage. So no one going near the car. Yeah, there's one clear reason for that. You could see the lights were still flashing on the car all after Fernando that's departed in his Mustang. The reason the lights were flashing is that the car's still energized, which means there's still charge in the battery. The hybrid system is probably still energized. And in those situations, you can't just touch the car. That you need to have special procedures. You need to the team members coming out. They're putting on what we call the Methodical, so they're like washing up gloves, and that's essentially what they are. That's to insulate the mechanical whoever's going to touch the car from the battery system. You can still see the lights on it are flashing, and Aston Martin mechanics have come out to recover it because they've had the training to be able to touch the car when it's still considered in a fault situation. You might sometimes see it in the garage where they put the yellow tape across the front of the garage to stop you wandering in when the car's still fired up. The light on the roll heap is green, which generally means it's probably okay to touch, but you can still see the lights flashing. The car's still powered up, so they're not taking any any risks, taking all the precautions, putting the safety gloves on, and then they'll touch the car and be able to switch it off, discharge it, and then it'll be a bit safe. So that's why they know what's doing near the cars. The marshals do have the marigolds. You can see one wearing them, but I think Aston Martin have said, it's probably a bit safer if we do it. We'll just let us come out and do it, and that's what's going on. And they'll eventually bring this car back to the pits and fiddle with it some more. Did they know the yellow fuck? Also, when I touch this now, it's fine. So let's try first things. Was they inspect the Aston Martin, the straw board with the fastest lap of the test so far through Max's step. Having that over, so basically cool that off chord initially on the as he was doing it nice. That over, he's in and load in. Then he's handling that gear as well. So all the other characters, they're all starting to use now. And again, low gear through turn 8. Being started first then, let's listen to this. Fastness, about quickly, he's sword shifting there, so really using low gears with an apex, trying to get that recharge, putting more emphasis on the rear axle. Neat and tidy, but he sits still to the Red Bull is eye-catching compared to everyone else. Yeah, Max Verstappen going a different way very early on in the test last week. Then other drivers tried it. Some have stuck with it, some have not. Verstappen finding a different route to performance. For others, thought had Red Bull doing their own throw unit. That expensive. Made it some change. And the conversation. Tony Ross, Mance, and GP. Many talks linking GP away from the role that he's held for a long time, but he remains the character, remains in conversation. We spoke to Isaac Hatcher earlier on to speak to another driver, Ollie Behrman. Hopefully he can hear us. He is on the pit wall, I believe, at this moment. Ollie, can you hear us loud and clear? Bit of check. Here we go. Great to speak to you, sir. How has your experience of Formula 1 in 2026 been so far? It's certainly been interesting. That's all happy to be back on track. That's really nice. Yeah, it's been really nice to be back on track. The test in Barcelona was one thing, but now, we're in quite representative conditions here with the weather. So it's been positive. Even busy out there, Ollie. Talk us through driving these new cars from your perspective. Yeah, it's a bit of a change, that's for sure. First thing, we have less downforce and more we've been used to over the years. So that's really the first thing to get used to. That the biggest difference is, of course, the power and the way that you deploy the power across the lap. So on corner exit, you have an incredible amount of power. At the end of the straight, you also have an incredible amount of power, but in the other direction. So it's interesting. You really have to drive consciously in at this stage. It doesn't really make total sense yet. But that's because we've been used to this one way of doing things, and obviously the new way is not going to feel natural to having driven the car for 2 days. If you got a feeling of when it might start to feel naturally, are you already in your days in the car, starting to understand the feeling of the cars, the way that you got to drive them? Yeah, this track is one of the ones where the delta between last year and this year is smaller, because it's quite easy to recharge the energy around here. So particularly on the quali lap, but even on the consecutive laps, it's not a crazy amount of derating, it's not a crazy amount of clipping compared to what we might experience in say Melbourne, just because we are the charging in the braking zones and they're plenty the amount here, so it's not the sheer choose difference here. I expect it to feel bigger at some other circuits, but coming into this test and having had a few days to kind of go away from the track and consolidate everything that we've learned, I've already felt a bit more at home and a bit more natural going back in the car this week. Ollie, just wondering, the second half of the season that you had last year, would you have preferred maybe the regulations to extend by 1 year so that you could put all that you learned in your rookie season to effect for a second campaign? Or are you happy to get the reset that everyone's got, try and build for your second full year of the sport? Yeah, I mean, it's not up to me at the end. What I would have liked is probably the continuation, and that I'm really happy that I finished in my best form was at the end of the year. That's super positive. And, it's not that everything I learned last year is sort of away. It's still incredibly useful. And I'm even finding that now, myself now compared to myself 12 months ago, I'm so much more aware of what's going on, and I have a much clearer idea. So that's really positive. And you still got another half day in the car tomorrow to try and get onto final terms. But the big question is where a Haas going to stack up. A lot of people are saying good things. The car looks good out there. Where do you reckon you are? We're at least in the top two. Maybe second or third. No, it's super clear that your top 4 teams are a decent chunk ahead of the rest of us. That was clear already from Barcelona. In terms of where do we stack up to our competition, it's a bit more challenging to understand. The gaps are very close, that's for sure. But it always depends on fuel load, engine mode, and obviously the recovery as it did thing, and it did very low as well. So we hope that we come out on the right side of it. There's no guarantees until we get in the car. Still going. So I'm truly hopeful, and we're learning a lot about this car. And I think the main thing is to continue to focus on ourselves, and try to extract all the people. Then they did that. Then I would be with it. Get this into its tongue. Point in Melbourne. Even though. Yeah, we love it. We're gonna have any failure at fault. We appreciate your time, mainly for the sake of your thumb, mashing that button, speaking to us the entire time. My thumb is fired. It's out. I forgot driving, that's for sure. But you said most of the times, guys, as soon as we're out of the season. Ollie Bevan, for very free seconds of the season in Formula 1. Lovely, healthy dollop of British sarcasm tucked in there with his feedback about how things are done. And they don't talk enough. I think the tribe is about appreciating the physicality you need to commentate. It is tough, holding the microphone, making sure you're on air at times. There's too much about this. Drivers need to be fenced up. It's rigorous, our training routine as well, isn't it? Joining us in the code box is Lawrence Durant. So Lawrence, great to have you back up here. Palmer's changed, she's cheated through his driving days. Yeah, very much so. I got a bit of time with you, gentlemen. I was on the media side and you were on the driving side. Me definitely changed your team. I had no appreciation for the media about that, And you really appreciation of the world. And you always enjoyed your pen interviews, didn't you? Famousness. You always to be there, Jan. It always a pleasure to interview TV pen. Good day or bad day. You tell another couple of people in our team that, because someone told me just down here today that I was a diva when I was a driver, and that's not how I live in my memories. But apparently, out of these words, one of the most respected members of our community, credentials are now in question. I like that. I like it all the time. I'd say, there's no to do something the same, but if what she'd be in it. Diva Jadid Vala. I don't, but it depends who was asking the questions, I believe. Her essays still keeps with style. Never Riley Bavala. I don't think you ever turned down an interview, Jen, so I'll take that. Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you. Saving my good name. At 2 hours, 48 minutes. Dropped in, I'll take you through the final 2 hours of the session. Jordan Pala, Norris Parento, and Alex Shakes. So we're going through the laps with Lewis Hamilton back out there with the green light back at the end of the 10 lane. The Aston Martin recovered. Eventually, they took their time. A bit of an unusual side. The Joy Broadcasting live testing, yet see it tasting recovery compared to the Marshals just pushing it back behind. Aston Martin will be able to receive that car on the back of the flatbed truck and try to diagnose what interrupted Fernando Alonso's grand tasting in Asia. And it was this annoying for Hamilton as well, who was in the middle of the second stint of a long run. Obviously, Alonso is going to be the most frustrated, but beyond that, Hamilton needs a lot of laps today. And any stoppage there is going to be no ideal. It wasn't the shortest, was it? Lawson as well was on a long run. Actually, yeah, it was on a long run at Saunce as well. All strength at Calvin getting on with it. So we've lost on Lawson versus Alonso comparison, but I think Lawson won that hands down. Alex Albon, watching one as well. Currently at the telemetry bay of the garage. Albon, who across the course of these days done 71 laps for one of our newer viewers, 57 laps for the Grand Prix d'Isles in Bahrain. Long lunch for Williams. Has it been out? Since lunch, I believe, Albon. The only Williams driver in the car today. Running EJ. Lawrence, who were conducting the press conferences once again earlier on. Kimi has gone up to third, does the best of him, 22 laps older than the Italian driver. What were the standout moments to you conducting that? And not always the easiest job. Not always the easiest job, but fun one nonetheless. And Fred Vasseur was quite keen to get the press conference done and dusted because obviously Ferrari spent very little time out on track this morning. And he didn't want to need to put away from the engineering breakers to understand why it's fired as a small issue, but one which comes his incident to just 5 laps this morning. They had that near component on the car that's caught everyone's attention, but aside from those done on the testing, this car's going out to Australia, you were saying today, the engines, again, bolts of the car, there's just a lot of logistically stuff that, team principals that be having they decide, and that was his kind of bikes at the minute, and he probably wasn't as key to talking to the media, and more specifically me at the time. But then, obviously, he'll be happy to have seen the Lewis is out on track. Laps 35 laps at the minute, and aside from that kind of issue that they had, generally speaking, it's been a very good test for Ferrari. I think the maid and the team has been very positive. I think the way they carried themselves has been really encouraging, and I can do is, well, he points to Ferraris, Mercedes, and McLaren as genuine rivals. I think they do believe they're really very much in the mix to beat Floyd and put front the silverware from the off. To be a big turnaround, we've seen that. It's chasing in to 20 credit 5 says, Lauren BP starting to suggest that Ferrari and Mercedes have laid a breakaway to the big bottom. As that round was won, wasn't it? Said the red and the silver arrows, and then you'd be slightly ahead. But kind of look good as well. But I don't know, through a few teams now starting to think they're Red Bull good. Obviously, matches top of the times, but with a little bit to unlock. And the Ferrari and Mercedes are the 2 threats. Yeah, I think for me, for the top ball, Red Bull have seen them to be a little bit more. It's a bit more uncertain where Red Bull stand, but I do think more and more people are putting Leclerc in people. I think they obviously had that tough tush towards the end of last year. Find the driver championship went until the last race. I think a lot of their fighters was making sure they defended that and Constructors' title as well. And they are an independent team. You don't have the benefit of having in-house and co-unit where they can have that kind of integration from the bank sheet paper that they have when they're creating a design. So I think there will be some areas where they are lacking relative to a Mercedes or a Ferrari. Max Verstappen with the fastest time so far, with a 1:33 of 1:62, set at the exact moment. But Oscar Piastri setting his personal best, which is a 1:33.624. And later Verstappen now up to 71 laps of the day. Oscar Piastri only in the car for the second session of the day on 16 laps. But Verstappen setting that time on the C3 tire as well. Yeah, Piastri's double the C2 is a good lap. For what it's worth, when you consider Verstappen is just on the best lap of the test there, they're both finding that it's on internet. Yes, I mean, it's to be a low fuel run thing in. I mean, they did 2 laps on really 13 laps did. And then stomped me in Alonso's red work. Didn't know he's back in straight into Methodical on and help. And must keep an eye in. He's going to do another pass with Camille. This is my stack on my video class. Just likely go aboard with him to turn number 1. That gears so quickly on the exit, but these are the first. He's by the time he flips it left towards turn 2. Builds it more again into a turn 4. The car started to look a little bit bumped in. Throughout the high speed, yeah, Teddy even walk up this time in the way into turn 8, but they're pretty balanced through that high speed section at 5 and 6. Con aggressive turn-in approach, missing that first apex at 9, starting wide away than a lot of others. Swirling it up the gears, because so much engine braking on the way in with the Ramble. That's it in the short here. So to gear up this time, I think, on what he had before, where he was really low on the gears through a higher speed corner. And just sure shift out of 13 as well. So there's the same tendency, again, using the gears to slow this car down, making it a little bit pointy, but they've managed to settle the rear, so it's not overly lively. Let me go, just a little bit of a check on the throttle on the exit of the final turn. As he got to brought him in right to the it might have even been a slight hesitation there right the way to the end of the lap, because that was a full deployment lap there for Verstappen. Also, didn't sound like he was having to do any level of lifting coast or super clear physical that D-rate into his turn 1. He had quite good deployment there, it seemed, from the start of the lap there on a flyer. A 1:33.162 from Max Verstappen. Seen it trackside. We had him on board, and Verstappen attacking the racetrack from the look of the camera. And with Flow-viz on the side of the car as well. And see the gap to the best time set on the sequel time. Not an hour, so it should be away. There's up time to get another man's lap to the pace of a little bit like Monday Duplantis there, the pole bolter. This gig's breaking records. Always enjoy that. Just a tiny increment every single time. Celebrate the world record. Unbelievable relativity he's got. On the prize money, the guys when they ever tell you thank a lot, like that's a very that's a really good point. He's got a bit of this braid on him. The expectations incredibly high though. If you ever see the very competed, you're like, well, I want to see the world records. And eventually he's gonna reach the limit of walk through the Jason. Much of what he just doesn't get one. Yeah. I'm gonna go see fancy the check of you today. Yeah. You won it, you're 30 centimeters clear of second place. But I didn't get a world record. For disappointment. Sensational athlete. And then a good advantage. And a good example of what potential Verstappen is doing. Eddie Dad and turn number 1 that once again listening. Having a Chedman throttle through turn 2 and then squeezing on through 3. There was a little bit of an energy harvest that time. 10 meters or so before hitting the brakes, where the apparent unit just held back. Then they showed that he said that's a way away. I mean, missing the peak of the tire, but it was so having the deployment. I think that he had a little something. I would say the Red Bull actually has got the fastest first sector by a reasonable chunk. Lando Norris still has the best second and third sector that we've seen from his lap earlier on. Ravine in a straight line does seem to be shifting very well. It's something to me said at the end of last week. They're up the road in terms of their energy deployment and their recharging. And the symptoms continually seem to show that. And most competitive section is the first sector. It was the same with Isaac Hadjar yesterday. Wasn't to the top of the times, but he was more competitive in the start. He was in the middle. And the same with the step, but now his first sector is very dead. It was okay, and the third sector comes back again to reach the red peak. Finish the lap on board with the 4-time world champion. 2 points away from making it 5 last year. Little away that advantage. Crosses the line. Stay with it and stay with it. Go on. Damn it, get moved out at turn number 1. Yeah, you already did the answer to that question. And 3 goes Verstappen. Never in now. Sanko Colapintum dispatched. And on the best, Sector 1, Sector 2. Audi's Nico Hulkenberg C4 tire moves up to 5th position. And it's a 1:33.987. He's just roared past the location of Ruth Buskin. He's down at Mercedes. race sim time. Now, what's a race sim? Race simulation, we've done that. But what makes a race sim a bit special? Well, we're trying to test absolutely everything. And I think we've already got pretty much all of the big four coming up. We've got strategists heading to a pit wall, which means it's just about to have a pit stop. Now, why do I know that? Well, pit boards are a key part of any race simulations. We've got rear wings that flop 270 degrees. We've got brand new power units, but we still use the good old-fashioned pit board. Now, some teams like to count up, other teams like to count down. Mercedes, if they like to count down, we've got lap 6, which means there's 6 laps left of that current run. We do that in case we have other radio failures to our drivers on tracks. We're able to communicate things to them in Formula 1 races. There are a whole host of things we can say to them with their specific letters and numbers. Either have what lap of the race we're currently on, what's the gap to the car in front, what position you're on, and of course my personal favorite, which you very rarely get to use if you're the head of strategy for the team that I was, but the ones that they repurpose them for the celebrations at the end of the race. Thank you, Reese. Details down there in the pit lane to bring you every detail possible, and it can go in all sorts of directions when it comes to testing. Max Verstappen has the fastest time so far. We showed you on board with 1:33.162. Towards the bottom end of the timing tower, you can see a Cadillac team with the experienced racers Sergio Perez and Valtteri Bottas in the cup. Their team principal's been talking about the state the team is in as they begin life in Formula 1 onwards. Yeah, I think that we've kind of seen how good a job really Cadillac had done to get themselves here looking like a very professional team. They race car that's very tidy. Pat Simmons was saying there's a few details on that car that he said other designers pumped him and said, look, good job, not to respect, but let's not forget, as Graham Adden reminded me in the press for today. Yes, there was day 9. Today is day 10 of Cadillac's history in Formula 1. And I think had a bumpy day yesterday. They had a fair few different issues around loss of telemetry, sensor issues, and that's held them back. And they haven't been shoot this smooth sailing the new there today. I think maybe something to point out is that they do a pretty good job of always head that out. So when they got an issue, they're not in the garage for hours on end trying to understand what's going on. They're just fixing in the door and getting back out. Yeah, of course they're going to be on the back field. They don't have any of the reams of data that they've had for years and years that other teams have got. They're starting essentially from scratch, and so they've got a lot of work ahead of them. But I think the way they handle themselves is really impressive. Yeah, it's a very difficult task to get up to speed. So we'll touch on that again in a moment. Is what was in front, which is whilst the session is still going, the car is being wheeled back. Now, you are allowed to cover that car up, and you've got those mechanics pushing the back. They still actually have their gloves on. Now, that isn't necessarily that the car is unsafe. It is always just an actual precaution as they're pushing them down. And then another precaution, flags. We love flags. I'm a big fan of flags myself, including this yellow waved flag that we've got the marshal ceremony, which is at any point that we have anybody doing anything down the pit lane. We do that in a way to make sure in case someone is boxing into the pit lane and they're able to see what's going on. So yeah, it does mean that they're getting a head start or end up fixing their Aston Martin. Hopefully they can get out by the end of the session. Every team is going to be focused on power hour or power hour and a half, really. It's between 5:30 and 7 p.m. as the sun sets. However, the absolute alternate conditions ahead or the final day of testing tomorrow. They're going to be the most important 3 hours moving the track in Melbourne, most representative and race conditions. No one's going to want to miss a minute of that running. Thanks, Reese. Now the lock-up to the Mercedes. They're treating turn 10 as optional this week. They really are. It does seem to be particularly turn 10 to the Mercedes. We've seen Russell have quite a few lock-ups. Antonelli now has had a few as well. It just speaks of the stiffness of the car, maybe lacking compliance when you're coming through 9 loaded up into 10. You're unloading that left front. And I know we're seeing a lot of lockups for everyone. We're not seeing too many for the Mercedes in other corners, the big braking zones. So we're seeing a lot of it in turn 10. And yeah, so I'm wondering if that's maybe now a setup thing as much as anything else for the night car, but just generally working pretty well. But is that a slight trade-off? They're missing a little bit of advanced mechanical grip. They were suddenly changing the front end mechanic earlier on in the day, making general setup suites in the first hours. Those are some things I'll be finding out to try and find a balance between some peak grip and downforce and having your tires in perfect contact with the circuit, be able to ride the curbs, be able to ride the bumps, and having sort of braking and turning, all these twistier sections where it's not just high speed planted. They'll do well, by the way, to that Aston Martin out here. I did in 2.5 hours. Tough moves the team, more mileage lost. You're looking at the moment with Franco Colapinto, who when he joined Formula 1 mid-season became the first Argentine driver to play our space on the grid since Gaston Mazzacane. A little bit of trivia for you because it's testing, and why not? The team that he made his debut with, Lawrence Williams, and Williams Carlos Sainz has been talking to you about where they find we are Solly Behrman a couple of moments ago, where we thought have sat in the contested order, and Carlos is giving you a similar opinion in the presser early. Yeah, I think the positive side of things for Williams is that they pulled back some mileage that is up they lost in Barcelona. I think the downside is just can't be captured lost time, and I think as they make progress, everyone else is making progress, and there's been a number of things that the team want to work on, but they realise and they're running out of time to work on them before the first race of the season. So, understandably, he accepts that they are going to be behind on a number of things heading into Australia, which means they're going to head in. Now there's going to be some unknowns, but Alex Albon's obviously spent a fair bit of time now in the garage, and the team just told me that they should be out in about 10 minutes or so. They've been making a few adjustments, but this massive loss of track time is just another retell to the front. You lose running like they did in Barcelona, and then you'd have these little niggles when it comes to the sunny conditions at Bahrain. It actually doubles it, I think, to these hours now. So, while the entire recovering, it does kind of feel like you're on the back bed. And just talking to some dames up and down how they earn its day. And there's a feeling that maybe they are better being kind of towards the back of that midfield to start with. There's a lot of talent that the car's a little bit overweight, and that's going to hurt. And in the early pace, and whether or not it's going to take a bit of time, I think, to bring some upgrades to the car, and they might be weighing a little bit on lips of the production delay. So it could potentially be a very difficult start to the year for Williams. I think the team are braced for it, aren't they? Then they don't quite Aston Martin. They have the Mercedes PU. That's going to be a big head start for them as a customer team compared to the likes of Aston Martin and Audi as well, building up from their own PU. But that's certainly Williams thinking that this is not about to be a quick magic jump towards the front of the field. As we've been told by Audi and Behrman earlier on, it does seem to be a pretty clear four that are ahead of the game. Trick circuit. You mentioned Gaston Mazzacane, and obviously Practical. Did you got any other Argentine drivers in the lockdown? Well, I didn't make one, no more fans yet. Valentine, Anthony, Carlos Reutemann, fantastic. Then I go for Williams. Good for any others. Esteban Tuero, you were going to come out in Esteban Tuero, cold hero of the late 1990s when the nerded. Very young as well. Very young. Sometimes mentioned in the same bracket when in fact just happened was performing heroics. He'd be listed in debuts of young drivers and appearances on the grid. Been very early, and did he had 1 year, I think, that was it. And that was in good dive. Hit in and out. And very, very young. It's testing. Let's get always. Have you got any more in the lockdown? One more. I don't know that there is. I don't know you fit in or so comes being this time. Okay. Let's listen up more Richigamme. Okay, but the old testing tactics. Sector 1, Sector 2, first or best. These best lap all of the day. Tell him to the test or best. Time is entering his quiz half hour. So the reward is he made it to quite a half hour of a stint. Headlines so far from this section of this session. Lando Norris running earlier with the time that was at the top was beaten by Max Verstappen. He did a 1:33.162. Oscar Piastri running the Sartanese on a 1:33.624. First efforts, very, very similar time set on track. In terms of reliability, another hole to Aston Martin. We have not seen Alex Albon back out onto the circuit either. We appreciate Isaac Hadger, Oliver Behrman joining us on the broadcast and telling us and their opinions. If you're watching, you can spool back where you were talking to us a couple of hours ago, and good to hear from you both of them. Have I bought you enough time, Germany? Think you'd not write a book about the 75 years of Formula One? Oh, here we go. And you're missing Jose Froilan Gonzalez. So it's rabbit to win to Ferrari. There we go. Yeah. Indeed, I did, but it was in a hurry. I'll say that much. 2 Grand Prix wins for another Argentine. And Jose Froilan Gonzalez. And in my lifetime, we have another one, which will be in both of your lifetimes as well. The Norberto Santana. Two Grand Prix stops that he made in 1977 to Sauberheid. Man, they joined on the way of the title back, didn't they? And they've been in Barrett. That's my represent. Thank you for dragging the etc. My best, Jared, and I appreciate that. Just a few others as well. As a connoisseur of 75 years in F1, to the sit under the Ray-Ban. So I did not see third party. Please to go through the mode. I take off the speed test to keep me out today. And he's completed that at 75 miles an hour. Up to the next stage. It looks like an issue, but he's just going through various modes requested by the team. Things would normally point out extensively to you. But there's so much to talk about with these new regulations. The classic straight line, it gets out of the way there of the run and checker behind. On off frame Merrimon. Now that is a new name. Yeah, a couple of podiums in the 1950s. Which tons were huge at F1 in the 50s, weren't they? Knocking up first wins for Ferrari is becoming the all-time dog of the time, and still in the conversation based on that. Big in the 50s, will they be big in the 2026s? Bit of you might try basically grab them with out of the circuit. Heading into turn 14 on the racing line. It's slightly unusual. It had hospitality on the outlet. Yeah. A little bit of debris occupying the racing line into turn 14 and a launch just a test. See Kvyat's not even if they touch back into the garage and see his policy for Alex Albon to emerge out onto the circuit. Just an empty arrow with that. Some wing flap. Shall I move? Can it all look around there? Out it's waiting for the go ahead. Eager to get back out there. It's so painful when you're just sitting in the car waiting to continue your program. Did it like he's made it out to be released there. Good afternoon so far for Saltenberg. Extracting some pace, obviously. Performance running, taking the fuel out of the car, I'm sure. Running a C4 tyre. He's good around here as well, Nito. And able to jump up into the top 5, showing a little bit more of Audi's hand, which is more promising. Naturally, when a team does a good lap time, of course, start to think, maybe they're okay. It is testing. They're all capable of getting down to a sensible pace, or they should be, at some point. But then the benchmark can go on if the front runner's so weird, you'd have thought. But so the ultimate will be a little bit happy with that. I think when Audi bought the upgraded package to the Bahrain test last week, Nico Hülkenberg was already saying that the car felt much better, that they made a step. They've been quite keen to kind of go under the radar, I think. Told the Wheatley when he was talking in the press conference yesterday was like, we're kind of prodded along, making progress, but we don't want to get too far out of ourselves. But they go under the radar, and they seem to be both building up more mileage and learning about that car and learning about that power unit, which is they're the only teams who've run in that need power unit for this year. So it's still a lot of learning to be done for that team. The end of the game at the moment. This new mediums, Oscar Piastri. We're like, wait, is this a power hour? That's what's happening. Don't tell Crofty. We're sneaking it in the last 20 minutes of our stint. We had avoided a bad exit. We can appreciate it. Look at this lead for Oscar Piastri on the seats retired. So when we rode Predal Ball with Norris earlier on, Lando was fighting oversteer a lot on corner entries. This looks like a car. He's having a bit of a harvest into the final corner. Derating. Is he going to have power all the way to the line here? Yeah, I think at the speed he has, so he keeps a good lap all the way through. It was a start because then we very running out of juice for the end of the lap there. When we jumped on board with Lando, he was fighting oversteer. Down in like a car that was really planted on the limit of maybe understeer there. So it tells me the McLaren are fairly dialed in with a neutral balance. They're shifting here. The drivers are obviously finding a preference and tweaking the setup to get there. If anything, now they're like maybe could have dumped it a bit more front end on the way in, because that turn 13 at the top of the hill, there was a big snap of oversteer, but that came from the understeer entry, so he had a load of steering lock still on as the power kicked in. Piastri losing a bit of time in the third and final sector with a wide moment at turn 13. First corner in that final section. So, I wonder if the way that he had to add the D-rate, so the bit of hitting into the final corners, because he had a spike, he had the big oversteer on the power. Some of the drivers have been mentioning if you have a big oversteer and it basically uses extra energy for the battery, they're very energy sensitive, so maybe that made a difference when he had posted execution of the traction. Possibly I would have just also go all the way to the final turn, and so it could be a double effect of having wheel spin. You lose the traction, but you also drain the battery a little bit quicker as well. And there was a noticeable 100 meters or something as the power just tapered off from the DT. We saw Alex Albon ready and waiting to join the action. He has done so now. With the C3 tyre on the go. Piastri the fastest lap of the day. Delighted to bring that to you live, and you saw that it was clean all the way through until the final sector of the race. There's a little bit more time in the McLaren there as well, beating the effort to Max Verstappen by 0.3 of a second. And let's cut away from Alex Albon and get upstairs to Bernie comments in the day. Yes, so there was a bit of back to the prep, and I just wanted to quickly talk through what happens as the car pulls out at the end of the run. You see BLs through the air, the mechanics of puts fans in the side of both engine covers in the front brake ducts. They do a quick turn around of the wheel, that's just to get some air flowing. You can see on the right hand side of the car, the left is re-knocking in. The seal lines going in to refuel that car. The tyres are already off from the time we're talking about it. There's a little adjustment rather than at the very front wing. And the new set of wheels are coming on. So if I must to guess, just promotes enough for car, your prep said they're qualifying turnaround. So this is what happened as the car was in the garage very quickly. Old wheels off, new wheels on. Get everything cranked down to the right temperature. Get the front wing adjusted to where it needs to be. Get the fuel in. The dies already finished. They put the fuel in. The fuel lines are already disconnected on the back of that car. The DNA line is connected on the right hand side in order to get the DNA off the car. And if the seat will stand out into the air with this hand up, ready to hold the car, ready to go again. So that is quite quickly in qualifying. They can turn around the car. So coming in, new tyres, new fuel, right front wing, quick look at the data, get the car ready to go out again. So really did example from McLaren there, front to said how quickly they could get the car turned around in a qualifying situation and get the driver back out again. A bit of a hold down in the garage. What they'll be waiting for is just the next traffic gap on track to toll the start out on. The strategy engineers will be looking at the track, see what's happening when they release them into, but the car is on, ready to go. So in qualifying, they're targeting roughly 30 to 45 seconds, turn around the car from it stops in the pit roads to get it ready to go again. So super impressive to see all the guys at their individual job in that crew get the car ready. Blanket side coming off. Number one mechanic walking backwards from these out into the pit and from these going. Super impressive and no blocks from the qualified turnarounds of these cars because everyone has a role, everyone knows what they're doing, and that car quite an exactly state that they're expecting to get another quality lap one. So the quality sims happening for the parent. Really no need to be able to share that with the that's all for me. So back to you guys in the comments box. Thank you, Benny. Sorry about earlier. Aston Martin had other plans. So we're going to get a trackside hit. That is right away to the pit lane and give us an update. And it's wonderful just to go through every detail possible, fitting the role, every single person playing a role as they're getting to the intensity of the season coming up and into these quality simulations as well. We're tracking Franco Colapinto in your picture at the moment. His best time today set on the C3 tyre. The Argentine driver currently on lap 78 of his days so far. That's a prototype tyre that Piastri left on, but that has proven to be a pretty quick tyre as well, so there could be another chance for Oscar to start doing his own Modo Duplantis effort, nudging down his best lap time. With a 3-10 gap now to Matt. He's been at the pits for a while. Just what we've got, Franco Colapinto out on track. We haven't talked too much recently about our team, but I think they're one of the teams that have emerged as something of a dark horse and may need potentially cover the midfield, I think, headed into the first race of the season. With George has a top four, the traditional top four, then pulling away from the midfield pack. But Alpine are a team that started developing this car almost a year ago, switched all their resources to the 2026 car. They've got a Mercedes tyre unit in the back of the car, and I think there is an underlying, and they've got a very tidy package here and a really good development plan, particularly to the early phase of the year. And I think just talking to their rival midfield teams, they're just really part of the interest by the job that Alpine have done. I've been told not to expect upgrades throughout speed for a while, but then they're going to try and implement. We've seen a couple of different styles of upgrade packages. But maybe look up to that after we watch. Ask how to lock up the sort of dummy minor. Wide at turn one, into a little bit hot, and there we go. That's out of it. So, yeah, there's two different styles, isn't there? There's incremental gains, and then there's wait with what you've got, and then bring a package to try and assign a jump at a certain Grand Prix. And I'm expecting Alpine to go for the latter to keep with effectively this car, get through the early races, figure things out. And then they'll be targeting a race in the first group of flyaways to then bring a package to, and then try and bring performance onto the car. But I agree. Then I think out of the box, there's certainly a team in the car that look pretty handy in that midfield, aren't they, right now? Sam Collins, the difference between bringing an overall package and incremental gains, however the teams decide upon their development programs. I think it's a little bit down to different personalities of different teams and the engineers running it. Some teams do always favor the big package, but what comes with the big package is a big risk, because if you do what Ferrari did in 2024, dump the massive package of parts onto the car, and it doesn't work, you're going to go backwards, and that cost them the Constructors' Championship in 24. And they never really came back from that all the way through, though, sort of slightly diversionary approach in 2025. Or you could do what McLaren have done for the last couple of years, which has been the most effective upgrade. There's an upgrade process, which is exactly what Jonian sort of talked about there, which is the science of marginal gains. Just bring a component, if McLaren took it to a new level, they brought a new component onto the car, they'd try it out, then they'd take it away for a couple of races, we'd see it again, play with it some more, then when it did arrive and actually get used in a competitive session, qualifying or the race, it suddenly worked. So every single part with the turn brought to the car is expensive, and a lot of these bring new bits to the car, their work is expected, the correlation's often, the wind's unload, just it doesn't work in the real world as it did in CAD or CFB or just in simulation. Bounce the real secrets of this. Now, the McLaren, I'm sure that nothing's really changed to them, and they're going to be able to develop their way up through the field. If they're not in front of the field as they are right now, they shouldn't. They get the smallest amount of wind tunnel inside of any team on the grid. And then you look back to Williams and Alpine, we were just talking about Alpine, they should be bringing you to lots of new bits to the car already, because they've got more wind tunnel time than anybody else on the grid. They were last year. So I'm a bit surprised to hear Ethan J in there, and I'm sure he's right that they're not bringing anything anytime soon. Slightly decision, but it does mean what they do bring a Stewart third time, and that's the risk of bringing a big package. So sometimes when a big package does work, then it does that you way ahead, but how much should be lost out by not fiddling around at the beginning? Piastri pushing again on the prototype tyre. Great look on board, seeing and work the other wheel. So I steer to the first turn, my side of the Red Bull starts out and a little bit through turn 12. That is quite sedate there as he recharges the battery to be able to have the punch then down this long straight. Builds the speed, gets much better traction out of 13 that time as well. And again, you could just hear the engine just struggling that last bit, and the traction's difficult out of the final turn. And surely this won't be an improvement then, so for still fighting here right at the end of the lap. No, misses out by a quarter of a second. Still a tiny lap that would have been ahead of Max, but he's already done better, so no improvement. And yeah, there is just some derating at the end of the straight there for Piastri, particularly into that final turn. But he remains top. Tidied out that final sector, which is the fastest of the day so far. Lacking a little bit in the first two. Actually, amazed upon sector was the fastest of the day because of the way that he was exiting that final turn. You think that's surely not the quickest. It was neat through 13. So he was harvesting energy through 12. That looked suddenly quite easy for him. And then you have a lower approach speed to 13. He needs to pick a braking point, tuck that a little bit later, and then get the car turned. And then get a bit more front end. In the car, we saw an oversteer snap with turn 4 there as well. So that actually can help your traction, so long as you can turn the car and get the car pointing straighter for when you get the power kick from the electric motor kicking in, and 350 kilowatts of power joining the internal combustion 500 odd horsepower. So plenty going on there for Piastri, and yeah, I'm surprised he must have done a good job through 13 because there's definitely more to come on the incident final turn. Give me adds there in your picture as he continues on. Nico Hulkenberg is on an out lap as well. Frank Golopinto, the Blawson out there setting lap times. Esteban Ocon was in conversation. His race engineer, Rullo, his team boss Komatsu, and his teammate Holly Ben. And again, we'll look at the data earlier on. And see, he's in 14th at the moment, but he's going to be one, you would imagine, take the advantage of the slightly cooler conditions as the track temperature is up down from 41 degrees. Currently is 32, and the air temperature is 28 degrees. We'll get the floodlights in a couple of moments as the sun gets ever lower in the sky, and Crofty and Anne will take you through the final 2 hours of the day. They're splitting the drivers, Ben and earlier on, for the 69 laps on the board at a time that now finds out 2.2 seconds off the pace. You know what I think, Crofty and they're going to have the absolute pleasure of seeing Lewis Hamilton there for a quality run towards this final couple of hours as well, because he's racked up 43 laps so far today. That's not a lot for a daughter who's been in the car all day, but remember he did almost nothing this morning. But this is the end of Lewis's pre-season, so I imagine he will run a simpler program to what Oscar's on and cycle through some tires and feel the car on lower fuel and just do some qualifying sim practice. It was interesting riding on board with Piastri on the end of his out lap there, just to see him get there. It was a second lap, wasn't it, after he had the lockup, but to see the prep, weaving to get the tires in, making sure you keep energy in the battery, and then you could just hear as the mode changed and he went into a qualifying spec as he crossed the line, you could just hear them picked up and the engine it suddenly takes off. And it is like chalk and cheese when suddenly the power and you're into a quality now. And Hamilton will need to feel that out. He'll want everything he can as a Triton, but his knee rates, you wanna be on top of it. He's done it along the run, but he wants to get some lower fuel mileage. And right now Ferrari, the big team that haven't done that. Piastri, Verstappen, and Antonelli, all with decent times this afternoon. Esteban Ocon finishing his best lap of the day. Into the active aero, into the straight zone, and over the line. Sorry, 1:37.5 as he completes 24 laps in this second session of the day. I'm also expecting Ocon to do the same as Hamilton, actually, at some point. Maybe that was keep it all for tomorrow, Nas. But I'm expecting to see a little bit more of the mid-man the last couple of hours. They look impressive at the early testing. in the last couple of weeks, but so far this week has been so methodical and set-top-based, hasn't it? Like they've shelved the idea of going to that sort of lower field the it's running. And that's been a classic Io Komatsu thing. Since it turned up, you ignore what Macedonian testing, and they very much said, introspectively looking at what they're doing, don't worry about the opposites, and run the field, just dial in the setup. But yeah, I am expecting a little more from that in terms of a run plan later on. Ocon still circulating on the night. Another in years gone by has they started the season on the back foot. They've really struggled to try and pull that time back ever since. They've struggled maybe to really understand what the best thing that they can do to try and improve the package. They brought updates quite slightly to do there. Than last year, they really changed their upgrade plan and they were able to add performance to the car weekend in, weekend out, and that has linked in with since Io Komatsu has taken over the team. So I think they've done a really good job, very solid job through pre-season testing to learn about the baseline car it's got, and then they can set about trying to add performance incrementally then forward. So what have you made of Habs' pre-season? Pre-season testing, I've got a pipe up that's train, have I? Training's already done it for me. Actually, I expected a bit more than fast, but they did have a decent season last year, which means so the first time in a while they haven't arrived into the start of pre-season testing with a huge amount of wind tunnel time and have the advanced car compared to everybody else. Bit different this year because of that development we just heard about. But also I think the investment of Toyota into the team is beginning to show through with the way Haas is operating. When you look at the fast car, it's a very different concept to the Ferrari. Yes, mechanically they're pretty much the same, but the aerodynamic concept between the two cars is really quite different, particularly in terms if the cooling package is today, like they did last week, Haas are mucking about with the cooling system on that car. They're trying different cooling inlets to competing outlets, swapping them on and off through the test. There's a fry cooling version of the Haas, which I've seen on track today, and then I tried seeing other versions at the side putting up as well today. So they're trying things. That program is going through, but I really don't think we've seen what they can do yet, and I certainly don't think we've seen what Italian can truly do, other than just keep building round and round and round, unless it's today. They reckon the lap time though, they'll cruise past 100 to the day, which is the Nisha for in today's world, with a new set of regs, but remember this 69 out it wrong. Oscon has done 25 that is still circulated on a long run. Alpin on an outlap hit, getting ready for what could well be a longer run. We've been getting the tire temp in. See where he's going to dial up. Yeah, preparing the traditional way, and into the straight zone he goes on the C2 tire. That's suggesting a longer run. So let's try there. And waiting for his turn. Do the correction through turn number 1. We're seeing that all the time. I mean, getting through 2, it's difficult. It's a traction even coming through turn 3. You're still fighting to get your right toe down. We are seeing livelier cars. The turn is better. They're sharper, they're more direct. And the drivers are really having to work at the wheel a lot more with the lack of downforce, fundamentally. The shorter wheelbase and the lack of downforce. Which is nice to see. I'm enjoying that aspect of it. Again, the little Richigamme oversteer through the apex there for Albon. Sam, when the new regulations were first talked about a couple of years ago, did he expect live vehicle cars to be the one of the upsides of the new regulation set? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, shortening the wheelbase on its own was going to do that. The cars could be a bit more twitchy with a sheet wheelbase, but also they're lighter. You've got to remember, these cars are lighter than the previous generation of cars. So you've got something that's lighter, still got 1,000 horsepower underneath the driver's foot, and they've got to transmit that in a different way. Those electric motors, they don't think it's huge about the torque in with the rear wheels, and the driver's got to learn to cope with that. So yeah, it's great to see that they're a bit more tail fatty, they're a bit more twitchy. I think the wording used in the original press releases when it was years ago now, was nimble, and they really are. So more nimble, more agile, That also means they're not tricky to drive. They may love things being made and a bit more tricky for the racing drivers who maybe have had it a little bit too easy for the last few years. Now they're having to earn their paychecks. But so are these guys, the engineers. They aren't really having to work with this rule set. When it was first announced, I was a bit of the opinion is, this looks a bit too restrictive. The cars look a bit like you just got to build the car that's in the model and that's about all you can do. Well, I got that from being wrong, didn't I? Because these cars have got so many differences on, and it looks like there's actually so many areas of technical freedom in the technical regulations that you can have so many different solutions. So actually, this is the most fascinating era of Formula One I've seen, at least since the 1990s, if not ever. Some massive change to change the power unit along with the chassis at the same time to introduce something that we've never seen in active aero with both wings at the same time. It's at different stages of the regulation set. Let's say the L team, audited by the 6th best driver from Argentina we've ever seen in terms of points scored in Formula One. Next more sat with Williams. Did you miss a lot of videos on that earlier on? We're down to drivers from Argentina. Because it's testing, that's how it works. And into the final 90 seconds of the past. Any final thoughts for us, Laura's Beretta? I think what is really great about this stage testing is as drivers head into their final stint for testing, they hand over their cars to other drivers tomorrow. So we're starting to see it that order all throughout testing. He's been talking about wanting to fight the reliability and understanding their cars and wanting to see what setup they can use. To, at last, we are starting to see some teams start to stretch their legs. I still don't think we're going to get a clear second order until at the end of testing, but I do think we're going to head into Australia with a better picture about who maybe is looking very good, and maybe he's got another white stint. I think if you look at Aston Martin, if the Williams, you look at Cadillac, they are probably the 3 teams with the biggest job that they go do heading into the season. I don't need a team like Red Bull, they may be out for Women when they thought it to be, given the unit and the struggles of opponent showing throughout pre-season testing. That just happened with a practice start. Joey and Pablo thoughts from you in 35 seconds. But I want to start by apologizing to the family of Roberto Mirieros, who's 13 points in the 1950s, so could again note as an Argentine driver. And that practice start looked really tricky for the starter, didn't it? Trying to find the pre-start revs was not simple. Joining on board this good. I think it's the same direction of travel as we've seen so far, isn't it? Red Bull looking sharp, looking pointy, McLaren turning up a little bit, being fine-tuned on the balance. I'm looking forward to hearing Krusty and talk about Lewis Hamilton's quick laps coming up later on today. Beautifully teed up. It's goodbye from us and hello to Betty Glover, speaking to James Vance. And time limited, so every time the car's turned around, all we're doing is putting fuel in there, and off they go. That's a good car to be working with, and across the last 4 days, and touch words, across these next 2, hopefully that will be maintained. In terms of performance, what do you want to work on, man? Where are you starting to push that now? How does that work? Yeah, last week was really about just doing the mileage over our belt, and then understanding how these pound units work. They are very, very complex for everyone, named to adjust and let to learn the world outside. Making sure we get to grips with all about just cycling through all the systems, getting used to this. Not much change this year, it's a new ECU as well. This week was more about south cycling to the setups. What you don't want to do is create a car that's just quick on Bahrain. That's of no interest to us or anyone else. What you want is to understand what each of the setup tools do, such that when we go to Melbourne or Shanghai or otherwise, we're prepared for it, and that's what we're doing this week. You guys has been obviously working towards 2026, but while like a lot of other teams have. And what are your expectations? How are you seeing this season? It's a good question. I mean, my expectations are that we're able to effectively develop at a rate that is matching those rounds. That's what exceeding Stephanie the mid-seal cars. That'll be the expectation. But as I've described and at times, I'd love to be so. We're fighting for championship. We're fighting this top four. I think what's really been proven to me more than anything else across this winter break and across the last year is when you change power unit, chassis, ECU, there's a whole load of other bits to do underneath. It is an incredible amount of team to take on board, and we simply are not at the level we need to be at the moment to deal with all that in one go. And this year, we're proving to ourselves is basically so that we should start jumping to all that such that we're getting ahead of it rather than just basically following. And you said about the top four from last season, so being the top four of science, yeah, sort of an idea of how things are going to be lived in. Does anyone stood out to you? You know, you obviously go to a lot of data, and who's looking at those. It really does depend on the day. Our game was being played. Red Bull not really good until we spoke that up, and then it turned it down quite a bit since then. Ferrari, well done to them. Really, they're coming up with great innovations, and they're on the Z4, and I think they are competitors as they are. The Satan's just because they came out the box really strong, and they've been strong all day, and so you can't discount them. So what I'm saying to you is, even within the paddock right now, depending on what games people are playing on power unit and fuel, it's hard to tell. Then on top of that, you're going to see more than ever before swings circuit to circuit based on what characteristics the power unit and the tar teams have come up with. So even if today Ferrari could win a race here, that doesn't mean they will in Melbourne. It's exciting. It's good, isn't it? It's the ride on Ferrari's rear win. You've ever seen it? It doesn't make that. In terms of packaging, inside the end plates, there were pros and cons to it, blue. Anything, it's worth saying this, and this isn't just within, I would say, there's teams up and down the grid. Whenever you see something in testing, either it goes into the bracket of we've already thought about it, or here's the results and why we didn't do it, or it goes into the bracket of did not think of that. And near enough overnight, within 24 hours, I would expect results to effectively indicate to us whether it's good or bad, so we can modify our direction of travel. The wearing from Ferrari it's an interesting direction of travel, let's put that one. See, you told about it before, that one hasn't color accelerator. Interesting, alright. Not so much good out either, but let's find out. We will find out in center there. Excited. James Fowles with Bessie Glover. There's his driver, Alex Albon, on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen, Max Verstappen. Continuing on for what is his 81st lap of the day, and with the second fastest time 3/10 off Oscar Piastri. And with a 1:32.8, Oscar Piastri is first driver into the 1:32s here in Bahrain this weekend. See Davis alongside me. A fascinating interview there with James Fowles, who actually mentioned one thing we haven't really touched upon in the day and a half so far, or day and 3/4, and that's the ECU that has changed. And this carries a big change for last year. So, as you are a resident professor, should we talk ECU for 5 minutes? Yeah, say that it's basically the brains behind the power unit has changed as well. Amongst everything else this year, why not throw in the software and hardware teams? Yeah, to the brains of the operation. Every road car these days has an ECU that governs the emissions from your car and the way it runs, the way it uses the fuel and combusts that. So all your timing, for example, these days is governed by the ECU. And so the software changed, the hardware needed to change as well. We went from what was called the Tag 300 in Switzerland to the Tag 700. Ooh, this year little beige upgrades, yeah. You got better. It's all the yeah, but so another thing for all the teams to get their heads around. And like anything, it takes a while to achieve that. So on top of everything else, they had that to try and sort. So naturally, teams that were further ahead of others in their development and their switch to these 2026 regulations would have had that advantage as well. So that's why these early days are so vital for your championship efforts. Absolutely. There's ECU Explains. So far, we've covered just about everything else. If you are just joining us for the first time, we'll cover other things. We'll go back to covering other things, I should say, that you may or may not have missed. You will notice, since the last time I had to hear myself for the commentary box, the sun has started to set, so the track temperature has therefore got a lot cooler. It has gone down by about 13 degrees from the heat of the day. We're at 31 degrees now. Air temperature is at 27.8 degrees. Do you want to tell me something? Just before I carry on, it's still said, all the people would never to the out there be some little disputes in New Zealand in tectonic control units. This fair number of fancy, but maybe sounds more fancy as just going in ECU. DC, so you just are on air there. I tell us here, like, I'd be worried about look theory there, yeah. To be honest, it is in comparison, it sends it back to the times. You say, Kimmy, that's not in the most of us can't just ahead and just see it, but this is that of Kimi absolutely on the track of that is where the Mercedes is gaining a massive 1.6 inches to 1.7 seconds during the second part of the lap. So temperature's gone down, we're getting to that perfect time of the day to setting some fast lap times, and it's the time of day for race distance as well, because we race under the lights here in Bahrain. They will want to see to go through their simulations and try and replicate the conditions that will be qualifying and racing in. Verstappen, Lawson, Hulkenberg, Antonelli, and Alex Albon are the 5 drivers currently out on track. In the garage after causing a red flag, Fernando Alonso. Another issue for Aston Martin, stopping on the track. We picked up on this yesterday. There seems to be a lot of cooling on the side for that Aston Martin. Do we think the engine might be getting a bit hot under there? Is the tight packaging not really helping it? Is that adding to their ones? I wonder. Yeah, that's why they would have had their car out there in the heat of the day. You said that, yes, we race in these conditions in Bahrain, and we qualify in these kind of conditions as well. So naturally, this you'd assume, well, that's the main point of focus. But I think for Aston Martin and many other teams out there, you've been wanting to run community to your day, to expose yourself to maybe temperatures we may see in Melbourne, who knows, or other hotter tracks in the year that we go to, where you don't want to find out on the day. It's better to find out here and to make those adjustments. But I am surprised to see how Huntington they're running that on Aston Martin already, because it says not exact breed. Like the extreme temperatures we'll see, also because Miami, for example, that was always a scorcher. So yeah, it is a surprise to see it. Wait, as when you compare it to something like this, the Williams going around now, look how closed off it is around the back of the car, for example. And look how much lower the side pod is as well on that Williams, which means your radiator position is different. While we're talking cooling on there, your radiator position is much different on this Williams compared to the Aston Martin. The Williams still got its brake, but the side pod's in a very different position. And that's why Williams are so keen to stress the fact that they had to run their car in some shape or form in the virtual test ring, yeah. And because it still puts the tar, yes, it's not the whole car, it's not running around the track physically, but it puts at least that heating element. Now, under stress state that you'd see on track as well, it's incredible. It's an incredible simulation. Oh, well, what they do these days is, they call it, virtual track test for a reason, because it really is. It's a lot of the car is the rear, it's the solid power unit, suspension components, it's the tub, and you even have, by the FIA rules, you even have to have things like mirrors, it's images under the chassis. Yeah, it's, I've seen one of these cars up close on the actual rig, it's an incredible piece of kit. So that at least Williams had that to assess and to run through their own, run their car on the in virtual sense on that rig. Yes, they weren't out in Barcelona, but at least like James Elson here in the screen, they had that, their benefit, that opportunity to run that morning. Absolutely. On board with Oscar Piastri, who is now joined the action outside the track. And now the fastest time so far, 1:30.861. Fastest time of testing in 2022, by the way. There's a 1:31.7 by Max Verstappen. Yeah, so yeah, like let me say earlier on, they're starting to get ever closer to that time, and I thought already the 2022 cars they looked pretty rapid. I was standing on track yesterday, Prof did. They still were mighty quick as they come towards you. They come over the crest of the hill before turn 9, and the speed just really hits you. And it's still, I think like Durian said, still at turn 11 yesterday. He still screams and one. Yeah, when you want to see these beats come towards you. I just said outside our car to go to going down the straight as well. To the side of the grandstand, watching cars going in a straight line. Yeah, they're noisy and they're fast. You know, I mentioned proper speed darts going through as the air on that one. And on some parts of the track, I think like where I was standing yesterday, turn 9, yeah, they're probably approaching there faster than they would have been for City because he got that extra bit of an extra wet as you coming out of turn 8. So gas straight back into this. I saw him just changes in controls on the steering wheel there, the IPS modes. So it's like when you want to turn on or off the sensor, you're asked by the team to change these things. So something you didn't really only do ID at slower speed. To go do a practice start, and that might have been why he was changing modes. Yeah, to get into idea, see on the race start. Right, so let's see this. Yeah, neutral, and this is X mode. So he's turned it on there, turned it back off again. So there are lots of different mode changes. Yeah, so you do the 10 user units on the left hand side and the single digits on the right hand side, and then you click on or off. So now waiting for the lights counting up on the right hand side of the screen. See, they're off. So now that might be his like start sequence lights, and now mimicking the boom and his eye on the side. That's what's going on. Get the revs in the right place, and then the revs, the lights would count it back up again. And away he goes. A much better start than what we saw earlier on from his teammate on the actual grid. Oh, and that was about 12,000 revs. Yeah, they're going to be. Yeah, so I get. Yeah, that sounds about right. They used to be around 9 to 10,000 at the start, and now they're holding that. And obviously for a longer period of time, but fascinating to see the driver changing with the modes before he then going. Yeah, and also the fact that he initiated those count-up lights before the actual start lights came on. And when the actual start lights came on, he knew to hold the revs in the right place, and they were the red lights in the middle of the dash. I love this time it takes, we'd start to see more on the dash as well. Yeah, and an indication of what the drivers are doing. Lewis Hamilton's out on track. Lewis Hamilton, the last day of testing, is Charlotte player is in for the day tomorrow. 45 laps, so it's his 45th lap of the session. The car number 44, who you mentioned his stance. So just before the lunch break, we had practice starts on the grid, and he does away very well indeed. As we look in 2022 to 2026, and who see the tires have got narrower, and we see that the pedals themselves, the wheelbase is shorter. The field width is shorter, the maximum width is narrower as well. And yes, 100 millimeters, 10 centimeters, might not sound a lot, but it is a lot, and it's noticeable when you see these cars up close and personal, and when you compare them to Formula 1 car 4 years ago. Yeah, the cars really were getting a bit heavy, a bit big, and yes, you could generate a lot of downforce that way with a bigger surface area to play with. So the aerodynamic is not it, but they lost their agility. Yeah, we're losing their agility more as the year went by. So it's great that we're now seeing slightly more agile cars, and I like this trend, and I hope it continues. It always makes me laugh when I see an F3 car, being an F2 car, and you know, the driver's the same size. If in the car, they're about as far as small, you think just there for one driver doesn't mean the car has to be massive. Why do the junior categories talents look really tiny? And obviously they have the best racing. You also have an F3 races. That's exciting. Because you can sit often alongside each other. etc. You know, these are grids as well, you know. It's 22 in Bomber Grid this year. Just catch on that sort of things. It's headed in the right direction, copy. Your Sabias and Toby are heading in directions. We're gonna head down some pit, mate. Here's Betty Collins. Hello, Ben. So far, being gas and fight in the front. But the Mercedes garage Antonelli can even say Boberg talking to Fono as engineer. Perfection got a settle change in his car and probably made up be able to see stuff all over canons that's nothingly formed in front of the car. What they've changed on the lean on Antex help speed, that's where I'm done, but they've changed what looks like the anti-roll bars in the front and the rear of the car. So basically about the suspension change that they're doing in order to change the stiffness. So find one way is the front right, let's say, reacts relative to the front back. But I'll let Ad go into why a driver might have required such a change, but the veer's already been done. The front is taken a bit more, but all the guys beavering away near trying to get that set of change done before Absmelly gets in the car. And the final thing is just you can see Anthony there with his Bornrose ducks like a little tree you can see around his suit. That's the driver cooling device that they have that they put in these cars whenever the ambient temperature is over 31. They don't need to be running it now, but it's a paid thing to test because they will need to run it at certain events through this year, like they did last year. So that would be brought to you there the pubs where they heat hazards. It is declared ahead of the weekend, I think 31 degrees ambient is the magic number. Now, we just saw Lewis Hamilton getting a big snap coming out of the third full and heading off into the gravel. Winds speed not massive currently, a bit unsteady. It lost the racing balls did to the final corner with his match Verstappen to the first cut. I think that's the biggest mistake I've seen Verstappen make so far today. I've been in the commentary box the entire time, but and it is a mistake, but it's relatively small, isn't it, compared to others that we've seen. And I do think that this is where someone like Verstappen, drivers really minimize their mistakes, Scotty, on any given lap are going to have the advantage early on this year with these cars. So difficult to drive, you're lacking that downforce that they loved from years gone by. It's a reset for them, and I feel like, drivers like Verstappen are perhaps more well equipped to deal with that. When we're looking at Franco Colapinto in the LP, you talk about minimizing mistakes. There were errors for Franco Colapinto last year, and he's up to experience as Max Verstappen. He's not had as many seasons, still as many points, etc. But there were errors from Franco Colapinto, who undoubtedly is quick on his day and is a fine, talented driver. But mistakes do creep in. What Alpine needs from him this year is just a solid error-free series of weekends. It's almost like in this set of regulations now, I'll take to these early stages where you don't need to split your Elegant hand with these regulations before development kicks in. It's your duty as a driver to show the energy management in the system as much as possible by keeping it a clean set of reference points every lap, because it's learning what you do. It's not a bit scary, really, and nothing's changed in that regard. It's done this before. And the system's always been learning since being hybrid era event. Well, it's always been learning where the best place to deploy its energy is, but obviously it's now more important, it's more impactful. So your duty as a driver is to give it the best case scenario, maybe like the best set of data to look at. So it can okay, you do that in that corner, do you? Well, that means I'll give you X amount of energy out of turn 8, for example, where Ocon is now. I'll give you maybe a couple of seconds of 200 kilowatts there, and I'll do a bit of regen down towards turn 11, because you're going to give me a lot of regen through turn 10 as well. If you do a locking up, then you go off the track, or even if you took the corner much better and you carried more speed down the corner, you're missing with the system. Exactly. So is it a lot like there from Esteban Ocon to set it off the track? So while he's doing that properly, he's regen all the time. All that zero time spent off throttle. Now his state of charge of his battery's got right up. Look from where he was the lap before. So it didn't mean system was, okay, it's not how you take turn 11, is it? Okay, I'll remember that you gained me a whole load of energy in turn 11. I'll maybe deploy you more next time out of turn 10. So I wouldn't have been that off again. Exactly. So there needs to be a default kind of GPS setting with this. It says, actually, he's gone over the white lines. Disregard. What happened there? Oh, he knocked the outside on the car, didn't he? Yeah, that was very different to the non-Stroll at 11 yesterday. And once they arrive, yeah, just on that curb, it's a serrated curb, so it's no wonder it's looking up. Yep, so it's, you know, the thing, and I noticed it with the racing boys in the final corner earlier as well, and the Verstappen in turn one, there, that window where the grid is, it really punishes you for making a mistake, like locking up the tyre, for example. I don't know, because you've got narrower tyres. I mean, that's because, you know, that's the reason why we're seeing the drivers definitely are struggling more on the brakes than I've seen in a long time. They're arriving at different speeds than they would have done, you know, this time last year. That's the various quarters. Such a subject then of the car, the engine constantly learning. And I don't know the answer to this. Is that using AI technology? It sort of outs a lap and currently assessing and constantly assessing and reassessing. And if it is that the driver driving the car, you know, alone and unaided at all times? No, it's not AI, it's his own. I asked this question, it's a minute, no, it's just mathematical equations. Why did? But who's working those out? Very clever people, I'm sure you're right. Whatever they do out, fun. I guess it's, yeah, you're only as good as what you put into the system as an engineer, but, there's some serious calculations going on in the background before you can arrive at certain flashing red lights, the ripple ahead, so super clipping, definitely started to ramp down. That's the end of the that strike. And at the end of the straight, multiple flashes from the red lights is you can think, wow, like if the Aston getting in a little bit of his car in front of him, who is that? One of the racists, that's his Verstappen, right? Yeah, Verstappen. So this will be interesting. So what was the last lap time of Piastri? 39.5, Verstappen 39.7. So the big question mark after this is how placed in a Ferrari teller. Well, we might see a bit of this. There's another tenth of the bit that Piastri's got faster than Verstappen on that last lap, on 39.6 with Piastri and on 39.8. That's on Verstappen, opposed on the C3 tyre, although Piastri's are 7 laps fresher. Currently. So that's the exit of turn 10. Love these side-no shots of the car. You see the tar and components rattling around. And it's still a bit of a novelty these early days, isn't it? The straight mode and the active aero, particularly the front wing. And I love the fact that the different teams have got different designs and different concepts that they've come up with. That is a Cadillac driver had passed to get into their car. Sergio Perez is heading back out again. He's done 20 so far this afternoon. His teammate Valtteri Bottas has put in 58 laps in the morning session. It seems they're all ready for Sergio, but they lost one of the belt buffers. On the way, Lewis Hamilton continues around. He's coming to the pits. That's the end of that particular run. So cameraman, speaking of running, runs out of the way. 7 laps he's just done on that particular stint. So Hamilton's carrying for a pit stop and back out again. So this race simulation then thoughts over Lewis Hamilton. If he's done 7 laps, and then they get him off one set of tires, not onto another, Louis to 2 more laps and that on that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, obviously because of the morning dramas that they had down there, Ferraris, it's so long in the garage, maybe they'd had to convince they'd worry about the fit. But that was a nice stop, actually, very, very quick. And so, you know, it's the second set of hard tyres on back out there now. We saw Oscar Piastri putting in the practice starts as he came into the pit straight 3 and then stocks. And that practice start simulation, all the teams are going to be doing something similar with the energy management settings today. This is after a discussion between the FIA and the teams as part of the collaborative effort to run system checks today and tomorrow. There's a new start procedure that they'll do at the end, and there's very much a collaboration between the teams. Within the FIA want to understand what the drivers need to do to get away, so they'll run a few more system checks, and catalytically mode checks, and also straight line, including a straight line mode as well. More active aero. And I guess you got to test all of these things, only got to a new set of regulations, stuff like virtual safety jar motors and safety jars and red flag scenarios, which we have seen today. I see a few red flags. And there's another look at that dead stop from Ferrari. They do seem to be the most consistent in getting their car launched out of either the pit box or the actual starter. It's one of the headaches they seem to not have down there, Ferrari, compared to other teams. See, I'm loath to say this because I don't want to get everyone or Ferrari fans' hopes up, but they do look in a good place. So maybe Ferrari, they do look in a much better place than maybe we've seen in testing last year. There's nothing quite creative. Obviously, the rear wing is the main thing, but then the diffuser as well. I feel like they've pushed pretty hard already with these rates, and as refreshing to see. Hopefully for their sake that pays off. That kind of aggressive approach with their car design, taking those kind of risks. That's all you need to do. With the new rules, and you have to hit the ground running. And I think if you can minimize those kind of moments, take up a lot of your time, like the start procedure. Come on, it's just getting the car aligned. You only do it once. It could be a race-ending thing. I know how some of the teams. So, if that's not taking up your time, your valuable time is spent with getting the car in a better window, balance-wise for the driver, working on the grip characteristics of three-corner balance, that kind of stuff. That's the important bit, yeah, surely. And that's maybe one of the luxuries that Ferrari have on their side at the moment. So you keep going and play around with golf, and you want to do a practice beforehand, nail your driver on the range with a few shots, then go practice on the putting and chipping, which is way more important. Yeah, good analogy, Crofty. I feel like that's what they're on this particular circuit, yes, where drivability is paramount. Slow speed corners, longer time for the driver off throttle, longer time for the turbo to spin down, and cause more of a problem when you get back on power with the turbo lag. So, but you go to Melbourne, way less of a problem. So, those advances they have here, it might fade away a bit for the first race of the season. It'll be fading away. My hopes of a Piastri Verstappen battle on track have just faded away a bit. Actually, Verstappen fizzes, which doesn't surprise me. Done 16 laps on his set of tyres. So that was the end of those, and he's come back out onto the track once again. So Nico Hulkenberg right behind him as we focus on Kimi Antonen. Carolee about to start his second full season in Formula 1. Saw a youngster in his rookie year. He had his down moments during the course of the summer, but worked his way through it brilliantly well, I thought, and rebounded with some really strong finishes towards the end of the year. Stays full fastest, but two personal best sectors on that. I was so delighted by this, the storyteller French behind the scenes, and so working through with his engineers and with his team. Yeah, what he needed to work on it. Yeah, he visibly at times last year had shown signs of emotion, as it wasn't going right for him at all signs. But then, once the emotion died down, so work, hey, what do I need to do? How can I get this right? Lewis Hamilton turning right behind Oscar Piastri. Obviously with a massive tyre offset, we saw him come in, put that new set of tyres on. So this is kind of best case scenario, probably seeing an overtake. And look at that. That's Bahrain for you, isn't it? Oh, but you know, you had to back out that one here. This is like Rosberg, Hamilton in 24, show you fifth defective makes duel in the desert. So, right, when can he overtake? Obviously, what we're accustomed to is, well, him just naturally blast past him into the RS zone. Yeah, I don't have that in Oval. Just Gasly will inevitably be on straight mode as well when he enters this corner. So where do you overtake? He's clearly got the grid, felt the traction. Has he got straight line power to get by? It feels a bit more genuine, doesn't it, than a DRS news? Yeah, and it's by him. So a tire upset in Bahrain. Let's see the lap time difference between the two cars now. We can start doing our best impersonation of Derny. When it comes to strategy, we lead it for an overtake. So Hamilton was 9/10ths faster the first sector, and then was 6/10ths faster in the middle sector when he managed to get past Oscar Piastri. While we look at this on screen, keep an eye on the twinning boards as well for it knows drives you just watching past. And Hamilton did a 37.9, it says last lap round. Or on my screen anyway. A 36.5 last, his best last today, something like that. Well, that was last 39. Yeah, Piastri did a 40.3. No, 40.8. Yeah, I haven't got my glasses on. So much to review about it now. You throw this some trouble to Sunny, but we're both wearing glasses now. Oh, how old do we sound right now? Okay, so that's the difference. That's the difference it takes to see. What you have to say, a relatively easy overtake, yes, from Ferrari versus whatever. With, like you said, a massive tyre offset. Now, this Hamilton's tyres, currently, the Piastri's about 11 laps. The our tyres, and this has got 2 laps. But there's tyres. Yeah, and it wasn't straightforward, but it carried on for a bit before Lewis was able to overtake. It was, but I don't think Lewis had to resort to pressing boost buttons, and he wasn't in overtake mode that he needed to get that done. So that would have been the normal deployment. Yes, yeah. And the car itself boosting in various areas where it deploys that as you're not having to reach for a boost button and so on. Exactly. So, I think I'm quite. It's early days, obviously, but I'm more confident in seeing that play out than maybe I would have been a few days before or even last week. That is the big question mark in Top F. How easy without DRS? How easy would it be for these drivers to overtake one another? I think it's fair to say when they're on the same tyre age. Well, the same tyre age, it would have been a lot trickier. And we didn't see that anyway, even with that DRS, did we? No. We've got the same tyre age, even the shape like this, with a long, powerful DRS zone down towards zone 1. You didn't just arrive on the other car and blast past them in the straight line. That just didn't happen. You offset tyre strategies here as well. And that's where we saw the overtake is Aston. Which is exactly what we just saw there with a 8-lap tyre offset between the two cars. Actually, must just been out there for 12 laps. You don't know how old that set of tyres were before you put the money to there. It could have been a much older set with 2 laps plus on the button. Let's just take it at face value with what we see on our screens. It was 10 laps at the time for Oscar. It was the second lap to Lewis, and he got the job done very brilliantly, but didn't. Well, here right at the back of me in turn 1, be able to take him on the exit of turn 10. I don't mind to us backwards either, but being able to be very nice to see. So deploy, down the straight, active aero open, for Lewis Hamilton, rear wing, and that rear wing is different to the rear wing that we were getting very excited about earlier today. They changed that to the afternoon section, and then super clicking, and the energy ramping down and the speed ramping down towards the corner with it. So Ferrari is actually doing something different with its rain lights in America. I don't know whether it's just testing them properly because it just done some of the flashing. So we're almost as if these like wet conditions and the rain lights doesn't flash all the time. So that's annoying because it limits our knowledge of where they're starting to ramp down and where they're super dipping. Well, let's have some knowledge then from the pit man. Pretty confident. What do you got for us? She's so clear about knowledge or lack of knowledge when it comes to tyre offsets. She's laughing already. Let her see, but it comes on. Why you got this? Wait for this. Yeah. Go on then. They come to explode. Put us out of our misery, Bertie. I was about it. I thought of my companies. I heard all of this. Loving me, harmed us of the junk made different. That was just that. Oh, you can come back to your tire. I'll get pretty good with this stack of tire. I was just about to cover on the Aston Martin garage. As you can see, the batter's up in front of the garage. Behind me, inside the car on high stands, quite a lot of work going on there. The official might Aston Martin is identified an issue. Ferrari unit stop the cars of the caution. We're going to assess that Ferrari unit once the car is back in the garage. But to me, for the official stand in here, it very much looks like Aston Martin's day might be done. The team haven't confirmed that. That's just a bit of a feeling based on what I can see. And one of the main reasons that is if you look at their pit wall, it is totally empty, looks shut down for the day. So I'd be very surprised to see Aston do any further running, but not confirmed by the team. The guys are working at the cars, so perhaps. But I think that's finished. Do you want to go to tire chat now or not? Well, we could do tire chat. We like tire chat. We're actually looking to crack into the year screens as well. The cameras is focusing on Booty a little bit more. Shaylo, we could see them working, and then you could talk tire chat as well. What do you want to tell us about a tire chat? Well, I think a lot of what he said is right. Bahrain's actually one of the easier circuits, and many are the previous generation for overtaking. The track is very rough, that leads to high degradation on the tires. It's generally a multiple stop race, and that means that you can have people on what he said offset strategies, slightly different tires. Something in the Vito, 4 or 5 laps of tire length here would be enough to get overtake done previously. So this is a good circuit for testing out that overtaking. And here, obviously, with lots of different run plans and starts of run plans, you get lots of different tire ages, and therefore we will see here we're overtaken, then potentially we would at a race. But this is a good track to try in the night. Bernie, just while we got you, we're talking strategies. So that's obviously going to change to this year. We saw yesterday what we think was a boost overtake pass from Piastri against, I believe, from memory, it was a Cadillac, maybe it was a Haas. But the point was that in using the boost button to overtake, you're obviously using more energy in that moment. He used 8th gear down towards turn 11 instead of the usual 7th. So the next lap, he got track position, but apparently the next lap he lost 6/10 because of the waste of that energy in that moment of the track. It wasn't optimal. So on earth do you start to build that into a race strategy this year? Sorry, that's very good. Oh no, tell you how spider. I just waited for the return to come light. But it's gonna be, there's a lot more unknowns this year. So it's exactly what you said. The speed of a car could change a lot more lap to lap. We always had it that a car could meet its battery on any given lap and therefore be a bit tired and flower or died on their ultimate deployment the next lap. That's always been big pictures. Now it's going to be a little bit more magnified than that. So take the strategist, the pit wall, the strategist for a lot of inputs. Where are cars strong and weak? How much energy have they used in that before? It's going to become a lot more complicated, a lot more parameters involved. Being crafty at Cham, Carl, on the way into the circuit wasn't just all music that we were discussing. But we were discussing, you know, a lot of these teams have teamed up with big IT technology partners. Is that to get ahead of this data race, which I think we're now going to see a little bit as teams try and get on top of. There's going to be much more live interaction, a lot more live reaction to what cars done the corner or the map forward, a lot more for all of the pit walls and the mission controls that they are back at the factory to get on top of. And I think it's going to be much more interesting. Not that live reaction to pit walls that we see. So I can't wait. We would talk about this in the strategy. It's going to completely change this year, so we're even more grateful to have Bertie on our team for this year to help explain it all. By the way, President Deftones, those damn crows, Skindred was the music playing this morning of a car. You missed out, Ant. I just think it's so nice that you didn't find time to talk F1 as well on the way to your circuit. I mean, turn your music off and talk about something sensible. You had the music on whilst it's something sensible. Hamilton will snap there. Now, is that falls by the car in front? Or is that just, you know, the acceleration? These cars that get signal snap mode to say they were seeing. How does some fool does I wonder? Well, who knows? I hope it's not because of Toaded and Struffy, but what are we watching you with Piastri terminating? Stop, so the Dylan's house, so the revs, so he has to holes, yeah, 12,000, which is very close to what we saw, wasn't it, at the start, yeah, that he did at the end of the dinner. So now it's Piastri's turn to you set it in the hard tires on from those old C3s, the medians. What did he do? And then 16 laps on that set of yellow 40 branded tires. And this is the free system. Alright, slower, yeah, sure. Look at that, it's still speeding when he goes on to the wheels. Different regulations this year for the wheels, you're allowed to cover them. So you've still got spokes on the outside, but then behind those spokes, it looks like a solid plate. It is a solid plate for aero reasons. So last year, everyone had to run the same wheels, not this year. So it's fascinating to see that again, with different designs the teams start with. And now the wheel nut's still very much spinning as the tire comes off there as well. I marvel at F1 pit stops, and I hope we never ever lose that dramatic, short blast of energy from the crew to get those tires changed and the car sent back out again. It's an essence. We talk about the pressure that the drivers go under, and obviously I've felt that many a time myself as a driver when it comes to qualifying. It's probably where your heart beats at its highest, and so much is on the line, so much at stake, and we obviously praise them naturally for the job that they do under all that pressure. But the pressure those mechanics are going through when then a car comes towards them at 80 kilometers an hour and stops in the dip, and you know how important it is to get that car turned around as quickly as possible within 1.5 to 2.5 seconds. The pressure that they must all feel, but the elation afterwards if you get it right, I can't comprehend it really. And I think everyone deserves the accolade of whatever they do, whatever job they do in F1. But I mean, when you talk about pressure, a pressure environment, all eyes on you, wow, it's not for the faint-hearted. And also, look, when a car comes in, it's got a 5-second penalty or 10-second penalty, and the crew just has to get into position and wait and not touch the car. And then the 5 seconds or the 10 seconds is served, then they get to work and the car goes out again. That is always a slower pit stop because they are getting to work on the wheels whilst the car is still coming into his marks, which is what a driver has to hit his marks so sweetly. How you lose time, but they don't hit their marks because you're either reaching for it one way or stretching for it the other. And when the car stops and you're kind of there hovering and now you can go, that is always a slower pit stop. I guess because the stopwatch starts when the car is stationary. Yes, actually the pit stop starts before the car is stationary. Exactly, yeah, it's exactly why. It's I never thought of that before, but they do, don't they? They follow the car in. Yeah, and I think that the slow-mo shots we see of anything to do with Formula 1. I love it when you slow down this rapid sport and then you get to see extra detail. Race simulations in progress all around. Alex Albon, one of those. Where did it do that? Let's have a look here. He's just come out and he's set the tyres actually. Has Alex Albon, but yeah, his best laps are 1 minute 35.1, and he's just done on that last lap 35.5. So another push lap for Albon, hence why he didn't have straight mode open after he'd crossed the line. But looking elsewhere, Max Verstappen is now putting 105 laps. That's 4 today. 95 laps for Alex Albon in the Williams. 97 laps for Franco Colapinto. 86 laps for Liam Lawson. And Sergio Perez currently on his 27th lap of this afternoon session. But was just also to a few laps earlier, but it had turn 11. Weave around still. That was interesting. Weaving around with straight mode open. And is that a good idea? Well, you know what? Because if you'd done that with DRS open, you would have spun around. Yes, it's better because it moved your aero balance by such a percentage that you just couldn't afford to make those kind of extreme movements. And actually, we saw is a Bortoleto in Brazil. So they could just spin and have a heavy crash because of an extreme movement, going for an overtake with the DRS flap still open. Whereas now, because you relieve the front end of a lot of downforce and drag, your aero balance it's still shift, but it's much more similar So you can afford to actually move around a bit more. It's interesting. Your aerodynamic shifts slightly more rearward, so you get a bit of understeer when you like moving from left to right. But yeah, interesting to see there how vigorous he could be with the wheel with straight mode open. After having a gear out, just says Sergio Perez, I wonder how much of a difference these cars are, or is his memory that much further back that he is prepared for a wheel learning process anyway. Throws it to other drivers. I want to struggle a bit more against British with these new cars. I had the start because their memory bank of driving a different car is that much fresher in their minds. I think you always remember stages. You always remember the slight rip that you had around any circuit. So I don't think that ever really leaves you. It's one of being a driver that went from F1 into sports cars. In a way, very much in a way, Formula 1, it ruins you to the rest of the cars. It was the word I'm trying to hit. It's such the car is so powerful, so gritty. Yeah. Spoils him. That's the word I was in for. It spoils you as a driver for anything else you ever try. Unlike ruins, really ruins you as a driver. It spoils you as a driver because your expectation of grip and what a car can do and shitting is stayed with you forever. Yeah. So, and I see there's always chasing that. You heard from everything else that you're then in. I always here's from my own experience as a driver. Give me more grip, and I could adapt to it quicker than taking away grip. Yeah. Anytime you took away grip, you had to really work at it, not overdriving the car, or not pushing it too hard. And that expectation where you feel the limit of the grip is, it's so hard not to overdo it. So, yeah, I think Perez will be struggling just as much as anyone else, even though he's had that kind of sabbatical, that year off. He'll be still remembering the good days of this track in his Red Bull. Oscar Piastri was telling me he very much remembers the good days of last year with the grip that he had in his McLaren car then, and how he's here adjusting. So cars are a little more hilarious, but mind hilarious to be honest. It's fun. The cars aren't lighting and more nimble, and they do things differently. But we are spending lots of time on battery management and engine. It's quite literally like being at school, but these are the early days of a new set of regulations dropped in. Everyone will become accustomed to it. Fans, drivers, team members. I really feel like as time goes on, we won't be having to remind ourselves constantly as to how important it is for what's going on under the engine. We'll take it for granted. We will take it for granted. Teams will sort it out long before they come to it. A new track. I think by the end of the year, we'll be talking about it a lot less. The cars will have a lot more grit, so the drivers will be a bit more comfortable out there to push and for it to feel a bit more familiar compared to last year's cars, the way the grip that they had. So, but right now, yeah, it's fascinating times, it's frustrating times, and your brain hurts at the end of the day. Whether they're doing a sim day or a real track test, it's hanging around with some seriously clever people that have got all these systems. So you get out and you're playing catch up, and that's like anything in life, is trying to keep up with other people that are. It's like going into a math lesson with people that are cleverer than you and have grasped the topic faster than you, and you're trying to catch up with their knowledge. Yeah, that's what it feels like being the driver of it. And then you've got to get in and drive the car on top of that. So, and you're not going to be fast until you understand it. It's traversing the learning and the processes they're going through now into muscle memory and just recall memory. We still get, as sure they'll be up to speed by the time we get to FP3, say, in Australia, but it becomes default. It's into muscle memory, like playing the guitar. You can struggle to find those chords at the start, and reliably informed if you do more lesson, you can find those chords quite easily Did you do one of those in as well? Yeah, I did one. Yeah. Now, fingers, we say similar in so many ways. I was great at air guitar. Ni loon, be crescent loon, let's see. Let me get this right. Waxing, keep us waxing, get us up right. That's why we're celebrating Ramadan again. So absolutely, the astronomer goes and takes a telescope and picks the exact moments. So we are celebrating Ramadan out here in the Middle East. I'm sure all over the world as well. They did not say about how you're this desire, you took what I think there is of the size. Just says, sorry, right, sing crescent. There's some waxing crescent. Oh, a safe place. I got halfway right. I thought it was a crescent. I've got a social media X from now then. This is probably the pit stop time difference. They have a chat with Martin Haven about skeleton team relay starts. They have the same thing because they have a lights out standing start rather than crossing a tiny beam while it's moving. This is Winter Olympics, right? Martin Haven has been working on that. Not the frozen ice. I know Martin Haven, know very well. He's I can think his right up. I did a wake commentary with him as well. So did you see the skeleton? Bill, I did see it before. So did I cross some side? Super Matt Wester. Yeah. When they have the mixed event, the team events, it's lights out and away we skeleton. Yeah, the bases they're going to go on for the side as well. Yeah, and they react to the lights and away they go. That reaction side, there's one ways, but that starts and always a lot longer than when they go back and sort of back and forth, and then they're ready and then they can push it out. I always felt like I was a bit of a hero driving a 200-mile-an-hour vehicle around a circuit, and we're all after the some weighing Pine Crofty to step into one of these cars and to thrash it around the racetrack. Until he was a skeleton, you realise actually you're just a bit of a win. They were say, right, this pitch, something I would never have the bravery. I quit, not that. I'd turn it to toboggan, but not that. That's another level. Would you prefer skeleton to luge? Head first or think first? No, definitely not head first. So you do luge instead. Yeah, I'll go with that first. Yeah. What about luge double? Does the head society more important than my seat? What about luge? We'd be great at luge doubles. Lois. Yes, I was logged off. Something I had here as a crash barrier. I think I'd like, yeah, but you would. That's the thing. There's a downforce of me would have the power to view the style gun is here. 0.126 seconds, I think, was Matt Weston's reaction time in the it's going to say again. 0.126 seconds. It was phenomenal. How that's I thought a human like it was impossible to unless you're anticipating, say, lights out. I thought human reaction, say, like the start down on a 100-meter sprint. Yeah, well, human reaction was. He couldn't be. That's how legally I had 2.25. That's 100 meters sprint. That's completely different. I say listen, preemptive. For your vast reporters of the graded moving happy at off street out here. And he was lining fast. Lose your skeleton, Bertie Collins. That is your choice. Well, Crumpty, I think if you know me, I'm definitely not preeminent for either. But that is a nice job for you. That is insane. I'm more of a sit on the sofa and watch the streams. These are skeleton, I think. And definitely not what I'm after. But I just wanted to bring you some news from the inhabitants. Ferrari, as you looked at earlier, they did that pit stop into a long run. Did 15 laps on the next set. Then the chorus came in. It looks to read initially an issue on the rear brake ducts. It took both rear corner and drums off the brake ducts, and if you could see that. And they seem to be looking entirely about it. It replaced those sort of shiny carbon drums you see in the rear. Now, those replaced are both sides, but they were both off. Unfortunately, then there's put out of the car, which seems to indicate that there's even more work going on. But they had very, very limited running today. At one point earlier, we were nothing at the garage, and there's almost no activity happening. Now, they handed that race run early. But they're dead now, actually. Just they seem to have decided, okay, the race run is no longer going to be valid. We've got limited time left today. So they've tipped the car up. So if you can see, the front of the car is much higher than the rear of the car. So I think that they've elected views, okay, let's ignore the race run that's happening, tip this car up, get all the fuel out of it, and maybe try and get some low fuel quality ups in. And that'll be at the end of the month, but maybe some low fuel runs to come, but disappointed that they have not had any of the run they would have liked to have so far today. And just trying to get this car turned right again. Does that mean as well that Lewis hasn't had a race simulation, a full race simulation during the course of this week? I think he does. Well, Birdie's gonna scamper away. Look at that. It's like, I didn't know you were talking to me around, but yeah, it was often. See, Bernie, you have it now. No, because I think yesterday as well, their Ferrari spent a lot of time in the aftermade when they're said to be in the powers for building all the time behind the pubbers here. I thought it has up for a lot of today. At times it seemed very calm and the guard. At one point I seen a sort of lane and like a dip stick they couldn't have in your car and all tip the oil. One of those go in to ride the engine area since new had been removed to test. And then an FIA guy actually got away with that. And all the mechanics were just set aside, not did anything almost, waiting for the result of this test to be able to continue running. And we'll see Lewis about to get ready to go back in this car, but he has suffered, I think, with not having a long run this week on the Ferrari that he would like. But hopefully you get a fast up in this up main, and because maybe he's not effectively in the car at all tomorrow. So it has been a disappointed day and an hour, I would say, for Lewis in this car, despite how positive they just did the press. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Bernie. Liam Lawson was on a push for that. I just put his best first sector of the day in before that lockup. Going to see where it's at turn 8. Matthew, would I just do this again? I'll go to your excellent moment, Matthew. So eyes wide in 6, unpromised turn 7 offline there. And then just break too late in turn 8. But I think it always started to go wrong in turn 6, and that's a lap on to him. As often happens in that series of corners, the fair twins in the car bounced pretty badly on this slow-mo shot. Bounced a lot on the bumps there down towards turn 8, and that's what contributed to that lockup. As Matty says, now there is active error on the front wing and the wheel. If the front wing is damaged, is it as easy as before to change? Or is it race ending? He just changed the front assembly. Is it just the whole maybe it's come off and then slot on the next one, just like before? Dead easy that. But I guess it means if it's, say, you just damaged the end plate, like we sometimes saw in the past, the end plate were they were getting damaged, maybe then one of the elements are down, and I think it would still work. The activation would still work, whether or not it's still be as effective in terms of shedding the drag, I don't know, but I'm pretty confident that the mechanism that's usually triggered from the central point from the wing would still be okay, but it may well fail if it is not. I mean, then you'd have to just change the whole nose assembly. Those appendages on the side of the end planks, it's the outer extremities. Damage those, then your front wing becomes very ineffective, and there's no outwash going away through the tyres there. I wonder, this will see the missing their sub-wing changes. If there is damage, sure that forces waves this year. Maybe, and also those the bar sport to steer out at quite a vulnerable angle. This straight idea, except continuity down at the steering wheels in those. Then as the sun sets and you run under the floodlights here, so the 4 green squares of your steering wheel telling you tire temperatures. So if you live on that from inside the tire, and you literally get to see corner by corner your actions, your effects on the tires. Green is good, right? But you can color it however you want. Maybe they're just doing that visibility or always stay green. You got the black text on the green box, and then that might be the best way to see. But yeah, maybe if they turn red, for example, you'd see you going into the danger zone of even eating one of the quarters on the top. But We saw with Lawson earlier on. Get on the power, takes you up the hill towards turn 9. Feed the car in, keep turning and braking more and more as you go into the corner of turn 10. Good rotation on that Alpine, I must say. It was the same in turn 1 as well. You keep the tires straight as jammed like a dart towards turn 11. Brake, use a bit of that serrated turb. Ease it in, be patient on the entry and mid-corner of 11 for squeezing the throttle as early as you dare. On the exit, turn 12. Bit of an easier corner these days with 0 deployment. And then 13, get on the power early, use all the curb you can. Within track limits, of course, not his best sector. Entry sector 2, I didn't see anything wrong, but he's been through there quicker before. In the final corner, car looks good at slower speeds, sparking away on the exit by the rear of the car. They're running it quite low. And that's a lap complete, 2 seconds off, P7. And another yellow sector in the final sector for him. I've got to say, if they were more quarters like turn 1 and 2, and more quarters like turn 9 and 10, that would have been a much better lap for Frank Color bits over each. He was losing all the strengths and he was losing all the higher speeds corners as well. Yeah, sort of turn 4. Actually, I said it on CN. No, yeah, turn 4 was a little bit wrong. I don't know. Top of stabs to the steering, always better to see it from on board. Yeah, and it's just the revs even go up as he wheel span momentarily on the exit as he went through the Brabble. And we had 2 closer shots for through turn 6 to really see whether he was properly online or not. Yeah, sparking away as well on the exit over that curb. Not pretty. But here's turn 10, and the car looked very good, fantastic there. It's doing exactly what he wanted. Certainly was. Kimi Antonelli's on the push lap. Oh yeah, he's done his best first sector, and he's since he gets through purple mini centers, here it comes. It's still an 11. Now he's super aggressive. Has been all last week, continues into this week as well over that curve before turn 11. Full attack for Antonelli. Into turn 13, early on the downshift, power middle sector. Now you pointed out Proctor was already looking good, and that clarifies that one. Now going to keep it there in down that back straight, bring it to the left hand side, slow it down nicely down into second gear underneath the 35 a couple of corners, and then back on the throttle, brings it to the line. What's it going to be? It is the fastest, half a tenth. What we call that just inside that lap. Fastest lap of the day for Kimi Antonelli. He set the fastest lap time overall for the first Bahrain test. So, that will very much put a smile on the young man from Bologna's face. 132.8. So there's only 2 drivers have dipped into the 132s today. Oscar Piastri, and by nearly 6/100ths of a second faster, Kimi Antonelli. So now I need 1.1 seconds off the fastest time of 2022. Same time of year, of course, so that the pre-season test. Yeah, and the car, it looked good, didn't it? It looked like he had the grip he wanted, especially from when he picks him up at turn 11. Ooh, it's interesting to compare that against Voltinto's lap, and I know dual loads and could be different at this stage, but discipline. It is obvious he had more grip available from where we did tonight. Voltinto was returning for a push lap. Howard definitely a push lap, yeah, but maybe a bit more fuel, or maybe just tweak the setup there. They sort of this one running slow speed, but not so much in medium speed section. Chuck it, be like that. 4-1 above fun. Brad Bill Philip Pinson. Here, in the second one, was best battle for goes at its fastest. Without more 34.6, have this Philip Pinson that muffin, yeah. And Son Hammers, yes, think it's good news. If a Haas team, please. Could this be the year for a Haas podium? I've been waiting. Well, the best news I can give you is that when I bumped into Io Famatsu a little earlier this morning, it was looking fairly pleased with the way that this test was evolving for his team, and said that whilst we had issues right at the start of testing this winter, we've been putting a lot of laps in and really going through our program, methodically without too many distractions. Esteban Ocon is driving well, Ollie Behrman driving well, and a young driver there that should push Esteban to a certain extent, and Mervis, and we're very, very happy with the way things are going. and he's at Motown. Very ideal. That didn't just one beat to the slow lap before that. He was pushing once again. That looked like he was opening a lap to push once again there, and in slowing down the lap before, maybe he lost too much temperature out of these front tires. And on that road, of course, that's last year, so they're going to have to relearn that everything as well. And with narrow tops, best contact patch this year is Lewis Hamilton, at making his way around turn 4. We are going to go trackside, I think, because Lewis Hamilton is on a push lap here. Joey Palmer stood at turn 9 and 10 to get an eagle-eye view of what the Ferrari looks like going into those corners, would ya? Hello, Crofty. I promise you Lewis Hamilton's fast lap, but I'm thinking of falling trackside because here it comes. Hold your horses. He's on a slow lap. So, I didn't know it was that Methodical about Adam Lewis. He was on a crew lap, but just as that Joey Palmer, he slowed down. No, he went off in turn 8. Yes, he looked up and went wide in turn 8. Okay, he cast it. So, is it? You can't cast it. This was the Augusto, wasn't it? And I'll tell you something else that I said. When he came out of the pits, he came through like he was always on a push lap already. No recharging there, or not deploying any energy to Max Verstappen coming in behind on a long run. The other interesting thing about the God Max said, listen to those upshifts on the corner exit. There are 4 upshifts from the point that he gets on the throttle to the SM, the straight mode, all up there, and he is going through him so quickly. Antonelli and no other driver else having a fast up. I was here, guys, just as he came through on that session topping time. And the big thing for me was he had the front end there, but the traction that he had as well. It looked like a decent front end, but the grit was just there for the Mercedes. So compared to the Cadillac that's come through, that Checo's struggling to front. And it's the sort of corner where you do often struggle to front end because you're braking and turning. You've got the Audi coming through on a long run here. We checked it out just behind on a slow run. But yeah, the Cadillac washing a lot with front end. The Mercedes able to get that car turned in with Gimme obviously on a qualifying sim lap now, but able to find that throttle as well. So the trade-off of getting the front end but causing instability was pretty good there for Antonelli and Pruden by the amount of grip. Yeah, Hamilton going quickly on the hour lap, and this is going to be a trade-off as well. You've got to keep the tire temperature in by go quickly, but you don't want to get too quickly on the straight and start deploying your energy on the outlet. So the Astrid comes through on his long run. You could actually just hear a wheel spin kicking in there. Then we got Hamilton on a fast up now. Car's sparking slightly. He's wide. He's wide into the apex. And again, that's then causing traction issues on the way out. So, unlike Antonelli, who is nice at me, starting in, cars are generally struggling in turn 10 here. If they can get it started, not necessarily any lookups. Somehow down here, I thought that was going to be the main feature. Instead, is understeer right now. Antonelli getting the car turned in. The Cadillac not looking great there on lower field as well, it seems. Here's Antonelli, let's go again. Also, actually on that lap, washing a long wider, not able to start the car as well. So he hooked it up on the first lap. That's something that backed out of it, just couldn't rotate the car. So rotation, the issue at this corner. And I'd say, guys, the other thing is the conditions right now are perfect for power hour. Temperature dropping, and they're at pretty much no wind at all. So hopefully some more fast laps coming. I'll hide it back to you. I'm sure you are, and we will be back with you. Thanks, Jared. And Lewis Hamilton, 5th fastest. A time of a 1:33.9, which is his best time of this session, but we're a long way off the pace of Antonelli and Piastri. But he wouldn't have been Crofty if he didn't make a mistake on the first lap. The first jump in turn 8, he was able to push straight again. Actually, the very next laps he would have had hot tires, and that's part of the beauty of this year's regulation. You can just top the battery back up and go again. That's exactly what he did. He didn't take a breather. Lap out of it, immediately pushed, and I was surprised actually with the lap that he did, and then the tyres finally giving up on that final sector, not even doing a personal best, but it was the end up 1.1 away on that lap. But he was 6/10 down the second sector with that considerable mistake in turn 10. So I think without that, and if you said it was the first lap, get a big drop in this circuit from lap 1 to lap 2. even on the, instead of medium tire C3s, he could have been very close to Antonelli's time, I believe, without that mistake in turn 8 on the original first lap. Right, we'll test about Ocon on the push lap, head down to the pit stop as well for Oscar Piastri, repost. Yes, we're from the Bahrain 2026. So on pit stop here, Oscar Piastri has done 2 stints of his virtual Bahrain Grand Prix. There we go. And they're actually practicing during subway test. Oh, did he miss something late? And he's like, it's only to say that, isn't it, when you're not winning the 22B, we're doing a pit stop. It's like a bit of a slow pit stop at the rear. These boys and girls are absolutely phenomenal. Down here in the garage after the very long days and nights that they are pointing. That's a combination of day shift and the night shift. So while they land so far, very strong pace from the McLaren. As with most testing data, you have to wait to the end of it to be able to kind of back calculate whether or not they had the full race simulation build. But right now it does look like we've got McLaren versus Red Bull in a virtual race. What teams do is they replay all the data once they have the full 57 laps. Teams tend to be balanced stints. By that I mean they tend to go as close as they can to having 3 equal stints with tire data and comparison, which is not what you do during the global race. After deploying the data, we'll then re-overlay it and work out who virtually was faster. Typically, you can't even compare between sessions because it's much faster now in the evening session when the track temperature tends to drop and progress a bit compared to in the morning and the afternoon when it's quite a lot hotter, which makes sense to make these Formula 1 cars slow, which is the opposite way around in Barcelona. When it's a bit faster, they're close to the operating midday. Because they love to make it hard for everyone to know what's going on. Both in the teams had an informed itself. I did the pit stop area for our reporting. Thank you very much, Reese Bosco. I tell you what was Oscar Piastri. It's a turn 10 a few moments ago. That was one of the closest moments we've seen. There's a lot of runoff around this circuit. Not there. Piastri is exploring all of that or not before turn 10 because the closest one we've seen is coming to close to the barrier. The tumbles of the car kind of beached itself on the serrated curb on the right side, and he just couldn't get off there. When it did, he was already on the runoff area, so lucky to get away with that one. If his tyres were a bit cold after that practicing serving a time penalty pit stop, they weren't consumazione. That's local. No, particularly one spot, doesn't that? So the third tyre is now fairly hot. But yes, it did. So Piastri's done 15 laps on the set of scenes freeze. He came in and put a set of the hard tyres on and did 20 laps on those. And now we can see back out there. That locked up might have been before the pit stop. Unsolved. Not soft, not after there's a replay. Which would, they indicate why he came into the pit. Why he came in, and that makes a lot more sense. It does. Alex Albon goes fastest on the C5 type, so 1.7 seconds off the place. But unlike anybody else, today he's run a set of the soft tires to do that. Now you get a abstracted performance, those soft tires that don't last as long, but they are quicker. With it, 1.7 is also place. Similar to this, Oscar Piastri up once again, 6th gear. Now, see. Sorry, it's first to the mention. Yes, so I thought, you can actually hear it. Under your voice aircraft did the talk hitting quite heavily that curve on the right hand side. It was just didn't get off of it for too long. And then I rolled in a whole handful of lock to try and get around on the exit in the corner. Glad he did. Here's a question for Rob. I will try answers for you, Rob. Do you think we will see a lot of overtaking this year, especially early on, for people locking up and making mistakes during races? But that there's a lot for the driver to do, and there's a lot for the driver to learn, and it won't be the same as last year, so the chance of mistakes, I think, are higher. Certainly in the initial races. Will we see more overtaking? I don't know is the honest answer to that, because I'm yet to get a full indication of how long can he run close to the car in front. Also, I haven't got the pace to do it. Now, it could be that there are bigger gaps in terms of pace from one team to another. for this year, given its release regulations. That is often the case. But help was, can you run? I'm hoping you can run and follow for long periods, but we need to see that happening. So that otherwise we are, sticking we're sticking a toothpick into a heap of hors d'oeuvres and hopefully coming up with some sesame puddle toast. If you like sesame puddle, I love sesame toast. But for your sake, you get your sesame puddle. But this is the golden question, isn't it? It's absolutely this is all everyone's in it. So do you see more overtaking with this set of regulations? Yeah. Can we see cars follow each other more closely? I believe we will. To the latter part of that comment, I mean, we will see cars able to follow slightly closer than we saw at the end of last year. Some people in the paddock say otherwise. Some drivers have apparently said it feels a lot like it did at the end of last year when I get close behind another car. But obviously those drivers are here and fully know whether they're hitting that car on slightly better tyres than them, or slightly less fuel than them. So you're really only known in the racing situation, and you won't even really find out in Melbourne. You'll probably have to wait for a couple of Grand Prix under our belt before we can truly comment on that and give you a valid answer. But yeah, I certainly hope, and I'm more confident in what I saw with Piastri and Hamilton earlier on. Yeah, put a bit of a tyre upset in there, and as always, it makes your life easier and actually a bit more of an inevitable overtake coming our way. But I haven't got the answer for that one right now. Shimmy absolutely bicycle look south, going into episode 1, hence that slowly diesel. But through mistakes, yes, I do think, will we see overtakes because of drivers' mistakes? Then, I'm really convinced we'll see more of that. We used to get teams that bring upgrade packages that were circuit dependent. We're still going to get that throughout the course of this year, or are they just going to be developing the car and to put more downforce on, knowing that with straight line mode with active aero, you can get rid of a lot of downforce. Well, I think that like always, you're going to want to put more load, as they put it in here, and speak more load on the cars. We get to this knockout that you spotted property of their observed. A very early loss of control on that right front, wasn't it? And it was clearly expected a bit more grip and something that continues on. What was at the end of day 2 here? Drivers still getting caught out with the braking. It's huge lockout on that right front. Is the prototype tyre. Don't forget, so it might have had a slightly different feel. And it isn't a C3. Yeah, still a C3, just put a different origin when it comes to the manufacturing process. It's the brakes, my friend. Do you reckon it should be the feel of the driver on the brake pedal? I don't know. Who did we ask? Can we ask raking? Well, we got a special guest in the commentary box. She wants to introduce our special guest. Well, we have Mario here from Brisbane. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. It is Sutra Barrier, the racing director. So it was a pleasure for me to be here, visiting everybody. Well, thank you very much for coming in and joining us. We have achieved lots about brakes. We've seen drivers exploring the limits of what the brakes to do. Yeah, but the demands on the brakes have changed a lot from last year. It has been changing because, of course, the technical rules is completely different. Just to mention, you see this is, of course, diameter and thickness on the front and on the rear piston. On the front, you can have 8 pistons instead of 6. You can have 2 beds instead of 1. And this is something that is lasting for the last 30 years. So it's a very big change. You can have folds into the discs that are a diameter of 3 millimeters instead of 2.5 and 2.5 instead of 3, so increasing the numbers of folds up to about 1,500, and you can have 3 16 points, one of which is a sliding one, so it's a completely different kind of braking system. on the front and on the rear. And on the rear, of course, there is the contribution of the regenerative braking that is almost 3 times the last year. The electrical contribution, I have to say, we're talking about instead of 120, we are now 350 kilojoule per second. So term of power is kilowatt. So it's a completely different word, I have to say. What are the differences, in your opinion, from Barcelona, where we saw the shakedown of these new cars, to where we are now in Bahrain? For me as an ex-driver, I always saw Bahrain as quite a heavy-duty braking circuit, and how do you design the brakes for these extreme cars with a multitude of different circuits? I mean, this is a first term for us, but it's also a first term for every team, because we don't even braking systems to all the grid. So they have different philosophy, and they have different needs that are based on the philosophy of their car, and are based and then are own to the needs of the driver. Okay? And so we need to talk about circuits. Like Barcelona is a medium severe one, while where we are here is one of the top 3 circuits in terms of demanding, because there are 4 very, very heavy braking points, and this is something that is useful for us. For example, when we validate in Bergamo our systems, we do 3 times this GP in order to validate and be sure that this the new system that we are going to validate is a pattern one. So we can cope with 3 laps of a bar grove very rich the average 71 max of lot of sort than that. You're right. Shoot. Identical test with them, so we are safe. So they are safe as well. Let's stay with us. Yeah, we're gonna go trackside. Victoria Palmer for a few episodes. We're gonna carry out topic breaks. Ciao, yeah. Alright, sorry to interrupt, but I'm actually going to be talking about the brakes, because I'm at turn 8 now, and a downhill through 6 and 7, and I'm looking at Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri, who are rotating each other through here. What I've noticed is a difference in approach. I can hear a car coming into view. That's not Max or Oscar. We're going to first of all look at Esteban Ocon in sweeping through. Max is able to use a lower gear through the apex. So he's crawling over that entry curb, and it's like he's starting more of a demeanor, straightens off the exit and punches out with all of those short shifts I was describing. Now look at Oscar coming through, uses nowhere near the curb of Max, releases the speed into the apex. He's a gear up as well. He certainly was at turn 10. And then that means he's actually got a little bit more turning to do. On the exit of turn 8, so Max is coming in, using all the curb, which Oscar's not doing. The rep will be the McLaren. Max is then punching it in, getting down the gears. The car of the Red Bull has got a really good front end, is quite sharp, and then he's rotating it slowly at the apex by really delivering the power in a straight line, and that's allowing him to punch out using those gears. To me here, we've got a difference in style. Oscar's running the speed in, carrying that apex speed in the classic VBU shape. So Oscar's running a little bit more U, carrying apex speed, but he's making his exit a little bit harder. The other thing is, as I left you, I said I was expecting more lockups at turn 10. We had that big Oscar lockup that I'm sure you've seen as well, trying to carry the speed. The other thing he tried to do was try Max's extra downshifts, limited first gear at turn 10. And it didn't sound nice with the McLaren and made the throttlability really difficult, and he struggled to get the exit, which Max is able to do. So I think teams are looking at each other and trying to work out the best way. Is the Red Bull option good? Are other things good? I'm sure everyone's looking at Ferrari after today. But it doesn't mean you could just copy the other one because it wants for them. So I didn't think it went that well for Oscar Piastri. As Max comes into view once more, let's have another look at this. In towards turn 8. Major abuse, but not over track limits. And the slower car moves on around. Snap on the throttle, and we'll pound back. Esteban Ocon getting swamped by these two now. Oscar no way near the ground. When he runs so much wider through the apex, he's later to the throttle. Doesn't have a huge amount on the exit there. There's not a massive run towards turn 9, but it is quite very the business style, which is interesting. Oh yeah, it's late. Back to you guys. So here's Jody. Thanks ever so much. Great to have you with us. Out and about trackside with Berber's racing director Mario. So we're talking about the extra demands on the brakes for this year. How do you simulate that? So before we go to a Barcelona shakedown or even to the Abu Dhabi test at the end of last year, how do you go that your brakes are going to be okay, because you can't really test them out of the track for the first time. This is a bit late by then, just in case they don't do what they should. This is a very, very good question. Of course, I'm questioning to you as well. I mean, the car that you were driving 30 years ago, what's about the connection of the car you're driving nowadays? I mean, nowadays we have artificial intelligence, we have self-learning system, we have digitalization, we have, of course, all the stimulation that we can use in the world that can give you a digital anticipation of reality. And this is something that we love because, of course, compared to 20 years ago, or also to 10 years ago, I give you a number that is let's say, an estimation, a person estimation, we are able, 98%, to estimate what is exactly the response of the car once the car will be on the track. And this is thanks to the digitalization and to the simulation that we tuned up along the last years. In the last 5 years, we did a huge progress. Thanks to the support of course also of the data artificial interviews. And this is something that allows us to come here, for example, in Barcelona with all the braking components. I'm talking about calipers, fats, discs, pumps, brake-by-wire, and whatever you want to put into the function of the braking that was already tested in a digital way, not just on the bench as well. But this give you the confidence that we can put and the tranquility that we can have when we deliver a brand new system. And in fact, so far, I touch wood that you do in UK, of course, everything was working absolutely perfectly for Ireland. It's testament to the work that you and the whole team bring things for you during the winter, or you get we hold the teacher because it's easily done to do it 100%. And you mentioned there is not just when people think of brakes on these cars, they think of carbon ceramic brakes. They see it on some fancy road and this is a more fancy. Yeah, it's not just that one that's exactly, but you're not just manufacturing the brake system pads. You mentioned the caliper. Well, that is a very, very complicated topic, of course, or component that do so. These calipers, of course, pads that can be machined. That was not the case in the old technical rules. Brake-by-wire, that is the system that allow you to melt, let's say, the regenerative braking with the dissipative braking, that is the carbon one, and with the ice engine. So the old system is very, very complicated. In fact, we love to say that a car is not just braking with the brakes, and when I mean brakes is all the components, but it's braking with the air roll, it's braking with the chassis, of course. We did a regenerative braking that is not under our list direct responsibility with the engine braking. So it's the whole lot that is making the car the perfect mix in the hand of these phenomenal drivers. I always like the rear brakes, the bit you're in charge of are the Formula 1 cars with T-Rex's arms. They're there, but they're not the most effective thing on the planet. The T-Rex is a tall, powerful thing like a Formula 1 car. Their arms were not exactly that tall and powerful. Well, they can never take a selfie on them, but they're too short. Where are you going with this? What I'm going with this is, how can I add this? Yeah, sorry, Marion, it does be something. I don't know, but you would talk like out, the system is of so much of the braking comes through the engine braking components these days. I'd actually like to know if we needed to use just the rear brakes and not the engine braking, how long would they last in a race? I mean, in these new technical rules, to be honest, I do not know yet, because of course we do not have enough experience. In case of the old rules, there was no problem to have one GP, just that's braking with dissipative braking. Then it was not a problem at all with the mechanical brakes. Yeah, exactly, mechanical brakes or dissipative brakes in the technical wording. But of course, just to give you a number, a brand new set of all the discs and pads can last easily 2,000 kilometers. So, well, you in some cases, so not see a year, just time says this one, you can do 3 events. With one is at a weekend, 2,000 kilometers, just under 7 will pre-distance. And this is just by the consumable thickness of the carbon of 2.5 millimeters. Think about it. And helps to receiving if it don't have to if any secrets or waiver, others rough, but another situation. This is reality is a very, very good point because in the front touch, so almost nothing has been changing from the last year to this year. Even if we are seeing low temperature, but easily you can pass the 1,000 degrees C on the front. On the rear, this year we are seeing a very cold situation. Because of course, due to the higher power of the regenerative braking, you are braking with the C31 much less. And in fact, this could be one topic of the year because if the braking are the carbon is cold, this is not ideal for the carbon working race. If you arrive into a severe braking and you need to activate the C30 braking, and your temperature, for example, is from 80 degrees C, something to 120, the mu, that is the coefficient of grip, can be doubled. So the difficulty of a braking point when the move is changing is extreme, and this is something that those drivers have to learn to cope with, or all the teams have to fix with some software, let's say, and ad hoc strategies. So maybe this is why we're seeing these huge, absolutely. This is one of the topic of the year that will be disappearing probably in 5 to 6 GP. But in the very beginning, this is a topic because it's cold. Yes, I mean, is not metal. I mean, these carbon are designed to work well in a range. Maybe this is not the case. Well, but they use on the braking and the rear. Yes, the rear braking for Lewis Hamilton, who has struggled since joining Ferrari, I have to say, with the feel of a different feel of how the brakes work from this Mercedes to the Ferrari, and the drivers have this. You're having to. This is a very interesting topic because we do not. Of course, we talk with the drivers, but the general and the normal way of talking, we are talking so the engineers, and we are talking about data, right? But when it comes to talk about retardation and modulation, is something that is very close, far from data and close to feelings. So it's very, very difficult to talk about something that is a feeling. Someone likes a very, very heavy braking in the beginning and then a low modulation, and someone has the opposite. So it's difficult to judge what is the perfect one. And he just saw him lost it and heading off the track. There it is, headed it to the pits. I'm surprised in the after it. So Mary, if you have Brembo, they have carbon industry, and Lewis was carbon industry at Mercedes. Yeah, but it is with probably some Brembo component because with those calipers. So as I said, we deliver components and you have to all degrees. And let me let's say point out that we're talking about calipers, discs, pads, pumps, braid-by-wire, touches, because 80%, 90% of the readers got 80 touches. That is part of there is an unit that I Machado, and the suspension that are the for the suspension, half of the beat is all the suspension. So we're talking about a system that we have to grant to all the teams. It was me just thinking it was the discs or the calipers. That's why I called it up, because people think that it all brakes is literally just the pads and the discs. But it's so much more like anything in Formula 1. It's so much more complex than that. Like, so we don't get to see the ingenuity and the beauty of the calipers that I've been lucky enough to see. Yes, it is a forming art. You're absolutely right. It is absolute forming art. It's so detailed and intricate. It's like some kind of alien technology when you look at it. And honestly, it's incredible. It's a shame we don't get. It's very around it. It's all alien, but allow it. No. As a kind of engineer, some of the components can be defined like that. Yeah. So here, that's what you say. Make it as simple as possible. At the moment, we could be seeing a lot of cold lockups because of cold brakes. I'm on the rear. Out of the rear, I have the software that the teams will be fine-tuning. By the time they get to Australia, you reckon it might be could be different based on what they are learning right now. So, in this very moment, like you said, Bahrain is one of the top 3 circuits of braking energy circuits, where roughly does Melbourne sit in all of that? Mid between Spain and here, let's say. Okay. So still significant in, so I guess, turn 3 in Melbourne is the big one. I want to be the circuit that has the least demands of braking. Every circuit has got his peculiarity, but if I had to say something that is the opposite of here, is Monte Carlo, for example, a lot of their brakes, but the light brakes are just one medium. But the point in Monte Carlo is that there is no time for braking between one brakes to the other to breathe. So it's a different kind of topic. But I guess that the complexity of Monaco now, based on the old way of thinking, is that because there's so much time for the driver to spend off throttle, you're getting close to saturating the battery so much, they hands over to the mechanical brake more often. I raise up on this because it is, of course, I think that then it will be let's say a nightmare for the engineers as well to not talking just about the brakes, but about the car management. In fact, this year, if I have to say one thing that would be the most difficult, is the energy management of the car. Yeah, no doubt on that. And that rather echoes what we've been saying for 32 days. I think that absolutely. Thanks for coming up to the ball. Absolutely, it's my pleasure. Yeah, it is that my pleasure. It's the first time we've had a brake expert into a commentary box. To be honest, don't make this the last time. Courtney again, and then we will discuss something else. You are both about to promise. Thank you, my friend. So just sit Bavaria in the box, and as you need to pass Max Verstappen is going to be or actually has come into the pits because his race simulation has finished. 57 laps, medium, hard. Max Verstappen has done his bit. And it will go away and log. You saw had a shred on the people. The strategists will go and log those lap times and workouts with fuel loads, etc., and engine settings, etc. How happy or not they are with that particular race run. Fascinating shower. I loved that. So it's what you were getting actually. Now you can hear everything. These kind of things that I have this explained to me by teams. They're not the people that actually design the rapes themselves and all the componentry that go with it. And it had not crossed my mind until he said it about the rear brake staying cooler this year more than ever before, and actually having more grip because they're cooler to the brake pad disc. You get more grip there, yep. And in those moments where you might be getting a bit of handover from the electric motor to the mechanical brakes, well, that's surely going to play havoc with the balance of your brake bias from front to rear. And that brake bias, we see drivers adjusting their brake bias, but will that be done for them more this year? I think it's going to could potentially be more of a talking, but like you said, only in the cooler conditions, because you're trying to equalize as much as you can the temperatures, so not just your tires, but your brakes as well, and how the two get hand in hand. Honestly, fascinating stuff. And when the driver presses their foot on that left brake pedal, and you feel the stopping power, the retardation, the tower on your left third, it's, like you said, every driver's got a different requirement. Absolutely, how grabby, he referred to it as the mew, typical engineer speak, the mew of the brake pad and disc. It needs the grip, basically. So you have that with the tires, you also have that with the brakes, and it's such an important element as a corner when you hit the brakes. And this is where the drivers are falling foul of time and time again on this very braking-dominated track. Franco Colapinto, I think, is about to improve his San Diego spit fastest, second off the pace, but after putting a set of C5 tyres on. Meanwhile, the C3 tyres still full. Lewis Hamilton is still the personal best in the first sector. Could replicate that in the second sector, but does eventually go fifth fastest at a couple of tenths ahead of Franco Colapinto, at a couple of tenths behind at Lando Norris. So finally gets a very clean running out of a push lap. William Lewis Hamilton. We didn't obviously see the lap in its entirety, fucked his hood, and a yellow, so not personal best sector for sector 2. So I do want to be 3 tenths down. I think during the third, on those kind of around him on that, yeah, you're right, we did see that what caused that loss inside. During sector 2, like Kimi Antonelli has been strong, and the same is in that second part of the lap. Still feel like that Ferrari's got a bit more in it. That it hasn't been, the whole lap hasn't been put together yet. So finally then, he's had some limited time in the car today, but maybe that was the best need to get out of it. Maybe it was an error-free lap, but I just, my feeling is the car's got a bit more speed in it, because the race runs it looked a bit more Thomasing. Reese Thurston sent me a message. She's been crunching some numbers and big down in the pit list, or she knows best. Yeah, if this was a race, and they were the same weight stroke bows, Austria would took back on lap 19, because they'd done their race simulations here. Pulled out 7-second gap, then hit high deg, and Max has retaken the lead on lap 50. It's just, we thought without that massive lock-up and going wide in turn 10, that's the one, that's your high deg for you there, you see. This either cause or the result of that lockup. Tell you what do you ask Ruth herself? I should imagine Ruth has taken that into consideration and math then. She's listed. Bruce, what do you reckon? Did you factor in that mistake or you wouldn't have taken this steak? So interesting, you know. Oscar did not like he was suffering a bit on the bus. They don't see what. It just things start by choice that a virtue rates. Doesn't matter so much. Yeah, honestly, like it was a cumulative degradation that made a difference. Actually, toward the end of those stints, you're already hammering those tyres. Like tire deck, made the best of it. So this is actually what we do in races, is we kind of virtually try to race someone that's actually on track. Actually, Oscar hasn't finished his race yet in real life. He's still got another 4 laps. But unless it moves out a miracle, he's not going to be able to complete the lap time and close in on Max. And there's obviously a million different caveats. 10 kilograms of fuel would change the race simulation itself as like 3 tenths it up. Or sensors, or mode, or a million different other things. It's the way that we as strategy, it's Hannah on the pit wall, Randy on the McLaren pit wall, are comparing to get a real kind of first feel of roughly where we are. There's lots of unknowns, but the thing that has the fewest unknowns is a race simulation. But just to make it a little bit more difficult, in between the McLaren garage in their P1 championship position and Red Bull in their P3 championship division, he's giving Antonelli doing a qualifying simulation to time out the qualifying hour, which you don't normally have in a little Grand Prix, but is the magic of which Teston. So your exit poll, this is election night for his basket, and we might have another election night tomorrow. Your exit poll has Max against Oscar, Max winning by about 7 to 8 seconds. As Oscar did that, why do you think I talked about data team again? I'll just go about what is Max's retaken the lead. I was said, pulled out a 7-second gap, Max has retaken the lead on lap 50. Do you reckon that Max Verstappen in your exit poll beats Oscar Piastri in the virtual race this evening? Today, it is a virtual win for sim racer legend Max Verstappen. You heard it here first. Our exit poll has a Red Bull with the win over McLaren. And you have to say then, Piastri started his run a little bit later in the day as well. So he had better conditions for his race run. He's ahead in time of Max Verstappen only because he started later, but Max is ahead of time with his first run of 15 laps on the C3 versus Piastri's 15 laps on the C3, but it was done, at least half an hour earlier. And there is, after the qualifying incidents have been going on, Kimi Antonelli heading back soon the pits after a very short little stint where he didn't go any faster than his 1:32.803. We're going to get a red flag in about 7 minutes time. I'd have thought, still out on the track, Perez, Albon, Piastri, Lawson, Hulkenberg, apologies, that's all Piastri finished his race in, but he hasn't, he's on Seymour Mass. Well, he's got one more lap to do after this Carabao But at least they've got, there is us to PFI. I think this isn't helping his races, the chaffing out. You have to well to take people with the race hands. When you have to tell you facts in the race, it depends where he's running the race. Yeah, Max Mortis tells it a bit lower down, but we don't know. On that one. What though is that Austria, by the time they've got to turn 1, has managed to get past Alex Albon in Italy City because there's a bridge in the way. But he is ahead. Because Alex Albon Peremy, right, that was Leon Wilson returning to the pits. I think Hulkenberg would say it's the best. They impressed with Audi and the times that they've been kind of putting in. So they're heading about and get about their work quietly, aren't they? Hulkenberg, he looks pretty comfortable in the car. And this seems to be getting through their program well. Sitting there, P7 for what it's worth. And this day, 73 laps under their belt. That was done on the medium tyre, his fastest lap, I believe. So it sounds very different. When I was out on tracks yesterday, it makes an awful lot of noise under the deceleration phase compared to many other teams, particularly the Ferrari power unit. So yeah, very distinctive in its downshift phase with the overrun. But I am impressed. Brand new power unit. We keep talking about Red Bull powertrains and what a great job they've done, but Audi as well, brand new power unit for them. So and partly we have these regulations because of Audi's arrival in our sport, getting rid of the MGUH, which was felt wasn't as road relevant as was going to see Piastri coming into this a pit stop at the end of his race run. But yeah, I think Audi has been fairly solid, haven't they? It's last week and rather shakedown in Barcelona as well. Promising signs, I think. Absolutely. Not that they're not, well, they're a brand new name, but they love the brand new team because they are the Sauber of old with the Audi, the Audi power units. Just said this message. And you know, as I give you this message, exactly who sent it to me. All this talk about Ferrari's rear wing. Petrobras F3000 team, led by their chief engineer Gavin Jones, did that in Monza in 2002. Tricked everyone by using a wing cover, a one, completely legal, no one else thought about it. This is the Ferrari 180-degree space out. It needs wing. Yeah, earlier in the day. It's a long day, and if you were just tuning in now and wouldn't have heard that earlier on, and it was actually mentioned that it's not the first time it's been tried. Obviously, that was a fixed component back then, whereas this wing on the Ferrari, not this exact one they're running now, but unit to fit for around 180. But it's achieving the same thing. You know, it's not for an aerodynamicist, it's not a new phenomenon. It's not a new idea. So it's just with the ability to activate it these days. There's so many straights on the circuit, it becomes an opportunity. Other teams have thought about it. Rumors in the paddock. Other teams, it did cross their minds. It's a reality. They knew it was possible. But Ferrari, that's done it. They designed it, and they can use it if they need to. So I'm fascinated for when they'll use it. It's not in use at the moment. They've gone back to the rear weight of before. Lewis Hamilton has just gone ahead by 5/100ths of a second of Lando Norris to go P4 in the timing. To do that now with the tire age, what is he on the tire? Tire sheet there. Or was it actually another brand new set that went on? At least a lap under his belt, wasn't it? Because we saw that earlier on. Because they didn't get the race run in with Lewis, they're very much prioritizing qualifying towards the end of this day. I think that might have been another new set of tires I was doing. You know, I said that I thought the car had a bit more speed in it, and they've delivered that. So yeah, Lewis getting his eye in after that long, painful break from this morning. The car spent so much time in the garage, but he's at least able now to push it, a couple of new sets, and it's amazing how you can get into a new rhythm, an expectation of grip when you get a couple of sets of tires in quick succession under your belt. Now, even if you're Lewis Hamilton, it's you learn from each set that goes on. Who do you think sent me that message about the Petrobras F3000 team, and a photo of Gavin Jones swapping the wing of Madrid. No idea. Which person do we know that would have that sort of information at a photo at his fingertips? No idea. Lots of people have information at their fingertips. You know, the idea, come on, that who? Actually, I didn't know they knew. Did he drive to them, or Kareem Chad on the end has been eliminated? My fun fact of the day, he says. And yes, some of us only tuned in for the final hour. Well, welcome that. Well, they can find whole reviews, Chandel. Hold them, you know yourself. Welcome along, better late than never. I told you it was going to get a red flag, and here it is. I think Sam Collins beat you to that one. Thicker and a long time ago. Sam was the man that spotted it earlier today. So we're going to be doing some race starts, or a race start at the very least. We might even get an extra formation lap, as we had earlier today. Let us see. First of all, red flag, race suspended. So everyone will make their way to the pits. And as this Red Bull using this for a bit of a constant aero test when the Flow-viz paint's on, and are they going to be going at a very steady speed because the red flag is out there. So instead max out just before the pit lane closes and do a constant speed on that front suspension. And to see his speed in the top left of his dash there, down to 80 kilometers an hour now. Accelerating back up, 120, 140, 50, 70. So that's the speed of the F1 car acceleration. And then, yeah, it comes into the pits. Then it's at 82 kph, obviously on that pit lane speed to the now. So, but I did see he was hovering around 212, just sort of sitting there just before the final corner. So it could have been some cruise modes going on. The perfect presence, merely waxing crescent, groove present. Yes, look to keep us not a waning dibus. I just mixed up my terminology. That's it with myself. And that's why I didn't pass GCSE. Don't think. It's the mood cow that's choked with it. Only it's a place. In fact, I don't even know. You probably somehow why I didn't. Some places probably don't need a map together, but they don't go. Just truth is not just places. This is not just place. So yeah, this is good. Oh yeah, it just it maps of towns of things. Right, astronomy. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. That should be a studies of the solar system. I'm not even going to attempt that. You agree that energy systems on F1 cars stick to N1 candle. Rubbish shit the solar system. His planet, ladies and gentlemen, is all contained under the bonnet, the hood of a cow. Right, so to the end of the pit lane, then switch off, and they'll test now whether they can restart the car, or is it due? They'll also be testing, can they push in? Well, before the pit stop, he's got his tyres well ahead of the white line, so he's fine. He's well over that white line, so he'll be allowed in. We're going to get a proper start here as well, because I think everyone is now shooting out. Tis except Fernando Alonso, who we haven't seen since that stoppage, and 30 Collins thinking about an hour and a half ago. That's the session ending. I'm nervous for them, Crofty. Sorry, it's not a real race. It's still nerve-wracking. Yeah. And there's a new system that is to put in place with the flashing blue lights to let the drivers know that time to get revving minute at the start is coming before the start sequence then kicks in. All will become apparent if you haven't seen it so far. We have a, oh no, there is a real train, hasn't it? It's just a graphics I asked is the McLaren's pulled off on. Oh dear, on the estate road in the middle of turn 1. There is Oscar Piastri, the second fastest time of the day, but stranded. And after Lando Norris didn't have a very good start in our previous time, is Oscar Piastri going to get a start in here? He's pulled off. He's not actually on the track itself here. Can he get the car going? As we're in neutral currently, so much urgency around is there. I wonder if this can't be part of the plan. Well, there's your flashing lights to say that he is stopped and he is stranded, and to warn other cars if he was facing in the direction of travel that there is a stranded car on the track. But they're surely going to want to get rid of that car before they allow a start to take place, even though it is off the track. You wouldn't want to have a car parked there and I'll let a car hurting towards turn 1. They've cleared it. So this is cleared sector 2, so we are clear to go, I think, by race control. Esteban Ocon is going to start on pole position. Well, who was it earlier on? Asked you doesn't get used by Hastis Igwin. Here it is. Their second ever pole made was generated for Ben after Kevin Magnussen, who never actually started on pole, but did take pole. As the normally the regulation, sorry from the start of the sprint era. So Esteban Ocon, Max Verstappen, sharing the front row together. And there we have Lewis Hamilton, who swatted it to P3, but then there's a low gap back to Franco Colapinto and Liam Lawson, Kylian Nevi, Sergio Perez, and Alex Albon. No Fernando Alonso on the grid. Well, the Hulkenberg saw at this start. So there's our blue panel to the right hand side. They will keep an eye on, because that's the drivers. But we're not going to get it, Havel, because we are going to get an extra formation lap. Testing the systems once again. The way we go on an extra formation lap. Max is in a bit of a hurry. Esteban Ocon getting away a lot more slowly. So by rights, I'll let Esteban get back ahead of Max. So that's what would happen if this was for real. But let's have a listen now and look. Well, what's the appearance there? Lose away. Proper casual energies. Good chomp it away with the car. It rose never came ahead. It couldn't accelerate to him. Just wasn't allowing him to. I wonder if that's a throttle sensor issue or race going now. So I'm guessing how to. Do you remember when he called in to do the start earlier on and had to go through the systems to change sensors? There's no the AS mode to do is going through. Just wonder if some of those needed to be. But that was to do a practice style, not just to pull away. Yeah, exactly. It's about just wonder the fact that he's able to go now. They definitely wasn't letting the car accelerate over 66 to 88. All's well that ends well, though. He can actually take pass at the end of the start. That is coming up. I'm assuming they had time to refuel the car as he was doing his race sim. So I'm assuming they had time to put a bit of fuel in them. It was nice to like as he got going again. By the way, we're going to get Max Verstappen on pole. Bad news maybe for the Haas fans out there that want to see it. It's about Ocon on pole. Okay, still on the front row. Max has let him past. So they all lined up. Line a stand before there's quite a big gap between them. I think I'm missing a grid space each. And I said, what are they going to do this time around again? So Esteban Ocon has lined up on the row 3. But it's interesting how they're all giving each other a lot of space now. So one car in front to the other. Liam Lawson's pulled up alongside at Max Verstappen. Kimi Antonelli is pulled up alongside Max Verstappen. Liam Lawson gets is pulled up alongside Esteban Ocon. Ready for the blue light. There it is. Now the revs can start to build. And we go through the lights sequence, so it gives it another 5 or 6 seconds. And it's lights out, away we go. And Lindsay will get away pretty well. But Max Verstappen is slower than Esteban Ocon. Tommy Nips Pile says thank you very much. And Lewis Hamilton, as he did at lunchtime, getting the best start of all and takes the lead into the first corner from Kimi Antonelli and Esteban Ocon. And that Ferrari, for the second practice start in a row, has been the rocket launcher, as it were, of the careers. Next more depth. Actually, you can see an offboard of that. The good ditches. Nice equal to once again. The Ferrari starting there. It's not just there's a Ferrari now unit. There's some of the other cars around, like Hong Kong's example, seem to not have as good a start as Hamilton. Just something that Ferrari team are doing consistently better than anyone else. So that was the bad start from Esteban Ocon. No, it wasn't making way. He got past Verstappen. Dear. And his early start was okay. After a pretty terrible somehow. You don't even get hurt past you get. Sounds good. Needing that to sort of back out a bit. Literally, if there's cars in front of them are going to say slaver. Yeah, it's a sweet start there. So they've got they might have the fastest car on the low fuel rungs, but who cares when you can get onto grid in those 8.4 cars anyway? Listening for a lot of things. Didn't hear much wheel spin, no, either. Sounded like the start from last year, really, yeah. Good stuff from Ferrari. What's the first tour of that in Melbourne for a Ferrari or two? They're just going to get on the second row and that's job done. Or even third row today. Hold on, I think here it is. Yeah, even that large start and others around will be watching that and thinking, right, what are we doing? How do we replicate that? Because, yeah, the way it starts, where you finish, but you do want to start as well as you possibly can. I hear quiets. There are a few cars now. To me, it's a bit late if we lose Hamilton. Is the first. And it means we are done for the day. And it definitely works better though this start today with that blue light on the right side, even that 5 seconds from doing seemed like a very good solution. To be honest, Kimi Antonelli with the fastest time of the day. Not much between them and Oscar Piastri, just over 6/100ths of a second. They look out back to Max Verstappen, who in the race simulation seems to have a better virtual race as we compared it with Oscar Piastri. They do their simulation pretty much at the same time. Lewis Hamilton didn't get a race simulation in, did get a very good start in, and eventually finished the 4th fastest of the day, just ahead of Lando Norris, who did his running this morning. Fernando Alonso and Aston Martin, problems once again. Only 68 laps completed today by Fernando Alonso, who had the whole day running. It stopped out of track. It caused a red flag, was of overheating issues. Problems continued down at Aston Martin. And we'll see drivers back again tomorrow for what will be the final day of pre-season testing in 2026. Yes, we have had so far 3 days in Bahrain, another 2 days in Bahrain, and 3 days, 8 days per driver or per car for this season. And they have got one more day to go testing and sort it all out. Are Red Bull happy with the race pace that they've got? Do they need to work on their starts just a little bit? McLaren, are they happy with the all-round compromise, the start and the race pace and the qualifying pace? Well, Kimi Antonelli for Mercedes, are they the team out on top? The top 4, we all think are very closely matched, but have Mercedes just got that little bit of an extra edge that only set the fastest time in the first test here at Bahrain last week. Has the fastest time of this test so far. A lot of questions still to be answered. I'm not going to guarantee we can answer each and every one of them tomorrow, but there's another intriguing 8 more hours of running here at the Sakir circuit in Bahrain. Alex Jakes, Jody Palmer, Rebusted Pad, Bernie Collins, myself, David Croft, and Anthony Davis, and Sam Collins and Lawrence Barreto.